engine that the BMWs have, and that's a massive advantage. Anytime you've got turbos in the car, especially at sea level where we are now, you know, the advantage is terrific. You can actually, when you feel that turbo come on, you know, the torque is massive. You can really, you can really spin the wheels, and
You know, the Roush cars back when I ran those, like I said, they were approaching 1,000 horsepower, and they had one single turbo and a monstrous one.
Yeah.
And it was basically a Pinto engine. I mean, it was still a 4-cylinder inline, single overhead cam 2 valve with this monster blower on it, and there was a significant turbo lag involved, so you always had to have some throttle on to keep it spooled up. But you talk about torque, when that thing, I always said, if it's not headed somewhere you don't want to go, don't pull that trigger.
Yeah, exactly.
Once you do, man.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I had a turbo Porsche, and when we're going down into that turn there, it would actually pull the wheels off the ground coming up. Yeah, so you'd be two gears. You could just move the wheel left to right. So you better be straight.
I had a friend of mine named Leighton Reese who raced for Trans Am for a long time. One of the greatest guys. He goes, man, he goes, you're not a hard guy to follow. It's like unrolling 2 rolls of electrical tape. He goes, you got black marks everywhere you go. That car was bad to the bone.
They were bad. Yeah, I remember when the Roush Mustangs came out and they ran for 12 hours going, broom, in for fuel, broom.
Yeah.
They did really well.
You finally, you know, we were talking about that yesterday. Jack ran 24 hours at Daytona, won all 12. He's the only undefeated team owner, and never got beat, never one time. And usually ran a 1, 2, 3 because he ran multiple cars with multiple, you know, very talented people.
Yeah.
And he had it so dialed in that, you know, he knew when the transmission was going to get weak. He knew when the brakes needed to be changed, and we'd change the gearbox and the front rotors and brake pads at the same amount of time.
Oh yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it was all engineered into the car, you know, to do that. And in showroom stock, we couldn't run a locker, and so the Camaros and the Firebirds would tighten the rear gear down so hard.
Yeah, it's like locked up completely.
It was almost like a full locker, and it would burn the rear end out.
Yeah.
And they knew it would, so they devised a system where they could just disconnect the drive shaft in the front, disconnect some pit pins in the back, quick release brake line, slide the bottom out, put a new one in with new tires, put it back up in the air, you know, and send it down the road in about 5 minutes.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you got to see Yost was so good at that with the you know, the Audis. They just
I drove for that team.
Yeah.
In 2001, when we came in 1, 2, 3, 4 here.
Yeah.
I was part of that deal, and it was a special time.
Yeah.
And that car was fantastic.
Yeah, they were fantastic cars. They didn't have the ground effects.
No,
but you know, it's funny. I was reading the rules. You say you cannot be raked more than 1 inch higher in the back than the front, because if you get it just right, you can increase the aerodynamic downforce just by doing that.
You know, back to green, gents, by the way, just to bring that up. Ginetta, BMW again, and this time we've got the GT cars mixed in with the GTOs.
That's kind of like we saw all day. Yes, that Ginetta is really good here.
Yeah.
And that team is good also. They didn't make a single mistake yesterday.
They're especially good in the open track, Dorsey, right? They can go deeper into the braking zones. They can carry a lot more speed through the corners. Their handicap is going to be in traffic, right? As soon as you get tucked up behind a GP1, 2, or 3 car that can't carry the speed through the corner.
Yeah, their recovery rate is not good.
Yeah. No.
You know, and that would be the thing if I was racing that. I would always be short braking that guy and making him stop too much. Exactly. You know, so that I can use the advantage of my car.
A little bit harder before you turn into the turn,
you know, just wrap him into what he can.
Exactly. But the Ginettas, I mean, they've been around for a very long time, and they actually make a very good race car. Of course, in England, you know, they also built a little kit car that you could put a mini engine into, and they were really good too. And people used to race those. They were very, you know, they were like a 99cc engine.
Yeah.
But they still went hard, you know, they're fast.
We've got a few of the little sports racers in vintage racing.
Yes,
that are beautiful car.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a 67 or 66 or something like that. But I'd be tempted to drive that on the street.
I know.
On board the GTR 99, the blue BMW you see trackside. It's the M4 GT4 Johnstone Supply logo on the hood just opposite our camera here. It washes out a little bit. Sun's still very, very low this morning, which means as you're facing east, as we are now, your braking zone for turn 13, your braking zone for turn number 1, that is all directly into a very, very low and very bright Florida sun.
Well, that's okay, because tonight about 4:30 or 5, it's going to be going down into 17.
And old Sunset Bend.
And depending upon the year, it depends on the time of year. Going down the Big Bend, all of a sudden you get you stop being able to see there. The sun's just right. But 17, well, of course, 17 later in the race is really harsh because of all the oil and stuff that's picked up on the windshield. And literally, you drive down, and all of a sudden you don't see anything.
Now that sun hits on that oil, and it's all over.
Yeah. Can't lift. You put screws to the floor, and you're worried that someone's going to hit you or you're going to run into someone. But for a few seconds there, you don't see anything.
Yeah, we, I know 16 is Le Mans, right? Turn 16 is Le Mans. Last year for the 24 hours here, we decided we were going to start calling it Sunrise Bend, the opposite of Sunset Bend. I know not a lot of races here take place right at sunrise, but it is a pretty magnificent thing when we do have the opportunity.
That's right. Yeah, sun does make a difference. Those people driving down the road, or they go. If you imagine when you're sitting at a red stoplight and the sun's in, you can't even see the light. Just magnify that by 150 mile an hour.
Exactly.
The other part of that sun at this racetrack is that in the morning, when you first went out, when we started this race, it was the best it was going to be all day.
Mm-hmm.
The racetrack had the most grip, the engine's making the most power. By 4 o'clock, it turns into a skating rink, and you can't see because of the sun. The engine's not happy anymore.
Exactly so, yeah.
And you lose about up to 2 seconds between the morning and the afternoon session.
Well, then you add to that, by that point, you're, on a day like today, you've got 8 hours of racing in, right? You've got 70 cars that are depositing rubber and little bits of debris, oils, all kinds of things at various points around the circuit. So now not only has the temperature ratcheted riding on board this number 99 here, a quick point. They did pit under this first full course yellow. So 4 or 5 laps in, I don't know if it was just a top off, Scott or JT, if you were keeping tabs on that, but one of the early pit callers today, and a kind of interesting strategy move there, especially when the rest of these races tend to be fairly unpredictable with full course yellows and the like.
Yeah, it looks like the Black Forest Racing Porsche also came in as well at the same time. So right now they're going to be losing a bit of time having to work their way back up through the field, but possibility of benefiting in terms of being slightly off strategy, saving a bit of fuel, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I was intrigued because he was up behind the number 44 from PC Racing in GP1, and I didn't think we had made it all the way up to the GP1 field in terms of lapping. And then I looked down at timing, and the 99 was nowhere to be found.
And splitting yourself from the field could be an advantage. You don't know what that's going to do yet.
Yeah.
But by being dissected from where everybody else has to stop, that could play into your ability to win. If it just happens to hit the right, it's like rolling the dice, But it's not a bad thing to be able to put yourself on a slightly different agenda than what the rest of the guys are.
Yeah, exactly. In the case of the Ginettas or the very light cars, their fuel consumption is also lower, so they have an advantage of being able to go further.
Yeah, they did yesterday. They have got a slightly smaller tank with the way the fuel cell and capacity rules are written here. But being out in front, maybe you're using a little bit more fuel. Conversely, maybe you can control the pace a little bit better, right? You can start rolling out of the throttle earlier and manage the gap to the cars behind so that you're not going 99 or 100% burning up all your fuel, but you can, manage the gap as you need to reference your fuel strategy.
Yeah, we talked yesterday with Moore with his Mustang, which has not yet switched from the standard tank to the fuel cell. So he's actually limited himself a couple, 3 gallons on fuel capacity.
He's down to 45 minutes instead of an hour.
Right, so he's got to work that to his advantage. He realizes that's the way it is. He's going to change it, obviously, but it hasn't been changed yet. The car's very fast.
Yeah.
But it's quick to get to the gas pump too.
I ran a Mustang out here for another team, and it blew up. It blew up coming out 16. It got to 7,000 RPM. As soon as I left, the crankshaft snapped, and it did again the next day. It was like unbelievable.
That's good. My old GTU Dodge was like that. When it did blow up, it was always at the end of the straightaway.
Exactly.
As soon as you lift, boom, crankshaft down.
Goes right away. Yeah.
I used to rate them, on a 0 to 10 in the blow up.
Yeah.
A 10 being a complete crankshaft to the bottom and fire. Yeah. If it didn't catch fire, that was a 9 then.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. Seems to be the Mustangs aren't as reliable as they could be, and they're kind of expensive to run too,
Well, that's not those higher horsepower, bigger cars wear things at a higher rate also. And the consumption of everything is higher.
Exactly. That's where you get these little sports races. They cut their power down because obviously you're going to outturn. They're running speed tires in here too, not slicks. But the lighter cars can be faster, in the turns, which corresponds to a little bit more speed down the straight. And again, is if they can conserve fuel, they can get out there. This would be a time now, as you were saying, if you can get a big gap, this is the time to do it. If you get as far away as you can, and hope for a yellow flag kind of an hour in or something, where you can keep going.
Yeah.
So speaking of getting that big gap, Scott pointed out down in GP3, the full course yellow came out right when the overall leader was coming through GP3. And that split the lead of the class round 3 racing from the rest of the field. So they cycled back and they now currently have a 2-minute lead over the rest of the class.
Yeah, and we were talking about that yesterday, how without IMSA's drop back rule, this is the old school type of endurance racing, and you can be trapped and lose a lap without doing anything wrong just by the fact that the overall leader slipped by you, then the yellow came out.
That's right.
And it slipped by you, but it didn't slip by all your mates from front of you.
Right.
So then all of a sudden here you are, almost a lap down, 9/10 of a lap down, and didn't make a mistake. But that it goes and comes, and
it does. If you can get in the pits just before the yellow, you're in good shape.
That's where you need the good guy on the pit wall in the box that can read that.
Exactly.
He's got to keep a track of not only how you're doing in your car, but the overall leader. What's he doing?
Yeah.
Where is he right now?
Exactly.
So you got to know. He's going to lap us in the next lap or so, and be aware, of what might happen.
Yeah.
And guys will play that strategy, and the good ones. A guy like Joe Varney, you probably know Joe.
Joe, yeah.
Yeah, Joe doesn't make mistakes on the box.
No.
He's a wizard at figuring it out.
Exactly.
And a good driver too.
Yeah. Actually, I've got a 93 Firebird with the Joe Vardy cage in it.
Yep.
And you know what really sucks? It's a vintage car now.
I know. That's why these can't be vintage cars. I drove that thing.
Exactly. Of course, EFR was about 100 years old out here running, wasn't he? Elliot Paul Robertson.
That's another teammate of mine. And God, is he brilliant?
Yeah, good guy. Yeah.
Wow. Great driver. Always has been. So many championships. My God.
James Weaver was one made me laugh. He said, I rolled 6 Porsche 962s. Okay, why did you do that? Well, how am I going quick enough? Well, you probably would have done it the first time you rolled it. 6 of them, but Dyson.
That's another teammate of mine.
Yeah, he went for Dyson too. They kept it forever.
He would set his car up, really change it massively between race and qualifying. Qualifying, he had that thing like a go-kart.
Yeah.
I mean, full downforce with, there's no ride height, just hammer that thing around. And then he'd make it more compliant for the race.
Yeah.
Kept poor old Pat Smith busy, the crew chief.
Well, that's the thing, is actually this track, you need to set up suspension a little softer. The hard, especially down coming into the hairpin and all that, and up into one. If you start braking hard, the car sort of bounces over the bumps. You want it to follow it down, That's fun, isn't it, when you start bouncing?
It's hitting the chassis against the bumps on the track, and then it rebounds up and gets a little air. It gives you a ride.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Pit stop back in GTU. This will be the number 100 from L2 Motorsports. These are the little prototype sports racers. They're closed top, so not the traditional sports racer, but they are by far the smallest things on track. And in our case this morning, we started with 5 yesterday. We're down to 2 this morning.
So they're,
Sebring beat those things to bits.
Oh, well, it will do for sure. 34 minutes on a fuel stop that's probably right for that car.
Yeah.
It's a very lightweight car, and it runs in always non-professional category. So most races are a half hour-ish in length.
That's right. They're
I
wrong.
would agree with you, Dorsey.
The
Except
thing about those is
so if they were going
again, they're really what they're built for, not for endurance racing.
Right.
But the big advantage of those cars is of course they've got small engines in them, so they don't go as fast. But you pretty much don't have to brake for the turns either.
Exactly.
Save your brakes. Of course, the old days you used to have to replace the brakes every hour. Now you don't replace them at all. It's amazing, isn't it?
Oh, the brake technology is probably one of the major things that made these cars today so much faster than what in corner speed, etc.
Yes, exactly. I used to remember we used to use those Corvette front, the aluminum front brake calipers, and they used to spring open after an hour. But things are much different now.
Yeah, the older cars were faster in the straightaways, without question, but way limited in braking and corner speed compared to what we have today.
Especially when you're going down, you know you're going to try and make your brakes last long, so now you're just tapping the brakes instead of slamming right into them.
And now you'd coast into corners.
Coast, exactly.
Just like roll, knock off some speed and just let it flow in.
Exactly, just ease in there. Yeah.
And it wasn't that much slower, but
actually it wasn't. I mean, once you got the feel of braking, endurance braking, you could do quite well with it.
We had to.
Good laughs.
The fix for Paul Rossi, the team owner for the Dodge, the old front brake calipers would be done in 3 hours.
Yeah.
And so he said, you have two choices. He goes, you wore them out if you want to come out and fix them yourself, go right ahead. Right. Otherwise, I'm going to hammer the brake line shut. You're going to with rears now. And that's what he did.
Exactly. Yeah, actually, I ran a Plymouth Laser, given to me by the Dodge dealer here, and Rossi was running the Eclipses then.
Yes.
And, I was literally on the handbrake in about 5 laps.
That's right. That's what we had to do.
Yeah. So I found some brake calipers. The Pontiac 6000s had a dual piston brake caliper instead of single piston, So we adapted and put them on there. The one day I'm out here and they come over and they start looking at my brakes, And I said to the guy, I said, well, you probably got the new ones, right? He said, yeah, and he walked away. Because they actually had an older brake caliper and a new brake caliper.
Scott, you back with us?
I don't know, you tell me.
Yeah, sounds good. We're good now.
We had a little technical issue that was going on there for a while. We've been...
Scott got really quiet for a long time. But we're good now, and I hope he's at an appropriate volume.
I'm not too sure our guys out on the track are up to volume either. I heard someone trying to talk earlier, but it was too faint.
Yeah.
I think we're in good shape now. I think we've got Scott back, and JT should be back as well. Scott, you mentioned that number 100 from L2 Motorsports back out on track now?
Yeah, they lost... well, you guys will have a better idea of how normal their pit stop length was. They lost... Their in-lap was 3 minutes and their out-lap was 4 minutes. That seems slightly long to me.
It does.
I knew you were trying to get in a snippet in there, but couldn't understand or have the volume to understand what you're trying to do.
Yeah, no worries. We're used to solving technical issues on the fly here. Don't worry. It's kind of what we do. But
I know about this too.
What I was trying to say was that I agree that that's about the right length of time for a GTU stint. But we had just come off a yellow flag, so I was expecting if they were low on fuel that they would have pitted under the yellow. But at least they do seem to be back at the pit, so if it was a problem, they fixed it quickly, hopefully.
My volume always seems to come back right when I'm saying something I shouldn't.
Yeah, it takes a little while when you're coming out pit out. That with these tires, they have to come up to temperature.
And that pit out, that is such a long.
I know, and you got the white line there. You follow it around. You can't actually see the cars coming up the straight, so you just rely on.
Yeah, I mean, until that pit wall stops, I mean, you really don't see anything.
No, you don't. So then you're going to come out, try and funnel in just where the guys are tracking out.
Yeah.
So.
To say that things are going a lot better than yesterday, but I'm not going to say that. But I shouldn't even thought it. Anyway.
Looking down to the GTU class, one thing I noticed was that right off the start, while we were watching, or while you guys were watching the GTO start, the GTU cars started a good 5 or 6 seconds behind, and the Stratus 58 car caught up within like literally 2 corners. So I was expecting that car to make some really good progress through the field, but it just shows how difficult it is to pass when you don't have straight line speed, because they really haven't made any progress at all through the GTO field, and they're held up so much that they're going to be in danger fairly soon about going a lap down. Obviously that car we're kind of expecting is going to not have a whole lot of challenge. Well, I was thinking it's not going to have a whole lot of challenge to win GTU, but obviously they'll want a good overall finish. But yeah, it's that car. Anytime I see it on the onboards, it's buzzing around the GTO cars, trying to go to any line it can. In fact, it just lost a position to MMR, a GP1 car. So yeah, they're really struggling in traffic with their lack of straight line speed.
Yeah, remember they've got no reason to push at the moment as well, with the problems for the number 100 and basically nobody else in class. We're going to take a break from John and Dorsey here for a little bit. John's actually just rejoined us. Dorsey's got to step away to handle some series business, but we've been joined by another guest, I'm happy to say, and big congratulations in order to the 2022 Mazda MX-5 Cup champion, Jared Thomas.
Thank you, guys. How are you guys doing today?
We're in actually really good shape this morning. Things have gone really, really well. I don't really even know where to start with you guys. We'll start in WRL, I guess. You guys have had a heck of a season. A lot of ups, a handful of downs, and yesterday a really nice second place result as you chased the Eastern Region Championship today.
Yeah, it's, we came in here, we were a few points behind the 421, and we knew we had to get some good podium finishes, so that's really been the goal for the weekend. Obviously you want to win, but you'll take a second in the situation that we were in, so it's looking good. We're just going to keep the hammer down and try to get another podium today. Are you guys flat out today? Trying to chase it, or is it just run this race like any other race and see what happens? We're always flat. That's where I was going with that. Yeah. I wondered if you guys were always flat out. We've had Tony up here a couple of times. Tony McIntosh come up and chat with us over the course of the season, and he had said that because you guys are all MX-5 Cup drivers as well, you can drive the car for 8 hours almost like it's an MX-5 car, right? Set it up on the edge, a little more on the edge than a lot of these guys will, and just drive it fast. Yeah, we try to turn the 8-hour endurance race into a sprint race, and obviously there is the limitations of the car and the track, and you have to be cognizant of that and respect that. So we try to play the fine line, and it's worked out quite a bit for us this year. But obviously we've had some bad races here and there, but for the most part, it's been a good season. Do you feel like now you've gotten a handle on the M4 GT4 platform? Yeah. I think we've spent so much time with the car this year. We've learned a lot about it. It's it's a pretty technical car, and it has a lot of stuff that we can't control because it still has a lot of street car protocols that are still in it. Right. And just learning what those are and how to work around them has been the biggest thing. I'd like to dive into that just a little bit for our knowledge. So back at Daytona, I know there were a lot of issues with the M4 reference to the banking and how the car was sensing, the car up on the banking, putting it into what was explained to us, something like a rollover condition, causing the car to go into a limp mode. Road Atlanta, I think we saw you guys have to stop and reset the car a couple of times towards the end of the race. That kind of hampered your ability to get a result there. Can you go into any more detail on what those issues were and how you've worked through them and passed them? Because by all accounts, things seem to be back to normal here. Yeah, the Daytona, it was really a low speed thing. Okay. It was not at speed, but when we would run caution laps at a lower speed, the ICM module, which is the integrated chassis management, controls your yaw and roll. Okay. They thought it was rolling over with the 36 degrees of banking there. So, we had no idea going into that. We had not tested that car at Daytona, so that was kind of a surprise. And then actually Road Atlanta was not necessarily anything that the car was doing wrong, but we had a part that was starting to go bad. Okay. It was showing a misfire, and when it would misfire 2 consecutive times in a row, it would throw the car in the limp mode. So it being a race, the only thing we could do was cycle the car, make it come out of limp mode, and then hope it didn't do it for, gotcha, next few laps. So that was a replace the part, send it again, and now you're back to normal. So that's interesting, because
my impression of that is that it's almost getting miles and getting hours under the car's belt. Arguably, there is no other place in the world where cars are run as much in a season as they are here, right? 16 hours every weekend, 10, 12 times a year. Is that just learning the maintenance protocols and how far you can push the parts and the elements of these cars in a given season?
Yeah, and the maintenance program for our cars is strenuous.
Yeah.
I mean, we are replacing so many parts. Our car started with, I think we got it last December. We found the car. It wasn't new, but it was slightly used. It had like 300 miles on it.
Oh wow!
So it was just broke in basically. I think we're north of 20,000 kilometers now.
Oh my gosh!
So yeah.
You guys test on the side, or is it?
We do do quite a bit of testing.
Okay.
We tried to. We did a lot of preseason testing. The car was not necessarily new to us because we had run a car last year in a couple of events. Different car, but same M4. So we kind of had a little bit of a handle on setup and stuff like that. But as far as parts and mileaging stuff out, it's kind of unknown. Obviously, BMW gives us a mileage sheet, what they recommend, and we try to stick to that. And
Sure.
we found a couple parts that went before their suggested mileage, but there's also other parts that go longer than they should. So, what we're doing to the car is just we're terrorizing it, putting it through 8 hours each day, long running. It's not like there's a difference with doing that much time on a car in a sprint race where you have it's heat up and cools off. This is a sustained 8 hours of just being hot, and there's a lot of components that affects. So it's definitely been a learning curve, and we've tried to stay on top as much as we can, but it's tough sometimes.
Is this all being run in parallel with the MX5 Cup program?
Yeah.
Ah.
So we kind of have two different teams. That we have our team that runs the WRL, which is probably, I would say 50% are the same guys that are on our MX Cup side, but we have a few extra guys that come in for this that don't do the MX5. But yeah, they're kind of their own separate programs, and we have our different people for them. But it has been all year that we had a lot of back-to-back weekends, like the VIR weekend, we ran IMSA, and then back-to-back with WRL.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
It's logistically, it's had some tough times, but it's part of the fun.
Is it tough for you as a driver going back and forth? Maybe not so much between the cars, but the mentality. MX5 is. I don't get it. Like, I don't understand how you can put that many cars on track, have them all drive flat out for 35, 45 minutes, whatever the race distance is, and have it come out as clean as it is almost every time. I've seen you in the wall once or twice, but like by and large, it's just unreal. And then you jump into this, it's multi-class, it's 8 hours, you're in the car for 2 hours at a time. Is that a tough back and forth as a driver, or is it just, okay, I know what's in front of me, I just got to execute?
I think one of the things that I benefit from an MX5 Cup is being pretty level-headed, and it's the mentality is the same. Obviously, you want to go out and win and run as fast as you can, but what the build-up to that is a little different. MX5 Cup is absolutely just 100% for 45 minutes. This is a little more, 85, 90% for sustained, your stint length. Now, yesterday, in that final stint, that was all out. That was for that last 30 minutes. That's much. That was full push.
I'm intrigued to know your perspective here. So you guys obviously your car was fast right out of the gate, right? You guys showed up, weekend one, and the car was the pace setter, right? The top of the field, and it was that way for a long, long time. There's a bunch of new M4s here, a bunch of new Porsche Caymans here, and it seems like you guys started getting basically the most out of the car from weekend one, and it's taken a while for the other competitors in GTO to come up to your level here. Now, based on what we saw yesterday afternoon, it kind of seems like we're basically there, where now a lot of the field is running to the same, or at least you and Cole, the 401 yesterday, are basically up at the same level. Do you guys feel like you've been chasing the development of the car to try and push it further, or do you feel like you are already getting the most out of the car and now you're just having to kind of defend through the balance of the season?
I feel like we've kind of mid-season, I think we kind of got to the car where it was, we were getting the max out of it, and I think the level of competition in the series has just stepped up. Competition breeds competition. So I think everybody else has kind of stepped their games up, and I think at this point now it's I think everybody's getting a little more out of it than they always have.
Sure. Got another minute or two, or
I may have to go back down to the box. I'm getting a call. So.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll let you go. We're gonna see you at COTA, I assume.
Yep.
2023, hopefully. We'll see.
I'm not sure yet. Maybe a limited schedule.
Okay. Well, we look forward to the opportunity anyway, and if nothing else, we'll see you at Circuit of the Americas for the National Championship.
Nice
Sarah Thomas, 2022 MX5 Cup champion. Appreciate you coming up and spending some time with us. Good luck today. Good luck the rest of the year.
Yeah.
And we'll see you on the other side.
John doesn't get into the cup.
Also worth noting, John Dean here with us. John Dean II was meant to run with Jared Thomas Racing back at Road Atlanta. Didn't end up getting in the car, but anyway, a quick reunion of John Dean's and Jared Thomas up here in our broadcast booth. We are now 50 minutes into race 1. I'm sorry, race 2. It's Sunday morning. Yeah, at Sebring International Raceway. Thanks for joining us. DriversEye Live, the World Racing, powered by Hagerty. Anything we missed there, Joseph and or JT?
There's a very brief spin at the exit of Tower. It looked like one of the Team ACP BMWs was able to get out of the way, tuck in towards the wall on the driver's right, get it backed up, and got back going again. I think it was the 52.
Okay.
Also watching the GTR 99 car here come through the field.
The 100 is spun here to driver's right. You can sort of see it behind the tower here.
That will be having trouble picking that one up.
Yeah, that'll be the L2 Motorsport, second place in GTU. Yep.
Yeah, last place in GTU, as we have this morning. Pit stops down below us here, John. It's 280 from Kingpin Racing. So this will be the first scheduled GTO pit stop. We had the one from GTR, of course, earlier. This one under green for the number 280 Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. You have to try and pit under yellow, but you get to a certain point. I remember I was out one time and I said I'm trying to stretch it. And I was telling the guys, I need to stretch another 5 minutes. And they said, listen, we're not going to come and get you off the track. You better get in now. But that's the thing. You never know how much fuel they've got or what they've used. And again, with this, it's an 8-hour sprint race because the brakes are so much better. And of course, these cars are running on street tires. That's the other thing, is they don't have slicks. So imagine how fast they'd be with a slick tire. It used to be a slick tire was worth about 7 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
Out here. So just imagine how fast they'd be if they were actually on slick tires.
I'm amazed consistently at how quick these cars are without slick tires.
Right.
I mean, GT4 cars, they don't run exactly in GT4 trim, but near enough, and then you slap a DOT tire on them, and they're not that far off what the IMSA GT4 balance of performance runs.
Exactly.
It's actually very, very impressive.
Yeah, and that's the, because it's not a spec tire, so you can have whatever you want, but the one tire's always been a little bit better than the other.
Mm-hmm.
And it going back to what you were talking about earlier on, was the MX5 Cup. Actually, there's a lot of very, very good drivers in it. Yeah. So they're absolutely flat out, one behind the other for the entire race. So in this, they have a little bit of time, they can relax. You get down the back straight, you can relax. And unless the guy's right dead on you, you just have to try and keep running lap times. And all you want to do is get it round, get fuel, and go back on again. And if you have any pit stop that puts you 4 or 5 minutes behind, in 8 hours you're still not going to catch it unless something else goes wrong. But certainly the MX5 Cup is a really good training ground. Sad thing about it is the MX5s have got so expensive. It's $90,000 to buy a new Miata race car. That's just a lot of money. When you consider a GT4 car might cost you $150,000.
You can do a lot better than that here.
Exactly. Buy a used one.
Whether you build or you buy.
Yeah, buy a used one. And the Cayman GT4 is great, but it's like there's no substitute for horsepower, unfortunately. So it's a good handling car. It's fast. And of course, you've got the 3.8 litre engine and 4 litres. Obviously, the bigger the engine, the more torque you can put down. So you come in out of turns, you can really go. But Let's say this kind of racing is great because you literally can go and buy a cheap car and go run it.
On board with one of those Porsche Caymans at the moment. It's a Black Forest Racing number 979. We spoke yesterday at some length about them previously of Loose Cannon Racing, giving up their Porsche 996 GT3 in favor of this GT4 spec Porsche Cayman. At the moment, having caught the number 404 from Chill Out Motorsports. This is battle for 12th overall. Somebody drops a wheel in front, kicks up some dust, and they do exactly the same thing in sympathy. And sort of kick the back end around there on throttle at the exit of turn 5.
Yeah, the other thing is the oil gets sloshed around up there. So some of these other cars, these dry sump cars, you know, a dry sump meaning there's no actual oil. There might be 2 quarts of oil in the engine itself, and there's a separate oil tank to the side. There's a pump that pumps into the oil tank and then pumps out, so you don't get that surge when you're going around the corners. But on some of the older BMWs out here, they don't have that, and the engine's slightly slanted. So in one direction, you get plenty of oil pressure. In the other direction, the oil runs up the side of the engine, and you lose oil pressure. So actually coming out of the 345 area there, you can lose oil pressure coming up under that bridge there. So again, you've got these guys going around, and then all of a sudden they've got to lift to get oil out of the lift. Yeah.
Briefly on board with the number 125 from MMR, that's Michael Moore Racing Ford Mustang, in the pit lane, was just stationary there. We talked to Michael yesterday. That car not quite optimized for GP1 at the moment, and he said in particular that it was not really set up to make the best of the fuel rules. Currently still running the stock Mustang fuel tank, and seeing the results of that now just under 1 hour in, and the first GP1 pit caller, whereas normally we would see that car go something like 20 or 25 minutes longer. So despite the good result yesterday, I think it was slightly hidden or made better by having all of the full course yellows and the stoppages that we did, whereas now having a longer green flag run and a more consistent start to race 2 this morning, they've had to pay that debt with the fuel mileage. First thing this morning, pit stop 55 minutes in. Fairly quick, 5 minutes 8 is their pit lap, and they are back out on track as we speak. On board on the 511 from Choice Racing, go ahead.
Sorry, that being the case for MMR, I'm surprised they didn't pit under the yellow just to get themselves a little bit further. I know it was quite early on, but if they're really struggling that much to make fuel mileage, I would be taking any advantage of yellow flags.
Yeah, I mean, look, they were in a good position in GP1, so maybe the track position was something they didn't want to give up.
They actually they were in a really good place to pit because they were right at the back of the train. There was only 6 GP1 cars that stayed on the lead lap under that first yellow, so if they pitted, they really wouldn't have dropped that far back in the train.
Well, it is a long race, and you know, we talk very frequently about how these races are frequently decided by fuel mileage and your pit stop time, and just how much time you spend stopped down here on the pit lane in front of us. But there are many, many other factors that go into this. And
yeah, I mean, another factor is it was quite a short yellow. They may have never caught the train, or it may have taken them a lap and a half to catch the train, and then not really had the chance to pit after that. So yeah, there's plenty of variables involved.
Race leader into the pit, Scott.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Old Fashioned Motorsports, the Ginetta G55, just under the first hour done, 23 laps gone, and that car, we did mention, a little bit lower power, right, because it's so much lighter. With that comes a slightly smaller fuel tank to try and keep things balanced and even amongst the GTO cars, no matter how you decide to build your car or what your strategy is. But anyway, it's brought them in as the first of our GTO race leaders. Kingdom was a little earlier as well, but and now we've got more pit callers. The number 2 is in, the 511 from Choice Racing. As you see on the screen, just dives into the pit lane.
Yeah, I believe that Ginetta had a 20-second lead before the pit stop, and I think it stretched that out almost straight away and then sat there for a while. So,
and that's exactly what we were talking about earlier, Scott, where you can, once you get that lead, you can manage it and just run your fuel strategy or be a little bit more conservative on your fuel strategy. There's no need, unless you think you can put a lap on the field, there's no need to push that hard.
That's what I was going to say is unless you think you can get a lap on everyone, then why would you push from that point?
Yeah.
Especially with incidental contact rules being so draconian in WRL, you might as well take your time in traffic, save the car, avoid getting those penalties as well.
I think they're very near the pole time from Friday. 2:17.8 was their fastest lap after the full course yellow.
I believe that's faster, isn't it?
I don't remember exactly what the pole time was. It was right in that range.
I think it was like an 18.6 or something like
that.
that.
I think Cole had done a lap in the 17s. It was close. It was very much right around that time, though. It's still really, really quick. All it took was that full course yellow to let everything cool down, right? Cool the tires down, get some clear track in front of you, and go send it again. Car's a little bit lighter, and it's exactly what they got. Exactly what they got. 2:17.8. Go ahead.
Can I ask what your view of the pit lane is like on site?
It's okay. We've got to lean very much over the windowsill here to get any view of the pit lane, but I can see down to probably halfway down the front straight, maybe 2/3.
I was watching the GTR 99 come past turn 1 and wondering whether Old Fashioned had left the pits or not.
No, our best view of that is going to be on the run into turn number 7 to get any type of confirmation on that. Thunder Bunny's gone through. Did we miss 99?
The 99,
yeah, he's just
from their onboard camera,
going into 1 now.
99 is?
Yeah.
Oh wow, their onboard camera is half a lap behind them. Not really used to.
511's come and gone as well, so yeah, let's wait for this to cycle through. JTR is into the pits as well, so they've done... have they gone 1 lap? They did go 1 lap further than that number 505.
Yes, and it looks like round 3 is staying out.
Yes.
Same with the 421.
So the 421 I'm not surprised by, because they ran regularly 3 to 5 laps longer than anybody yesterday. Just by running that car conservatively. Now, it never really had the ultimate pace, but it hung around. Going a little bit quicker this morning, so probably use slightly more fuel, but I wouldn't be shocked to see them stretch this another 2 to 3 laps before they do actually. 99's actually just come past us now. The blue BMW right in there with chill out, and they did jump the 505.
Also still running out is the Camaro from 89X Motorsports.
Yes. It's very interesting.
Good gas mileage, right?
We talked about those guys yesterday, particularly that number 89X. Yeah, and they had a really good race going at Road Atlanta. It was strategy that let them down. They were in a real position of strength and had really good pace and just made an error that put them really behind the 8 ball in terms of strategy. And I'd like to think that they've learned from that, but that car can still be very, very competitive.
Problem for the Almonte Motorsports car, by the way. They're I don't know where they are, because from their onboard camera I can only see the bonnet. But yeah, that's not usually a good sign.
So about 5 minutes ago, it was noted they had a 4 off in turn 5.
The number 9?
Yes.
Yeah, they struggled towards the end of yesterday. I think they were fighting some type of mechanical issue. I don't remember exactly what the details were, but we discovered yesterday that they lost a few positions right at the end of the race. I hope they have them solved, but
they certainly don't
yet.
Either that or this is a fresh issue. It looks like they've probably made it back to the pits, because I can see people working on the car through the gap below the bonnet. But yeah, I think it's in the pit lane with issues.
I believe the 401 is in, guys. Its pit stall is before start finish, so we won't get it to trip timing until after it's already done its stop. But I do see it down here to the left, the white with black accenting and the red mirrors just off to our left here.
Yep, so the 421 Thunder Bunny car, which carries on, has taken the lead. But GTR 99 has caught the chill out. This chill out car is having nothing but great battles today so far. Side by side through Le Mans corner onto the back straight. I think the Mazda's going to end up out dragging the back straight.
The black
we do have the
onboard,
onboard, correct?
The thumbs up.
We do have the 404 onboard, right?
Well, Brendan, we're on board the car that's just overtaken both of those cars.
Sorry,
so
car stopped at 17?
That car stopped as the 918.
Okay.
It's in GTO. It's the unknown quantity.
Oh, that's the MX-5. John heard the MX-5 from Chill Out rumbling down the pit lane. No, it doesn't. That's what an LS Chevrolet LS engine sounds like on the pit limiter, apparently.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Exactly so, yeah.
Worth noting that the old-fashioned car has rejoined the race right behind this battle that we're on board with. So GTR 99 has managed to jump them in the pits.
Yes, but not by much.
Yeah, and also GTR 99 pitted a while ago because they pitted under yellow, so that's not going to help them out enormously, but they did get ahead.
Let's take stock of this as the 918 is recovered to the pit lane. So that 99 is... It pitted under yellow. It conceded all kinds of lap time being trapped in traffic after the green flag, right? By virtue of losing all of that track position. And then, having worked its way up through the field, with the 505 having a 20-second gap on literally everybody else in GTO, has managed to jump it in the pit lane, which says to me that the only place that 505 could have lost that time was in the pits. Now, the 99 will have had a short fill. It would have only been, you know, a couple of seconds worth in the pit lane, but that's still the whole gaps, or the whole field's worth of traffic, plus 20 seconds to have lost relative to, you know, somebody who hasn't made a green flag pit stop yet.
Well, that's the thing about it. They got an advantage here now by pitting under the yellow.
Yeah.
But of course, when the others cycle back through, they might also catch a yellow. A lot of guys probably staying out there hoping for a yellow. The thing about this track is they string out so much, you stop having the trouble with people banging into one another.
Pit stops still listed now for the 401, the 404, and the 712 from Pinnacle Motorsports in for their first green flag pit stop of the day. The JTR Motorsports Engineering 696 is going to wind up something like, as I do my mental math here, 16 seconds or so behind the old-fashioned Motorsports Ginetta. Oh, there's a lap in there because the TLM car hasn't pitted. So let's let this one cycle through for a minute and find out what the gap looks like. I'm half expecting that Ginetta to have lost a little bit of time in the pit lane. We did see it lose time yesterday.
Don't forget what happened in the pits. That's another thing people don't really realize. They say, well, they pit, they're all going to pit at the same time, but actuality, what happens is you've got people there that just they're volunteers, and they could just do something wrong and they get a 30-second penalty.
There's a lap penalty.
A lap penalty. It's worse. A whole lap. Yes.
It's any time loss.
Yeah. So I remember crewing with these guys up in up at Road America, and they kept doing things after it was penalty after penalty after penalty. And of course, we had it ourselves in Imster. We used to park. You find out one thing: you don't park under the officials because they're watching you. You've got to have your filling stand at one end or the other, somewhere they don't look at you, because down in the middle they're looking at you. I got called up one time because I had an SCCA patch on with my Imster patch, and they were going to slow me out. So I had to put a piece of tape over. It's like amazing how the pits can destroy you.
Be like you don't have any patches here at all.
Speaking of which, after this first round of pit stops, we have had a couple warnings be issued, including to the 401, as well as the 987 FSR, which had a good opening stint.
As you mentioned, JT, that warning is effectively your joker, right? The penalties for safety errors in the pit lane are draconian, like we just mentioned. A full lap, you get your one warning, right? Now, round 3 does this a lot. They make a lot of pit stops. They're here basically every race weekend. So an error is unlikely, but they've already used up that joker effectively on their first pit stop this morning, which means any further small errors from here on out are going to cost them a lap. And the way GTO is and has been so far this weekend, never mind the rest of the season, you can't afford that. You cannot afford a lap penalty. And here, it's not like we're at a Road Atlanta where your lap time is in the 130s, or a shorter track elsewhere on the schedule. You're 2 minutes and 25 seconds on your average lap. You can't make that up on track.
No.
Not with the competition that we have here in GTO at the moment. So they'll need to be extra cautious here in the pit lane, because a lap penalty will almost certainly take you out of contention.
Absolutely, you lose a lap, you've had it, especially in this kind of racing. And it used to be in the 12 hours you could actually make up 20 or 30 minutes, and then slowly they got more and more reliable. And now at a certain point, the 12 hours here is just flat out the whole time.
Yeah.
Sorry if I
Again,
can
the brakes
interrupt.
last so well too now.
We're just from the GTR 99 onboard. We've just seen the change for the lead, well, the effective change for the lead, because Black Forest, GTR 99 are both pitted under yellow, whereas Old Fashioned has just passed both of them in the last couple of laps, right in front of us here.
Yeah, picking up exactly where they left off. Now the JT car is in the 219s on that last lap, as is the round 3 car, whereas the Ginetta, while being, I assume, held up slightly by the Camaro and the number 979, had been trapped in the 221. So they are still conceding a little bit of time back to the cars that they had been chased by.
Not the Camaro, actually, because that car hasn't pitted at all, so it's 12 seconds up the road in the lead.
Nice. The effective lead, yeah.
Oh, GTR 99 goes straight on.
Oh, that's at turn 11. 10 and 11, yeah. That's an odd one.
It just completely outbroke itself. Or the driver did.
That's very, very interesting. They give it a spot there too. Is that the Thunder Bunny 111?
Nope.
No, it's 696, mate. I can't tell what that is.
No, it's a 111.
Is it 172?
Yeah, it is a 111. Okay.
Okay, yeah, Thunder Bunny.
One lap. Are they a lap down already?
Unless the 111.
They've just come out with it.
Way out of sync.
I'm very intrigued by this 111. They must have picked up a pass under yellow penalty or something.
The 111 has just come out of the pits.
Oh no, it is. I was just rewound. It was them. Just
they're back in. They're in 18th. Oh, but they'll be a lap down to the. I see how they got to where they are on track. That makes sense. Yeah, they've just come through the front straightaway here. P20 now for that number 111 Thunder Bunny M2. Back in GP1, as we just got eyes in the front straightaway here on the number 44 from PC Racing. It's a 50-second lead for the 701 of round 3 racing due to a pit stop from that number 44. Just completed its outlap. Hunter Racing, the number 74, back in 3rd, ahead of the 199 from Big Mission. Of course, we lost the sister car, the number 336, to some type of failure on the braking zone down at turn number 7, having put oil down to cause our first full course yellow this morning. NFC Motorsports rounds out the top 5 in GP1. That'll be the number 123 Porsche Cayman. Black flag on the front straightaway for car number 81,
which is a team request. So that's the team. That's the team pulling their driver in. So that, I assume that means they've lost radio communication.
That makes sense to me. Yep.
It looks like the 75 has a mandatory driver change. That is a AOA in GP3.
Interesting. No, they had a spin driver's right and a 4-off and continue at turn 1. And they've been watched for aggressive driving throughout the course of the morning as well. And I wonder if they've just been driving a little bit over their heads, and now their request is a mandatory driver change in that car to just come in and counsel the driver a little bit on aggression and a proper mindset for endurance racing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if they've spun multiple times, aggression could be a slightly kind euphemism for not driving very well.
We've seen that as well in the past. And it is an appropriate thing, I think, in a series that is no contact, endurance driven, largely filled with amateur and occasionally rental drivers as well. I think that's an appropriate way of going about keeping your track, consistent and safe.
Yeah, actually, just like if we run to vintage rules, vintage cars don't want to bang into one another, so they can if they start. And the problem is they do need to pass close to one another. If they start deeming that not right, they will call the driver in and talk to him.
It's such a balance with the World Racing League. I mean, you have a full field of 70 cars, and occasionally vintage races will see something, to that degree. But you've got 5 different classes out on track, a wide variety of car preparation, team talent, driver talent, and you're asking them to go racing, right? It's not, people make fun of vintage racing for being kind of a parade. This is not a parade. This is absolute flat-out racing. We saw the best of it yesterday at the checkered flag, the conclusion of our first race. But you've got to manage that willingness and that desire to go racing and go flat out or go as hard as you can with, okay, there's still no contact. This is a risk-averse series. If you think maybe you shouldn't, you definitely shouldn't. Right? That's passing, going side by side. If there's ever a question, it's probably not a good idea. And that is, I think that creates healthy mindsets for young drivers, and it's an especially healthy mindset for the wallets of those that are participating. But there has to be some enforcement of that, obviously, which is exactly what we see with the number 70.
That's one of the advantages. If you're renting that car, you're paying for damage. You might think about it. Oh, wait a second. And it's not cheap to get in the car to start with, but you start smashing it, lose $30,000. All of a sudden you say, this is not for me.
In many cases, it's regardless of fault. Exactly. Right? If you're in the car when damage occurs, regardless of whose fault it is, somebody's got to pay for it. And in many cases, in a seat rental situation, that's exactly who pays for it, whoever is behind the wheel. Many more warnings being handed out down in the pit lane.
All the fire bottles.
Lots of fire bottles. Yep. And again, like we mentioned yesterday, this appears to be the theme this weekend is not having that fire bottle at the ready when the car comes to a stop and fueling begins.
And the fireman, the guy holding the fire bottle, has to watch the fueling the entire time. If he turns away or he talks to someone, that's a big penalty.
Production pit stops happening at the moment. GT2, the race leader, number 64 of Harrison Motorsports, is in and out. Northloop Motorsport in and out as well. So the orange number 21 BMW. BSI Racing, the number 167. MX5 back there in third at the moment. JT, those were our winners yesterday in GP2, if memory serves.
Yep, that is correct.
Yep, that XMX5 Cup chassis.
That was
sitting in third at the moment.
Final stint battle, too.
It was.
They were overcoming Northloop Motorsports from the win.
They were quick yesterday.
Of the full course yellow.
They were quick, right through to the end yesterday.
The MX5 Cup cars go around this track in the low 220s, so they're pretty competitive on their own.
Yeah. Well, and this is kind of what we were talking about earlier. You take the slicks away, right, and you put them more of an endurance spec, and now the BSI lap times are 2:33. Yeah, class lap times, right? The 2:30s there. They that car has Connor Zilish on board this weekend, one of the top drivers in the MX5 Cup series from 2022. Did a lot of battling with Jared Thomas. I think we spoke earlier. A really nice show this year. I don't watch a lot of sprint racing just because I don't watch a lot of racing these days. But it was a really exciting season, and so you
prefer to watch it in an 8-hour burst, Brendan.
I do, and spend it at the track with a view of various parts of the pit lane. And
Brendan is what's called a binge racer.
A binge racer, I like it.
Yeah, it's like
that's gonna be our brand.
I have a similar approach to alcohol.
Sounds healthy.
I was like, well, what's the euphemism going to be? Oh, it's just that. Okay.
Yeah.
It's his morning coffee.
I was going to try and help you there because bonnets are called hoods over here. For those people who don't realise what a bonnet is, it's actually a hood. Yeah. They're trying to convert English to American.
No, they're used to me refusing to highlight. By the way, speaking of pit stops, one that hasn't happened yet is still the Camaro. Despite the fact that we've gone through most of the GP1 and GP2 pit stops, that car still hasn't pitted and is still in the lead, putting in competitive times. It might be about to lose it because it lost 4 seconds on that last lap to the old-fashioned motorsport Ginetta. So we've got the British about to overtake the Americans.
That's good.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not complaining.
I'm always some of that both ways. I don't mind.
You must stick out like a sore thumb in Sebring.
What's that?
You must stick out like a sore thumb in Sebring.
When I was doing one of the commentaries, I was on there for about 2 or 3 hours straight, and my producer stepped in and said, "He speaks pretty good English for a foreigner."
Sorry, off track for the number 123 NFC Motorsports. JT, did we not mention yesterday at the end of the race how it must be difficult to end up driver's left at turn 16?
Yeah.
That's exactly where that car is. Way off to driver's left at 16, facing the inside wall and what would now be the World Endurance Championship pit lane.
Oh boy.
So we're on board the 511 here. Let's see if we can get eyes on exactly where that is.
So
man.
Here, the tire.
How do you end up... that looks like an overcorrect to me, guys.
I would agree.
I was going to say that actually is on iRacing, I've always found that surprisingly easy to do. That Le Mans corner just doesn't have the right radius.
No penalty though, you don't break your car.
And if you get loose over those curbs on the inside, it gets very twitchy very quickly.
Yeah. Well, and any use of the curb essentially makes that corner off camber. It's dead flat as it is. If anything, a touch off camber. And everything about that turn will force you wide out over those curbs. And like you said, especially in a car that doesn't have traction control, you spin the rears up at all coming off that corner over the curb.
There's a lot of bumps there. They get really bumpy. But I have seen cars nose into the wall there. What they do is they lift and the back end comes around and goes straight into the wall. Here and here in one.
On the right side?
On the right side, you know, that you're coming out hard, you're tracking, and you're trying to get the biggest run off 16 to get down into 17. And a lot of guys run over these rumble strips, you know. I don't like running over the rumble strips. My son goes right over them. But anyway, those rumble strips can upset you, and you get a driver can lift. If he lifts off the throttle, all of a sudden he spins round, and he puts into the wall on the right hand side. Same here in turn one. I've seen cars actually in the wall on the left hand side from turn one. You know, they just lose the back end and they go straight in.
Sure. No, we go full course yellow to go recover this car.
I've watched the replay, by the way. They were letting a higher class car through on the inside and just got loose on the marbles, ended up in the grass, overcorrected, and they did hit the wall pretty hard.
Yeah, it says impact drivers left now on the race control log. I assume if you're that far off and you're not continuing under your own power, that probably means you've been into the concrete there.
It was actually, they were into the tire wall rather than the concrete.
Well, that's
it's a pretty good tire wall.
Yeah. The driver didn't even attempt to drive out of the grass, so I assume he knew immediately that it was a big enough impact, it was going to be game over.
Yeah. I believe that. So, second full course yellow, timely for the 89X, I would say.
Yes, you come right in now and fill up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've got an hour and 20 minutes out of a fuel tank or a fuel run on board a Camaro, and now you've got the opportunity to come in and fill up. Now you've got to time it right. You've got to get straight into the pits. Also, I wouldn't be shocked to see most of the GTO field in along with them. You would certainly think so. 25-ish minutes into a fuel run now for the earliest pitters. So now would also be an opportune moment there. And we saw the kind of difference it makes if you can make a yellow flag pit stop as opposed to your green flag one. So
you can carry that through. It's amazing actually. When I was doing strategy on the cars, I was I could run it right out. You could get down to within a couple of seconds through 12 hours. You could go right through and you say, "Oh, you're going to be here in a couple of after 12 hours." Probably don't crash the car. Amazingly, you do. It's amazing how close you can get.
Strategy, as just to make a point on this, the 99 should be in here as well. This is nearly a full tank for them, so timely for that GTR number 99 BMW as well. But I assume there must have been a fairly gradual shift in the thinking of strategy from, I want to say the old days, but there was a period of time where we moved to using full course yellows for basically everything.
Yes.
Right, even in endurance racing, where a local yellow was no longer sufficient to put boots on the ground and go tow a car back to the pit lane or everything, somewhere around the mid-2000s. And I don't know that was that sudden of a change, but I feel like endurance racing strategy has changed substantially, especially here in the United States in that time. And even here in the World Racing League, where we are pretty aggressive with how the track uses hot poles and the ability to get a car home, if it's stranded out on track, that you've still got to have a balanced mindset, right? Make the most of what you can while you're running in green flag conditions on track, because it could last for 3 or 4 hours at a time. But also be ready to go if and when a full course yellow appears, because you've got to be able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, NASCAR obviously employs what's called the competition yellow. That means you get a piece of dust on there. You've got someone well out front, and you get a piece of dirt on the track. They pull you back in and put you all back together again. I ran the ARL out here, and that's called the American Racing League, and I blew a tire like 3 laps in, and had to come all the way around again and get the tire. And a little bit later on, there was all of a sudden the competition yellow. I was able to unlap myself and pull right back up behind the leaders again. So that's You know, the yellow flag makes a big difference if you can work it right.
No ARL here, just WRL.
I know, but
I
ran in ARL. Well, it's the American racing, not the world racing.
I find that very, very convenient, very appropriate. I like that. So we didn't get pit stops from several of the leaders here. 696 and 505 did not pit. The 401 did. So we've now split some of the top cars here in GTO to include the 401 and the 99. Along with, or separate from, the 505 and the 696.
You know what?
Very interesting.
I found something interesting as well watching the 89X on board. The safety car doesn't join the track from the pit exit. It joins the track from halfway around.
Yeah, they come out on the back straight. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think
where everybody is.
As in before the. I don't know. I need
before
to
the
learn
leader pits.
Right. Well, the point is, the leader had no opportunity to duck into the pits before getting stuck behind the safety car, which I've noticed other teams have managed to do. So the fact that the safety car comes out halfway around the track has kind of disadvantaged the 89X just through timing. Usually, if the safety car is going to come out from pit lane exit, the leader will almost always get the opportunity to pit before they catch the safety car.
Right.
So it wasn't as well as it could have been.
Yeah, as John mentioned, the Camaro just left the pit lane here.
Yeah.
But I don't know that any. We do have a queue forming now, down into turn number 10. It's only a handful of cars deep at the moment, but they have caught the back of the safety car.
Yeah, the 89X car definitely spent half a lap behind the safety car before going around to the pits.
But he's just fueled and he's back out there.
The same with the GTR 99.
The thing about that is you want to get out the pit as quick as you can because these other cars are coming round and you don't want to get stuck behind them. But again, the thing about the yellow flag is the guys in the back want to get round as fast as they can. If you get one guy who doesn't understand that, you can't pass them under yellow. It's very aggravating to get stuck. But it looks like these guys are doing a pretty good job of running around trying to catch up. And I imagine we're going to see a full course here for a lap or two yet.
Oh, at least. Yeah, they've got to get that number 123 onto a flatbed.
It's already on a flatbed and it's going through 17.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's going to be very long. Might even
That's
be
actually
green
pretty impressive then.
They're on it.
Yeah.
They're moving very well. It's good.
I think it'll be green this time based on how, assuming the safety car would come into the pits at the pit lane entry.
Well, if you can see it, we'll see if the lights go off or not, right?
Yeah, I can't find it.
See it. No, we can't see it yet. It's coming around, but I can't see the lights.
There it is on the flatbed.
Yeah, looks like the lights. I can't really tell.
We do see WRL tend to pull their safety cars as soon as possible.
Regardless of how many cars they've got in the queue.
Yeah, not like Formula One then. Hand over a championship by letting everyone by.
I hate to use the word pure.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit more pure here.
Well, we're not at a race that has code 60, so
no, but when they are available, they are used.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Double yellow's come down at the starter stand, which means he'll next pick up a green flag.
It's going to be green. Yes. The green flag is in his hand, so.
Now just waiting for the leader of the queue. Yes, not necessarily the leader of the race.
I believe the safety car's on the back straight, so it shouldn't be too long.
Well, obviously, Camaro is no longer the leader of the race anyway.
No, it would be the Jetta who cycled back up to the front, the 505, but I'm not 100% sure that's who's been picked. Oh, it's who's been picked up. Nicely done, guys. The 505 is going to lead us back to green. It's a good jump.
How far behind is the 696, Brendan?
4 cars, and they've already passed most of them.
Okay.
We're into turn number 1.
All right, I'm really looking forward to this then, because the 696, first time this weekend that I've noticed them right at the front. They're typically one of our faster cars, so let's see if they can keep up with the 505.
Yeah, well, so for most of the first stint, they were trapped behind the 401.
ADX.
Right? So they were potentially giving up a little bit of time there, although they were not as fast as the 401 was yesterday at the end of the race. We have the cars now exiting turn 5 through Big Bend at turn number 6. The 505 has jumped the 404 and the 696. So if we have the chill out on board, it'd be a good place to find that lead. Not so much a battle, but it's a chase, I suppose.
I don't think we have the chill out on board today.
Okay.
From this MMR camera, we were just seeing cars literally 3-4 wide all over the track in turn 1.
Flow number 9 down the front straight, guys. That's the Almonte BMW again.
Yeah.
GTR 99, on the other hand, is right at the back of the train by the looks of things, and really stuck in traffic.
Well, so remember, 99, 401, and 89 were all in the pits under the yellow.
Yeah. So they're going to lose a lot of track position. Well, they've already lost a lot of track position, and that's going to turn into a big time gap to the 505.
Yeah, they're P11 and 12 at the moment. And that's always the balance, right? They didn't have a choice. The 89 and the 99 had to take advantage of it. But if you're in the middle of a stint and you're wondering if it's going to be worth it to pit, remember the track position that you're giving up, and remember specifically how much time you're going to lose in slower class traffic picking your way through it, right? It's less relevant as you go down the hierarchy of pace in the production classes. But if you're in GTO or GTU especially, where your lap time is going to be severely adversely affected by traffic, you really need to make a judgment call there as to what the right move is going to be. Now, obviously, things worked out well for the 99 when they pitted under the first full course yellow, but it's still a balancing act.
Yeah, you could, you never know. Towards the end of the race, you can blow a tire or something. Yes, and the other thing is, on that last pit stop, if someone's close, they're going to put their fastest driver they got in the car. I have to harken back to the 12 hours of Sebring when AJ Foyt was supposed to finish the race, and he just wasn't quick enough, and they pulled him out of the car. He was very angry, pulled him out of the car, but they won, but he wasn't their fastest driver. So.
There are a few really notable cars that got trapped a lap down during the safety car. Chill Out Motorsports, Pro Sport, and Thunder Bunny in particular.
So that will have been at least partially due to the 505 not pitting. Because the 404 is second or third car in line now. Third car in line because they've been passed by the 696. So had the Ginetta pitted, they would have been onto the lead lap, or at the tail end of the lead lap at the very least, and now they're trapped one full lap down.
But none of those 3 cars pitted either, so they'd already been lapped.
No, but they were ahead of the 696. I think the 404 was the second or third in the queue. So had the 505 pitted, they would have been ahead of the next relevant car.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to how those cars lost a lap anyway. Particularly Chill Out was not that. They were, before the round of pit stops, were in contention, I thought.
Not really. They had a long pit stop lap, 419 compared to 330s and 340s for most of the GTO runners.
Well, that'll be it then. They obviously lost a minute in the pits.
Yeah.
Dropped them. I mean, if on a 220 lap and with Old Fashioned being as fast as they are, if you lose a minute in the pits, then you are putting yourself in danger.
Well, and remember too, Scott, it's not just that they're losing time in the pits. Running 224s and 225s doesn't seem like it's that far off the pace because the bulk of the GTO field is in that range. But the leaders have spent most of this first stint running 219s, 20s, and 21s. So if you're giving up 3 to 4 seconds to the leaders every lap, and then you lose 40 seconds in the pit lane, there's your lap.
Yeah.
Right? Or very, very close to it. And then it just takes some bad luck or some bad timing to actually lose the lap. And I think that's exactly what's happened to a couple of those cars. Pro Sport wasn't super in contention, but 404, 979, the 987, they were all right together. And then at the tail end of the lead lap, you've got 987 and 979 have stayed on the lead lap. But 89X and 99 obviously pitted together from the top 3. So that makes sense for them being at the bottom of the top 10.
Just saw from the broadcast here, the 125 MMR Mustang took the old access road down at the hairpin, has come to a stop, and is still there.
Yeah, so that actually kind of looked like they might have had a moment going through the regular, the modern hairpin, and had to cut across the grass.
Gentlemen, the race control log here. 9:30 a.m. turn 11, 404.
Yeah.
696. Contact under investigation. With other notes, DC side to side.
Yeah, so that'll be an enforced driver change. So that.
Yes.
But
for whom?
It implies that there's going to be a penalty doled out.
Exactly. Now it says with under investigation, with any contact, you would assume that one-lap penalties have the potential to be applied, up to 2-lap penalties if somebody is found to be very obviously at fault. The driver change will be its own penalty, depending on who is expected to or who is going to be required to change drivers.
And
in
how
that
immediately?
Case, the 696, right? And the 696 was the passing car. Remember that. That was to essentially put the 404 lap down and get right up behind the 505 Ginetta. So let's keep an eye on this. Like you mentioned, Joseph, penalties potentially to come here. And that's regardless of fault. That could just be a 1-lap penalty for having had contact, period.
This is since the safety car, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, 9:34 minutes ago.
Yeah, this is on restart.
So I've looked through the entire restart from the 421 camera, who was right behind them, and there was no contact. So I'm not, unless it's at some other point in the race, I'm really not sure what that report was about.
Yeah, the calls at turn 11, I don't know if that helps at
They
all.
weren't even side by side at turn 11. They were side by side through. Turn 10 is the right-hander. Is 11 the left-hander?
It is the left-hander. Yep.
Okay, they were side by side. I don't see any contact. I mean, the Pro Sport car's kind of in the way, but certainly that's not where a pass was made.
Well,
the chill-out car went deep into turn 10, and then they were side by side through 11, and the chill-out car came out ahead. Certainly nobody was disadvantaged.
Yeah, this is why it is under investigation. I'm intrigued by the fact they've gone straight to driver change required, but the investigation will settle any penalties, and they won't apply that 1 lap until they've had a chance to review the onboard footage from both of them.
Yeah, and that was the first lap after they went green, and then after that the 696 was way ahead, so that's the only time it really could have happened. So yeah, I don't see anything. We'll see if race control finds anything. MMR is now stopped, by the way, and has the safety team with them.
And that is turn at the exit of 7. We can actually see it out the window here.
Yeah,
that's we were on board with that.
Right off the side of the track.
Yeah, that's the car that's in the old hairpin.
Correct.
Coming down that long bend, if you're coming out the pits, your brakes have been hot. As you come out the pits and you come down there, the brakes tend to be way overheated. When you come down into that right-hand turn in the new, they call it safety pin, your brakes can suddenly go away from you, and you can pump like mad, and sometimes it don't work. So you can, the beauty of the safety pin is you can drive all the way down to the hairpin and get it slowed down enough to make a turn. Because your brakes are gone, you can't slow it down enough. You have to take the escape road and run into the tyres down there. But yeah, it's you're going pretty fast when you get down there, so it doesn't rely on a lot of braking.
No, that's a suspension failure. Joseph's queued up a replay here in the upper left corner of our monitor, and the car brakes just fine.
Mm-hmm.
It starts to turn right, and then just about the time he gets to the apex, the car just carries dead straight. Joseph, you wouldn't mind running that again, just for John up here? Yeah.
So as you come down that straight, the long bend, you get cars up in front that brake better than you there. He's into the brakes now. Did you lose them?
No, I think it's a suspension failure. You can see a little rattle in the car, and then it just stops turning and carries straight on.
Yeah, I was looking to see if there was maybe contact with somebody, if someone had sent it down the inside, but I really don't think so.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. He was very, very, basically up on that inside curve, about to get to the apex, and then it took off through the grass on him. They are sending an additional safety vehicle to accompany the flatbed, I assume, from the turn 6 area.
It's fine down there because he did turn across the hairpin. So next step is to come out where the safety pin pops out.
Yeah, safety is already with him on the live shot, the onboard.
Another one stopped here.
That'll be an ad, actually. Glad you brought that up. Joseph, are we there or thereabouts?
We are north of an hour and a half into the race, so I feel like it's ad time.
Let's take care of our commercial obligations here on DriverSeye Live. It's with thanks to Sentinel and Cooper Tires and, of course, Hagerty Motorsports, who power the World Racing League. Happy to have everybody's company this morning. We will be back with you from Sebring International Raceway in just a moment's time after these brief commercials.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at Sebring International Raceway for the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Thanks for joining us, everybody, around the internet, YouTube and Facebook, and of course around Sebring for the first time ever in the World Racing League. Really, really happy to have everybody. I'm Brendan Casimir, joined by John Dean up here in the broadcast booth. Happy to have John with us this morning. Dorsey Schrader joined us for a bit. Scott Michaels, JT Tammy with us, as well as Joseph Mudrock on production. Sounding slightly more human at the moment, Joseph.
Well, you know, we all go through changes, Brendan.
Yeah. I have observed several. But I have a point of clarification from the headman, RJ Tell. Turns out DC is not driver change. DC is delayed call. Right? So that is a delayed call from the turn 11, turn 10, turn 11 corner marshals.
So that will be pending some video review, I'm guessing.
Yes. Yeah. So that was they heard it. They heard us say driver change, and it sparked all kinds of discussion upstairs. Or, you know, we haven't even seen the video yet. Are we doing a driver change? It turns out it was a delayed call from turn 11. So if you, anybody, are reviewing the race control log available in the WRL app or on Google Sheets, that is what you are seeing there. And that'll just be reference the timing of the call in from the corner marshals. Hello to all the corner marshals out there, by the way.
So
thank you for being here.
Is it possible then that was an incident before the safety car?
Possible, but not likely, because I don't think those cars were together on track before the safety car.
Okay.
The question is now they're about to pull their Mustang back out somewhere in order to go. Are they going to go to a full course yellow to get the car?
They did
the pits over here. Or
they did. Yes.
Could always, yeah.
They also did. I was definitely here while they dragged the car from that position. It was on the other side of the track yesterday, but they just dragged it through the grass into the infield, no caution.
So that's an important detail, Scott, because yesterday JT and I saw at the very end of the race, the open throttle BMW pulled off to the left side, and they did bring a flatbed out under a full course yellow to go recover it. So this is the first time we've seen them from the old hairpin recover a car on a flatbed.
Yeah, I was going to say, the flatbed is on the racetrack now, so if they're ever going to throw a caution, they would have done it by now.
They'll just be
exactly.
They'll just be getting the white flag then, so slow-moving vehicle on track.
Very N24.
So unless
Captain, my captain.
Unless the driver over there in the tow rig is going to try and do a couple of laps to see if he can get faster. Maybe not. That was a joke. That was a joke.
No, they. I think they've actually pulled it in at turn 9 there.
It's over here. She cut. It's not in there. Yeah, they're okay.
Doing a lap of Green Park.
Yeah, he's going to come around and then drop in. There is an entrance right there. They'll come in.
Yeah, that's exactly what I saw them do yesterday. So nice work from the safety team.
Yeah, done a good job.
They're
Very good
doing
job. Really stellar job. Yeah.
Quite a bit of work down in the Green Park area at the moment. Not so much to the spectator areas, but it looks like they're paving portions of the club course pit lane, and that's also the IndyCar testing pit lane, which is probably where those requests have come from. There's a bunch of pavement that's been chopped up over there that I assume is going to be laid down before we get into the IndyCar winter testing season.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that track's very rough for the IndyCars. They really bump around.
And Dorsey had mentioned that earlier, and I didn't know this until years ago. I would always wonder, why would you test IndyCar? Why would you come here and run the club course? Like, that is just mind-boggling. But it's a perfect test bed for a street track.
Yeah, exactly. They're
perfect.
They learn how to set the cars up so they don't bounce all over the place.
Full course is much more interesting to us here, obviously.
Well, that's the beauty of this course, is you can actually cut it into 2 tracks, as Dorsey said earlier. So you can actually have 2 separate races on 2 separate tracks if you want to on that day. It doesn't usually happen.
Yeah.
But you can have a race and you can be testing on the other side. And the thing that people don't know about the Sebring track is that most weekends there's somebody out here doing something. You know, there's either club events. Chin Motorsports is one of the big ones. Or they've got a BMW club or a Porsche club, or then they've got the PBOC, which is Porsche and BMW together. They have the 6-hour races here, and they do a lot of testing as well. So tire tests, you know, Michelin comes out. It's amazing to see. You know, you think, well, after 12 hours Sebring, but there's nothing on there for a year, but that's not true. They're here all year round.
It's a busy place. It's a popular place as well. Against all the odds, it's a great facility. But kind of out in the middle of nowhere, 2 hours from
happy to see that it.
They almost didn't. Yeah, sorry.
I'm just happy to see that it didn't really appear to suffer too much damage from the hurricane that came through.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
No, and you know what? Over the years, we've seen tornadoes do more damage. They rip up parts of, you know, in the industrial park there. But I actually saw one actually took one of those bridges and lifted up, put it down the road. You know, just twisted up. So tornadoes do worse than hurricanes out here. But yeah, I mean, we had that one year that we had 3 in a row. For 6 weeks, we had every other week we had a hurricane here. So and you know, you kind of wonder if that's going to happen again. But surprisingly, everything seems to stay together around here.
I did notice it knocked over the big sign.
Yeah, it did knock the sign
on the way in, but that seemed to be about it.
That's about it. Yeah, they do. It does okay out here. But again, they got a good crew out here, but they'll be cleaned up in a day or so anyway. They get out here and really go to it.
Long lap from the GTR Motorsports Engineering BMW. I noticed they had been kind of closing in on managing the gap to the 505, let's say. Their lap times were similar enough. And then out of nowhere, a 229 from that GTR BMW M4.
I was actually going to make the point that they hadn't really kept up, but yeah, that 229 is particularly bad. But in general, they were 2 seconds or so slower than old-fashioned. So,
but it came all at once. Here is my point, where they were within 10 to 11 seconds, and all of a sudden it ballooned out to 20.
Interestingly, on that exact same lap, 505 lost 4 seconds to their regular lap.
Oh, interesting.
So,
you know what? That would have been the recovery lap.
That's you have a white flag and you get stuck behind. You have to. You know, you can overtake, but you definitely have to slow down to go around.
So, right, here specifically.
That's where you are, that will add seconds.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That makes sense.
The 505 will be losing the race lead due to a one-lap penalty.
Oh my gosh, pass under yellow. Did we not say under the full course yellow that pit stop errors and any one-lap penalty, regardless of where it comes from, will take you out of contention? You cannot afford the penalty, and they've done exactly that. Pass under yellow,
especially with the pace they have. It's just we were commenting on the fact that before the yellow, they seemed to have just settled in and were really making sure that they were just maintaining that 20-second gap because they had more than enough pace to hold it and be careful. As in front of the GTR 99, just saw a Porsche go off the track in turn 3. I think it was a pinnacle.
I'm going to say we saw the dust get kicked up here at turn 5, but that's basically all day. Just wrapped in a shroud of clay and dust.
It's easy to do as well.
But so that's surprising to see that they made that mistake, considering the lead they have and the pace they had.
It was at turn 12.
That was because the 83 Lexus had come to a stop.
So it wasn't related to the incident at all. It was that specific incident with the 83.
Yeah, the 83 had been having an issue there, and 505 came through passing somebody at the time.
Safety is with that car now as well. That'll be a drive off. I don't think that's a spin off. Not in that driver's left in turn 12 was a challenging place to accidentally go off.
Got the
yellow for the 721 as well.
I've got the bonnet out for the 107 in the pits, so that car looks to be in trouble.
Craftsman Auto Care BMW.
Sometimes what happens, you go under yellow and one of the cars is broken down or just barely running, they point you by. And you take that point by, you can still be deemed passing under yellow.
Yeah, or you could be starting to pass them on the right there, and maybe you just don't see the local yellow. Maybe it's hiding behind the sun or something like that, and it's...
It's possible.
It happens.
Joseph, did we get the turn 14 camera back? He's not here, but I assume that's a yes.
Yes.
I am here, but I was looking at other things.
Right. Oh. Iconic.
I noticed that yesterday. Anytime I was switching to a track view, it'd work for like 2 seconds, go gray for 5, and then come back.
Yeah.
It's like a quantum physics thing. It just, as soon as it's observed, it just goes away.
Yeah, that 14, 15, 16 is pretty neat because you're carrying full throttle all the way through until you get to 14. Then you can the car's trying to push to the right, and you want to get to the left to make the turn. And so what happens actually is you can actually make a pass down the right hand side and still make it through there very easily. And then you get down to 16, you can get a lot more speed there. So if you carry more speed in, you know what you think would be right, be to the left, so you can apex it right. But actually, if you apex in the center of the track, it works perfectly.
I assume when you were spending a lot more time here and working here, that 16 area of the track was not the same layout it is now. It was just that very long right-hand sweep.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I've driven this track the way it is.
Sure.
Yeah. The original track was very long out there, but when they came to the 6, they moved in, made it short to 4 point something miles. You could take 16 pretty much flat out.
Right.
You turn right and against the wall, and then just the car. And here's the problem: there was manhole covers, all sorts of stuff out there, and there were lines out there, and it looked like I'm making a box. And I used to try and set the car in the box. So as you come through 16, you're absolutely flat out. The car's bouncing around. And then you set in the box and you go all the way to the far edge of the track where the cows are. They're actually behind the fence, but they're there.
Yeah.
And then you go right down that side and then you come into 17. They also had a change at 17. At one point they had you went straight down, then you turned right at 90-degree right, and then 90-degree right again into 17. Now they went back to the original layout, which is just a big.
Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah, I know, because 17 is. 17 at the end of the race, 17 makes a huge difference. Someone's drafting, they get down there, the other guy wants to block him. The trick is to stay in the sideline and don't let the guy come inside you, because it's a long way around the outside. And so you can drag race. Usually there's drag race to the end, especially in the MX5 Cup. There literally goes down to like 6 inches.
Turn 17 is maybe my favorite place in the country to just watch race cars.
Yeah.
Here for the 12-hour, the prototypes turn in, past the flag station, and then they brake.
Yeah.
That is just a phenomenal amount of speed to carry into a 180-degree corner.
Yeah,
it's really, truly ridiculous. And then you throw the bumps into it, and it's
it reminds you. Oh, we've got a car off. Car into the tires here at turn 3.
Oh, big time. Yeah, turn 3, right underneath our trackside camera there, I think, Joseph. No, just outside of it.
Was it?
Sorry, which car?
I thought it looked like a dark purple Porsche.
We're going to get a number here on the race control log momentarily. They're updating something else. I don't have eyes on it from where we are. My guess is we're going to go full course yellow for this in a moment.
It's not the 421
like a pretty good
JT,
hit.
if that's what you were thinking.
What?
It's not the 421, which is the first thing that comes to my mind.
I was thinking the 983. Is the 983 the purple car?
I think...
So they were just called for a fueling infraction and would have been on their outlap.
Maybe the
if this were the case. Still waiting on an identity from race control here. That looked like a pretty good hit.
Oh,
from the
Janetta just spun. Janetta spun in front of us.
Oh yeah,
turn 3 in a yellow flag zone.
I think they just flagged it for the Ginetta.
No, the car is off.
Earlier. Okay,
Yeah.
So two of them. You know, it's funny. You can start going around. You're looking at the turn, and you don't really see the other car. And sometimes you can look there and get distracted and forget your own turn. You can slide off easily that way.
Remember, by the way, there are two Ginettas here, so I'm not entirely convinced that it's a 505 just yet. And we do go full course yellow.
Yeah. It was the white and orange Ginetta rather than the
094.
So we
actually got 3 Ginettas.
3, yeah. I was going to say Ludacris is here as well. But yeah, I think that was the CMZ Motorsports Ginetta.
Yeah, race control confirms it's the 094. Car in the wall has been identified as the 198 by race control.
Okay, so
that'll
that
be the
would
Stands
be
Racing.
Stands Racing, blue MX-5, I believe, in GP2.
Although it does have a very large rear wing on it, so I guess it could...
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So full course yellow number 3.
This completely saves the 505, who went from being in the lead to just ahead of the leader on the tail end of the lead lap, and now they're going to get to catch back up.
And
that's
just
a really good point, Scott.
Main lap. Yeah,
that is a really good point. I hadn't considered that they were still on the tail end of the lead lap by virtue of picking up that 1 lap penalty, but you're absolutely correct.
Real quick here, as we have a full course yellow, we're most likely going to see pit stops. I just want to remind teams, make sure the fire bottle is ready and those visors are down.
Hashtag visor down. I fear you may have been a couple of seconds too late there, although we have a couple of pit callers already. The 280 and the 979 are in. Now the 505 needs to stay out here. If you are the 505, you pit after you've caught the queue. Take your time.
Yeah. And I kind of think the same thing about Black Forest, who just pitted. I'm not sure that they're really close enough to the leader to be able to get away with this and not lose the lap.
I've got eyes out. The 505's in. Oof. Now this banks on nobody else pitting. I'm sorry, everybody else pitting.
Mm-hmm. And getting out ahead of them.
The safety car hasn't caught... The leader hasn't caught the safety car, have they?
Where is the safety car? That's
absolutely no idea.
Yeah, that'll be the question. If you're the 505 and you've been flat out for the lap trying to get out, so the 979 and the 280 have come and gone. The 986 is in. 401 stayed out, so the 505 is going to go a lap down to the round 3 car.
If I recall, the 505 is not the fastest pit stop.
No, it's close, but it's not quite there. 696 is in. 421 is in. So actually the Ginetta, the old-fashioned motorsports Ginetta, would have gotten away with this if the 401 had pitted, because everybody else has pitted as well. But that's not how this is all panned out.
Oh, the safety car's just entered the track at turn 3. I think.
Pick up the 401. Give me a moment, gents. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and there's the 696 going into turn 3. So
this full course yellow is allowing them all to catch up.
Those who don't hit and lose a lap, there's some interesting choices here.
See, the guys that's just in front of the pace car are getting a big advantage now. They can come right round.
Oh, actually, that can't have been the 696 going to turn 3 because apparently they're in the pits.
You know what happens a lot of times is when you can sit your car in the pits getting fuel.
Truck.
And when you come out, you observe, you stay out to the right on turn 1. Never touch the brakes until you get turn 2 is basically a little clink. It's flat. It's flat, a little kink, and then when you come into 3, that's your hard braking point. All of a sudden the brakes go to the floor, and that's when you crash. We saw a huge one time. BMW came off the track, went through the fence over there, and killed the driver. So everyone should remember to press the brakes before they come out. Thing is, they've made such an improvement in brakes lately is that the pads last for, you get the pads to last for 24 hours. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know how many drivers that are doing this kind of racing are, have gotten into the habit of feeling for a soft pedal, the same way.
Well, that's always that because because a lot of people here just that are not professional racers. They just weekend racers. They pay the way, but that's one thing to remember is because they can really get hot in the pits, and then when you get there, you've got no pedal. You have to pump it, and it's pretty late because when you go into 3, you're going pretty hard. Especially if you're trying to pass someone, you'll be passing on the left-hand side, when you get into the brakes there, you can have all sorts of trouble. So that's a place you really need to be careful. It's 3, 4, 5 area. And again, same thing happens going down into the hairpin early on.
Yeah, that just while we're talking about it, that doesn't seem to have happened to the car that's in the wall up at turn 3. It's been about 10 laps since they pitted.
Okay.
So, yeah, it might be more brain fade than brake fade into turn 3.
Yeah, because I mean, you're coming in there pretty fast, and you have to brake hard for 3. They call that the carousel area.
Yeah, keep in mind it is a Miata, so it's going to be a little bit later in the brake zone, which can add a bit more risk if you're either locking up or you're missing a mark.
They usually make it through there, though. Yeah, I mean the thing is, if they go off the track, a little bit off the track, then you lose traction in the sand, then it'll spin you right round.
I guess it's possible. I mean, are there any bumps in that braking zone that a Miata might hit that another car might not?
It's bumpy down in there, and it depends where you are, because when you usually want to be on the right side of the track, but if you're out braking someone, you're down in the left side of the track. So when you turn in, your car's in the wrong place to make it through the next turn. But again, here comes the pace car come by.
Yeah, I don't think there's any ABS on that car. So once you lock it, it's basically.
Well, and yes, one thing with the Miatas is with the ABS on them, all of a sudden you get a very, very hard pedal when something goes, and you get the same thing, you get no brake. I don't know what's causing that. It's something to do with the electronics do the braking there. But actually, instead of getting a soft pedal, you get a hard one. Yeah, and I can tell you, I've been through turn 1 with a serious hard pedal too. It's very, very difficult.
Yeah, turn 1 doesn't seem like a a place where you'd want to have any sort of braking issue at all.
No, you don't want to. Yeah, I saw my son one time trying to get through there. He always thought he'd get through the flat out. And I saw him, he would later and later and later, and then finally brakes lit up, maybe pink, they're barely on, and then you heard it squealing sliding across the track there. But yeah, that's a fast turn. You can get, some of the cars can turn up over 100 miles an hour through there. And it's bumpy, when you turn in against the track, it's forcing you around. And then, of course, if you miss it, you're out in the sand on the other side.
Car looks relatively okay, going by that preview image right there on the flatbed, so...
Yeah, it looked
hopefully
fine.
the drivers just,
Yeah, it's hard to speculate, isn't it? Maybe just ran out of gas.
You realized it too late, and got to turn around.
Missed cut off on the right.
Yeah. It's very annoying when you try and stretch it out and all of a sudden the car stops.
Did we make mention of the 401 having come into the pits on the second time round?
We have not.
No.
Yes. So that round 3 car has been in.
Same for the number 2, number 712 Pinnacle Motorsports and 511 Choice Racing, which should are back into the lead.
Brendan, if you've got the timing monitor site up,
been in here.
If you've got the actually, and you can see it on our timing tower here too, with the orange number plates denoting a pit lap.
Right.
GTO
on that lap. The rest of the field had been on the lap before.
But GTO basically as a whole is lit up with pit stops right now, so everyone's taking advantage of it at some point.
Yeah, in some ways this kind of nullifies the previous full course yellow, where we saw the split in strategy between the top half of the GTO field. Everybody who was in on the previous stop, on the previous full course yellow, has been in again, and obviously everybody who didn't come in last time has come in on schedule for their second pit stop.
By the way, we've got one of these issues where there's a GTO car stuck behind a GP3 car that isn't particularly interested with catching the field by the looks of things.
That's always a trouble. It's terrible.
If we go on board with 89X, they seem to be getting very frustrated with the orange BMW.
No,
You bet.
I think 89X is staying out.
I think
no, they've already been in.
No, they came in. They're out.
They've already pitted.
Yeah,
Okay.
they've.
Yeah.
I don't want to say they've lucked out here, but man, have they played this strategy well.
Yeah, there is nothing more aggravating than somebody's not going to run when you're trying to catch up the pack.
I can see Joseph queuing up evidence of an unfortunate incident in the pit lane where one of the Thunder Bunny mechanics came into contact with their own camera.
So we noticed
I hadn't
yesterday
noticed that. I just wanted to show you all.
We noticed yesterday that as soon as JT put it up on the program, like to send out to the internet, they fixed it. So they were watching and were like, "Oh, somebody bumped our camera. Let's fix it."
The driver just reached over, did it, gave us a thumbs up in a wave. It was hilarious. But now we've gone the green. He's not going to have time to fix the camera, unfortunately.
No, we're sunk.
He has
green flag waves again. It's the is that the 979 who's led us back to green of Black Forest? I think it was.
Yeah. See, so this is exactly what I was talking about, because they pitted as soon as they possibly could under the yellow flag, but were quite a long way behind the leader. They ended up getting trapped behind the safety car.
Exactly. So things have changed now, though. Once they come out onto the long bend area there,
So you've got to go.
Old-fashioned are in the same situation where they are most of the lap behind because they got trapped by the safety car.
Yeah, and that was complicated, obviously, by the penalty as well, because they should have been in that position in the first place. 696 is your race leader, about 10 cars deep in the queue, or what was the queue behind the safety car, and it's about a 10-second margin back to the 89X Camaro, who has cycled through into second after all of our GTO pit stops. I just said they had used the full course yellows to their strategic advantage, thinking that they were going to cycle back through in sixth, and they've actually cycled back through in the top two.
Well, they would have been closer, but again, that orange BMW never did catch the train. We got pretty close, but because they're only 9 seconds behind. But yeah, that's why they were getting so frustrated, because they were trying to chase down the leader under the yellow flag.
All of these little missteps and blunders that have kind of weeded out a few of the cars at the top, and it's left JTR basically out there alone. Right, Thunder Bunny hasn't really had the pace so far this morning. Their best lap is quite good, but on a consistent basis, they've been, in the back half of the top 10. The 401 is back and forth because they pitted on the second lap of the full course yellow after the field had already been bunched up behind the safety car. And GTR 99, not really through any fault of their own, at least as far as we could tell, is back in sixth. So it's really played into the hands of the JTR guys who, while they don't technically have clear track, don't have anybody in front of them position-wise at the moment. And everybody else is going to be playing catch-up to them, which is not a great place to be.
When you say 2 hours into a race that they're out on their own while the top 7 are split by 25 seconds, I'm not...
Yes, but you and I know, Scott, that's not quite... Everything is not as it seems there, because the JTR car is very, very quick. The round 3 car is quick, but it's going to take time to get back up through the field and through the traffic. And the TLM car, maybe not on the ultimate pace. The GTR 99 car is a little bit further back, hasn't really been on the JTR pace just yet. So it's not a position I would want to be in, chasing down JTR. That's for sure.
Yeah, the JTR don't have the 2 or 3 seconds a lap we've seen earlier this season, so I'm not worried about them having a 20-second lead over a few cars that are on best lap 1 second slower. If it was old-fashioned, who clearly have the pace on everyone, if they were 20 seconds ahead of the field, then yeah, I think I'd agree with you a little bit more. But as things are, I think we've just pretty much got to reset. We're going to wait for old-fashioned to try and gain back there most of the lap. But I think JTR 401 and GTR 99 are all... Actually, looking at GTR 99's fastest lap, it's surprisingly slow. But I think at Thunder Bunny, they're a low 2-minute 20 for their fastest lap. I think all of those cars are kind of... Let's see what happens. And actually, the car that I'm looking at that has I would say is in the best position right now is the Camaro, because it's going 10 laps longer on fuel, plus or minus a couple, versus almost anyone else in the class. So right now, we could almost consider them a pit stop ahead, because they're going to need, if it goes green, they're going to need to make one fewer pit stop than everyone else from now towards the end of the race.
Just don't forget there is a possibility that with 20 minutes to go, someone may have to stop and get fuel. So they may be trying to eke out this so they can get back on pace. Sometimes you say, okay, we're going to ease out now so we can get those extra few minutes because at the end of the race, we want to have fuel in the car.
Yeah, I mean, the 89X is picking up 15 to 20 minutes every stint.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's a real surprise that car is actually using, or it actually seems to have more fuel in it anyway. So
by the way, there's a Boxster going around with its bonnet up in front of the windscreen.
So that is the 197 Overnight Motorsports Porsche, third in GP3. It had been directly behind the 195. They've been running close together for last hour or so. But yeah, as reported, turn 8, the hood was flapping up.
Here it is.
It's completely covering. Yeah, there it is. Completely covering the windscreen. Well, obviously not completely, otherwise the driver wouldn't be going around the track. But yeah, it's not flapping. It's all the way up.
Well, that's a problem.
I believe, is that car the one in contention for the GP3 East? No, it's the 195.
Is there any reason with a Boxster that you would? Is that where the fuel cell is?
Fuel was at the front.
Okay, so they would raise that on each pit stop and then have to...
Unless they have a hole in there to pump through it, they lift it.
He's booking it down the back straight.
He can obviously see perfectly fine underneath it.
Maybe improved his aerodynamics. He's got downforce now.
Yeah, he's got great downforce for 17 now.
Yeah, it looks like a sprint car.
For a car without a rear wing, I'm not sure I'd want that amount of downforce in the front.
It's a it's a DIY chaparral, Scott. It's all it's all over the.
As if chaparrals weren't DIY themselves.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, this track, you do need aeros. Going down that back straight, you get up to speeds around 150 odd mile an hour. So when you're braking in, you want to have as much stick as you can.
The number 99 car is attacking the TLM Ruckus car at the moment. Who is that a pass for position on another Porsche?
That was a 983, so that's not for position.
These two cars are racing for 5th overall. Yes. The GTR 99 and the fluorescent yellow TLM Ruckus car. As they go around the outside of a big Mission Motorsport BMW into Tower. Quite similarly matched cars, but I have noticed the GTR 99 car, which for me is unusual. It seems to have less straight line speed than any other BMW I've seen in the race. Which in the past, certainly I remember at Daytona, I think they were the fastest BMW on the straight.
Again, depends how much downforce they put on the car, it can slow them down too. How much wing they got on them. Or they're just slow.
They seem to be keeping up reasonably well, actually catching in the slipstream on the TLM Ruckus car. It definitely, when they were racing one of the TBR, the Thunder Bunny cars earlier in the race, they were slower on the straight, but they've managed to make the pass by the looks of things on the inside in turn 17. Although he's left enough room on the outside that I imagine that TLM car is still there. We'll have to wait to see if they're side by side into turn 1. No, it looks like that pass is completed. So that's the GTR 99 BMW up into 5th place overall.
Yeah, talking about the decision to put more or less downforce on a car. That's one of the interesting things about the way WRL does their power to weight formula, right? Is you can put aftermarket modifications on a car, you can make changes, but they'll affect your power to weight. It's sort of a points-based BOP. So it's depending on the circuit, you wouldn't necessarily take the same package here that you might up the road to Daytona.
Yeah, the thing though is the wing's on there, but they can change the rake angle, can't they? Try and put more downforce on the back of the car, and effectively it slows the car down. This course it's weird. You want downforce in 17, you want it on 1, you want it down into the hairpin or safety pin, and then you'd rather not have it the rest of the way around.
The freedom to play with suspension is actually interesting. We spoke to somebody, and blanking on who exactly it was. We spoke to somebody a few races ago who mentioned that actually you can run a GT4 car here lower than you can in IMSA Pilot Challenge because they're regulated to a certain high ride height. Yeah. And so you go ahead. Yeah.
Well, the thing about the Porsches there is they have a kind of a flat floor. They have panels underneath that makes a flat floor. So if you change the rake angle, i.e. the front higher than the back, you can create squish. Perhaps the air comes in underneath the car at one speed, but it comes out. It opens up as it comes out, and it creates a downforce on the car. So rather than need the wing, you can change the brake angle of the car. I don't know if they've got a rule that says you can't be more than 1 inch. Most of them do.
Yeah, there'll be a minimum ride height up. They don't measure ride height here, even static ride height. It's not.
I'm saying if you change
the tech process.
So if you lift the back of the car up more than an inch and a half high, you actually get a little squish underneath, and it creates a downforce on the bottom of the car. Now some of these cars don't have that, but the Porsches have a full panel up underneath them, so it enables you to use the flat floor as a downforce aid. So
Like
BMW's going to have that.
Yeah,
I'd like to thank Thunder Bunny Racing for informing their driver of the camera issue, because he's now, while out racing, has fixed the camera position.
Legend.
What a guy.
Told you guys.
Yeah.
By the way, we did not. Go ahead, Joe.
I was just gonna say I would be curious to know how many teams actually do take advantage of, you know, that basically what turns into a full body diffuser by playing with the rake angle at this level.
Yeah, well, I say it depends. It depends if the cars come with it. Now, the Porsches do. They have a full underbody panels. If you don't have them, it's not going to help.
Right.
So you know,
we have not mentioned our championship just yet this morning. Is that correct?
I haven't even looked at how. Usually, we're pretty good about getting results up for the Saturday race, so we should be able to see how things have changed. Hey, all right.
It's up now. Yeah. So I hadn't really jumped into the drop situation yet. But going into yesterday, the 421 from Thunder Bunny held a 5-point lead over JTR Motorsports Engineering with actual scores as drops. Everything that JTR had dropped, and you get 3. Sorry, you get 4. Everything that JTR had dropped was a 0. So yesterday for JTR, points were points. And as a result of that, they've gone from being 5 points in arrears of Thunder Bunny to being 4 points to the good. So in our penultimate race, we've had a change for the GTO East Championship, and now Thunder Bunny is essentially going to be playing catch-up, and is going to need a score to replace one of their 0 points finishes from earlier this year, which means that you've got to outscore JTR by at least 5 points here, which will be a challenge, and we'll dive into the details on that a little bit later on. But it is something to watch through the rest of the afternoon to see exactly where JTR slots in through the changes and different phases of our race.
Yeah, I don't know
how well the 421 is able to hang on.
I don't know if we've established this, but round 3 with the results from yesterday have clinched GP1 East, so that's settled.
Yeah, we didn't address that, but it is correct. Also, GP2 is sewn up as well.
Yeah, and that would be the case regardless of whether or not the 348 were running today, which
well, but it was the 0 score yesterday that kind of put them behind the 8 ball there.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, even if that car had been prepared for today,
right?
They're not running today, and but there's no implication to that in particular.
Yeah.
There's, as you say correctly, there's very much implications to the accident that they were involved in yesterday.
GP3 is still open.
GP3 is still open.
Yeah, that's round 3 racing 605 and the 195 from overnight, which is why I emphasized that the car with its hood up earlier was a 197.
Yeah.
It's not the car that's in contention for the championship at the moment, although it does still sit 3rd.
Yeah, it's out of the running. It's mathematically eliminated. The 197 is. So the 195 is the one where you'd better break out the duct tape for.
Contact noted somewhere around the circuit between the 362 and the 770. No corner is listed there. Also, a spin and continue from the 505 at turn 16.
Yes, that's what I was about to mention. They just had a very slow lap, and spin and continue is that's not a quick one. They lost 25 seconds on that.
Oh wow!
And they had lost. They haven't been quick at all since the restart. Absolutely, and the last lap there also wasn't quick. 2:27, so that's 10 seconds away from their fastest lap. I don't know if they've put a very inexperienced driver in, speculating, but yeah, that car is definitely not running around with the pace or consistency it had before that last pit stop. We've also got the 7 to do in the pits, and that's a lead lap car. That won't be scheduled because I think they just pitted under yellow.
The thing is, when you spin a car, when you spin it, you tend to flat spot the tyres, and the flat spot is pretty scary. It starts by bumping. You know, you get a bump and bad vibration, and after so many laps it bursts. So you have to change it. A slick probably wouldn't go more than 3 or 4 laps with a flat spot on it. These aren't slick, but they can still run with, running with those tyres.
I do wonder how susceptible these DOT tyres are to flat spots.
Yeah, I don't know what are they supposed to be at 300 tread wear? 200, okay. Yep. You can get those ones like for STCA that are DOT, but they're like a 0 wear ratio. So it doesn't matter if it's 200, you're going to flat spot it. And as I say, it's weird. You think the flat spot will roll out, but it doesn't. It gets steadily worse. Every time that rolls on the flat spot, a little bit more, it gets a little bit more, and it gets flatter and flatter, until eventually it could burst the tyre. So it's
I guess that's the other side of the coin. They might not be quite as susceptible as slicks to flat spots. When you get one, these tyres don't wear, so it's going to be there forever.
Yeah, well, I'd say it will wear. They will wear when they got flat spots on. You know,
I think we
depending how bad they are.
But we did see this year, and I'm trying to remember where it was. There was, on a rare occasion, a car picked up a flat spot, and once it had it took some doing, but once it had it, it was basically every lap locking up into the braking zones. That inside front tire. You know what, Scott? It absolutely was. It was high planes. It was
one of the Porsches at the end of the back straight, wasn't it?
Yep. And it was every lap. Once it started, that was it. And I don't remember if it ended up finally letting go or if they came in and changed it, but you're 100% correct. Now, the GTO cars would be a little bit less susceptible to that, obviously, because most of them have ABS, particularly the GT4 cars.
Because when they spin, that doesn't matter.
No, exactly. But if it starts by locking up an inside front tire or something like that, braking zone at turn 7 is a good example of that, or into 17, then once that process starts, it just snowballs until you make a change.
Yeah, the ABS, most places, you'd kind of beat it, but come into that back section there, the ABS will gain you half a second a lap just by the fact that when you brake, you aren't locking the tyres up. You can lock up quite a bit, you unload the tyre and then it locks, whereas with ABS it doesn't.
We've got 3 cars all with onboard cameras closing in on each other for 3rd overall. So 89X Motorsports has the 421 Thunder Bunny BMW not BMW. That's a Porsche. I always get those two mixed up. The Thunder Bunny Porsche and the GTR 99 BMW are both capturing the 89X Camaro. So we should be getting quite a nice battle between 3 cars, hopefully with nice synced up onboard cameras.
I don't know why that's even in your head.
Yeah, I know. The 89X Camaro just almost ran over the Cayman it's trying to lap at the moment into the tower corner, so that's not going to help. I actually do think 89X and 421 have quite nicely synced up cameras. I think GTR 99 is a little bit out, actually ahead of them, both those things. But anyway,
jumped on board with that number 421 here.
So yeah, this is a lapped Cayman in front of us. 2 lapped Caymans in front of us, and then I think it's the Camaro, the next car up the road, as it's overtaken. Not overtaken, because that's what the straight line speed difference looks like between a GTO car and a GTU car. But yeah, rare sighting of the Stratus 58 car.
They've just come across start finish here in front of us. And gap's roughly the same. If anything, 99 is catching the 421, although they're all working through a little bit of traffic at the moment.
Yeah, we can see this whole thing happening from the 99s on board, which is, as usual, very good quality. Again, the 58 tries to draw alongside on the way out of the corner and then just gets completely left for dead as we get into the higher gears down the straight.
Meatball flag for the third place GP3 car, 585 from AOA Motorsports.
Yeah, they've been off the pace a little bit already. It was listed as smoking out on track, but I followed it around for a little bit and I didn't see any evidence of it. So, must be situation specific, but obviously they've decided it was significant enough to warrant a meatball flag and a mandatory pit stop.
For those that don't know what a meatball is, it's a black flag with a red spot in the middle, and it means you've got a mechanical problem. You have to come in.
Right, some type of potential safety issue. Oftentimes it can be smoking, dropping fluid, or something like a loose bumper.
Yeah, that's what they call it mechanical.
Yep.
And the black flag, of course, means you've got to come in anyway, and that's a different thing altogether.
And that's one of the few Americanisms I will accept, because I find calling it the meatball flag very funny.
Yes, okay.
It's descriptive and accurate.
You know, we also call the white flag a white flag, and we call the yellow flag a yellow flag, and the green flag a green flag. So, you know, it's pretty amazing how it's funny how we've managed to teach the American how to speak some of it.
What do you call the red and yellow flag?
The red and yellow flag?
Yeah, what do you call that one?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Call it debris.
Yeah, that one has about 4 different names, I think.
Yeah. The one that really bugs me is John Heidoff insists on calling it a slippery surface flag.
Yeah.
It's not. It's a surface flag. It could be debris, hard debris. It could be sand.
Brendan is a recovering track marshal,
surface.
Yes.
and that's why he's on this tear.
Anything could be debris. Could be so a lot of times it's sand.
Slippery.
Yes, slippery.
It doesn't mean slippery. It just means there's something on the track.
It will be slippery though if you've got sand on the track, if you're getting the braking, but much more so with oil.
For my next track, let me talk about pace cars versus Coke 60.
Sorry, back to the battle we were looking at. I hadn't noticed, but the TLM Ruckus car had followed the GTR 99 up to the back of 89X and Thunder Bunny, and actually the TLM car just made a better job of traffic and got past the 99 again. That has literally just redressed itself, with 99 making the pass into turn 17. But it's really a 4-way fight for third place. And actually, the number 2 Tangerine Associates car is right there as well. Tangerine Associates usually have an onboard, but I haven't been able to find it today.
No, not this weekend. I was going to make mention of the TLM Ruckus car, but I figured they had dropped behind that battle for the most part, and it was probably not relevant because they were lapping more slowly. The 99 got really badly held up on that lap. 229.
Okay, so that's why they got in.
Yes. Also worth noting, there's a car off at turn 16. A spin driver's left for the 094 Ginetta. Is off in the grass there, just past the exit curb, or just at the exit curb.
Yeah, so the GTR 99 had a 229 on that lap, and the number 2 Tangerine Associates car, a couple of places behind, did a 224. So that's why those 3 cars have all come together. Everyone was slow, because Thunder Bunny did a 227. So there's obviously just a big conglomeration of traffic.
Yeah, it's worked out for the 89X, who's managed to escape that trio a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because things change when they change drivers. Some drivers are faster than others.
Yeah.
And certainly in the guys that are running for the championship, they've got the pro drivers in it. But the other ones that aren't running with like Pinnacle, they've got pro drivers. My son's a pro driver, but they've got amateurs, and those guys spend their time on the track. So that's a totally different deal. They come out to enjoy racing, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, we've talked a few times on DriversEye Live with the World Racing League about balancing the amateur and the paying rental driving with the pro drivers that you bring in or are there to coach or whatever, right? And some teams
spin. There's a car broadside in the middle of the track, just before Le Mans corner.
That is the number 721. Yep, already listed in the race control log. But how you balance the pros and the amateurs with driving time, who's paying for the seats, who's not, and as your son mentioned to us this morning offline, oftentimes it's the pros who give up the time to the paying amateurs who already given up their money for the seat time. So some will balance that very effectively and try and use it to keep strategy in mind. Others are very rigid about it. Say, nope, you paid for 2 hours, you're getting your ticket.
Exactly. Yeah, you paid your way you go. Unless you want to give it up. You're close at the end, you want to get the fast guy in there.
Yeah, exactly.
That car's still there,
fast guys.
Right on it's on our trackside camera.
The turn 15 camera. Yeah, the MER onboard that we've got up at the moment is about to come up to that portion of the track. But
this camera is quite a long way behind, but that car's been sat there for a good 30 seconds.
It's not a great place to be stopped there.
It was completely on its own and just spun basically on that curb on the left by the looks of things.
The very interesting thing there is that would have been under yellow for the incident or the spin at turn 16 as well.
Huh.
Or approaching a yellow flag anyway.
Are we sure that that's not
full course yellow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not surprising. It's not the car at 16, Joseph. They're separate things.
Okay.
Yeah, but over back there, it does go, you're flat out. You come through kink up there flat out. I mean, you go in, there's a big bump. And if you're too far, if you get far over to the right, that bump lifts your car in the air. And that's when you spin out towards the wall in the 14, 15 area.
Yeah, this one's in the left-hander between 15 and 16, which is an odd place to be.
That's what's happening as you're coming, the car jumps and you can roll into the wall or go the other side. Yeah, go anyway. Yeah, so you really don't want to hit that.
While that car is clearly right on the racing line, at least the one thing you can say about that corner is it's not blind.
That's
very true.
There's visibility for days there. So.
And it's not like there's no escape, right? You've got room on the backside of the curb to the left if you really need it.
Yeah, there's the rest of the literal runway that you can take to.
Yeah, it gets pretty wide.
Although if you're following another car in there, it does become quite. If that car jinks out the way the last second, that's very true.
The yellow at 15 should be obvious enough that you shouldn't be ducking out.
No,
try and pass anybody.
It's all flat out on there, and so it does. You get to the point your car can't come to the left to turn right, and so you run down the middle there, down to the right hand side there, and that's where the car's gone off. But you didn't go off there; it went off further back.
Yeah.
So
this will bunch the front of the field up again.
Yeah. We have the chill out on board, but the car has stopped.
No, that car is off track as well, Scott. That is stopped because he's stopped.
Yeah.
On the way to turn 10.
Yeah. It's just curious that it seems like we can't run that onboard and the car at the same time because this is the first I've seen of this onboard today. But
it's been in and out.
I don't know if you all can hear that onboard audio. He reported to the marshal that I think it sounded like he said he'd lost the water pump and the oil pump and he was dumping a ton of fluid.
Oh.
Not good.
It's all happening.
That one hasn't made it into the race control log yet. But
because there's two other things.
Point being there, that fluid is not the reason we've gone full course yellow. That'll be for the car, I think, at 15.
I think that's right.
And this is coincidental time-wise. Now, it means we could be extending our full course yellow here, not just to facilitate recovery of that car, but if we've got track cleanup to do, a bunch of kitty litter to put down, we'll need to do that. And that looks like in the run to turn 10. Oh, the track map confirms that. How very convenient.
GTR 99 is pitted, by the way, and I don't think anyone's caught the safety car yet. So again, that's risky.
Yes, especially because as far as I can tell, they're the only ones who have pitted.
Yeah, and also, like this brings up what happened last time where a bunch of cars got trapped right at the end of the lead lap. I wonder if any of them managed to stay ahead of JTR and are now going to benefit from that.
They've already come out.
The passenger mirror for the chill-out car is inside the vehicle. I'm wondering if that was from the possible contact earlier.
Yeah, contact with the 696. That would make sense to me.
Yeah, they got knocked in. It's because it's got wires on it, so it's knocked it in there. So hang on the wires. Yeah.
If you're going to reconstruct that contact mentally, it sounds like the 696 maybe went up the inside at 10 or the outside at 11, and they made kind of a hip check at the left-hander at 11, and it would have folded that mirror inside the passenger door on the chill-out Miata MX-5. Sorry.
It's the same thing. We're not offended.
Are you not? Because I kind of assume that Miata owners are offended if you call or MX-5 owners are offended if you call an NC or an ND a Miata.
Yeah.
Well, the ND's okay. The NC, give or take.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the ND's definitely MX-5, but this one with the little white one down there on 167. That sounds good when it comes by with the V8 engine in it.
It's the 404.
Oh, 404.
Has the V8. Well, and that's the one on the back of the tow rope right now.
Okay. Well, it's one of those.
Nice.
You wonder if you shove a V8 in a car that's restrictive. One wonders if it's going to make it through the races. I guess they do, but you can break gearboxes and rear ends pretty fast. Unless they have to change all that drivetrain. I know they're using the Ford 9-inch out of the Thunderbirds, which have independent rear suspension. They use that diff. They've got things made to bolt them up through there now. But,
oh, wow.
Yeah, but you have to have that whole drivetrain if you're going to run it. And of course, obviously, you want to run an LS engine because it's lighter and more powerful.
Yeah, we had an issue with the Screaming Goat BMW, who also put an LS engine in the front of their car that had, was it a drive shaft or axle failure yesterday morning, I believe?
I don't know they confirmed what the part was, just that they didn't have a replacement.
But it was something in the drivetrain.
Yeah, you can break it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. Coming out of turn 7, just had some type of failure over there.
I have answers to the questions I was asking. None of the cars that were on the tail end of the lead lap managed to stay on the lead lap. JTR passed all of them. But now JTR is in the pits. So many of those cars, I think, are going to end up back on the tail end of the lead lap. So again, they still won't get to catch up.
Yeah, except there's no wave around. So
Kingpin decided to get anyway.
JTR drivers getting a little peeved at the Porsche not going too quick right now. We can see a bit of communication, hand signals from the Porsche ahead on the front straight.
Yeah, that issue extends about 4 or 5 cars further up, I think, behind the Craftsman AutoCare BMW is kind of the lead of that train. Now, for GTR 99, it's actually worked out fairly well because the 696 is pitted, but we've now basically got most of the leaders in GTO trapped up or stacked up behind the 696. The 401 is in there, having pitted, not pitted under this yellow, I'm sorry. No, they've actually just been in. So they've made a stop. The 99 has cycled through basically right behind the 401. And I think the Kingpin car is in there as well, though I can't confirm that.
It should be noted, the 605 of Round 3 Racing, our GT3 leader, has received a warning for drip pan not being in place during their refueling. They have nearly a full lap on the GP3 field. So they kind of need to be careful with this, otherwise they'll actually have a race for the lead.
Yeah, we haven't really, I mean, this is our fourth full course yellow, so we really haven't, dived into the how these yellows have affected the production classes. Frequently, they do get split up by safety cars. You can end up, on the tail end or a full lap down as a result of where the leader is, reference you and your own class leader. When the yellow comes out and how the safety car picks the field up, that's just the nature of multi-class racing, unfortunately. But it looks like we've got something like a full lap lead for the 44 in GP1. It's PC Racing BMW. Something around a full lap for the Harrison Motorsports number 64 in GP2 as well. And then, as you've just mentioned, JT, up near a lap for the 605, reference the 195 from Overnight Motorsports.
Yeah, PC Racing, they were running a bit quicker than the 701 for quite a while there. I believe previously it was about a 30-second gap.
Am I right in saying the 89X is going to cycle through to the lead here?
I think so.
With the 172 from TLM Ruckus.
I don't see why that wouldn't be the case.
Second. So the question to me is, where's the 89X?
It is going into 1017 on its onboard camera anyway.
Okay, it was more, what's the margin going to be like back to, oh, he's pitted. The 172's come through.
Yeah. On his onboard, yeah, he's just pulling off to the right now. Why you wouldn't have done that last lap, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a little error there. Now, it's not of major consequence, but it would have been nice to come in and... they weren't in danger of going a lap down, were they?
No, not at all.
The 696? Yeah, so... No. I would have been in the last lap. I agree with you, Scott. Although, at this point, all you're going to be giving up is track position. And let's be honest, if you're resetting yourself fuel mileage wise or fuel strategy wise relative to the rest of the field, and you know you have that in hand, stay on the lead lap. Like, don't ever let that be a question.
Yeah, that really wasn't a danger, and they're giving up track position but also actual race positions because they were running second. They're already down to 8th because everyone behind them pitted.
Right.
So it's going to end up, and that's going to turn into quite, because like everyone pitted last lap.
Yeah.
That's going to turn into quite a lot of time. It's not just track.
And they don't have the ultimate pace. They're not capable of the 19s and the 20s that the rest of the GTO field is. Their best lap is the 222.3.
You can very quickly lose an entire pit stop's worth of time just getting stuck in traffic on a restart that you didn't have to. So, yeah.
But I think if you are playing it conservative and you're not all in on strategy at the moment, stay on the lead lap, be smart, and, now that you're back out on track, just do whatever you can to not hemorrhage that time as you go through the field.
If you guys have audio...
Yeah.
If you guys have audio on this 979, it's very interesting because he's actually doing the NASCAR thing of throwing it into neutral and coasting it right now. He's completely off throttle and out of gear.
Yeah, saving some fuel.
Yeah.
I've got an accordion effect down here at turn 7.
Yeah.
A lot of speeding up and slowing down.
The Camara's now got to the back of the pack, but there's a big pack. I must shout out to Pinnacle Motorsports. I'm on their crew, so I'm going to start on going back down to see them in a few moments. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You are you crewing or are you just general support?
I'm going to support them. Nice. And it depends where they are. I might support them or I might just walk off and discuss. Usually it's the latter.
They've had an interesting season. Has John been with them through the rest of the season?
Yeah, they were on pole one time. That's when John was driving.
Oh, is that right?
And he pulled up a 54-second lead, and then did full course yellow and pulled out 27 seconds before he turned over.
I'm trying to remember. Was it Mid Ohio? They were really, really quick in the wet.
Well,
at least in GTO.
Yeah.
I say the wet. That was the snow.
That would be John.
I don't really remember if that's how. I don't know, but there was definitely a weekend where they were just quick. And there's a really good chance that was John.
Yeah, John can get on pole. And again, this track's perfect for him. It's where he grew up. If we put him in cars here, he used to race go-karts before, but we actually started him racing right here at this track.
Yeah, you told me it was a BMW 2002.
BMW 2002, yes. We had a fantastic fun. We had a setup where you went and qualified the car, and then they said how many seconds you'd have to add. So like my car had to add like 3.5 minutes, so I had to come in and stop for 3.5 minutes.
Oh, interesting.
He had to stop and go in the BMW. And right at the end of the race, he was going into 17, his brakes ran out. He'd have won the race, he lost his brakes, so.
Green flag at start-finish here. The field sends it off into turn number 1 once again. And our first look at what the current running order is going to be. We knew it was going to be the 172 from TLM Ruckus Racing, that BMW M2 Club Sport out in front by virtue of not pitting under the last full course yellow. And then the 696 back there in second. So TLM kind of out on an island at the moment with that number 172, at least in terms of fuel strategy. And I suspect it won't be terribly long before that 696 is right up there with him. Indeed, the M4 of JTR Motorsports Engineering picking through a lot of the slower class traffic already. 421 from Thunder Buddy up into third. So there's your championship battle for GTO in the Eastern Championship, right there in second and third. Not quite together on track, but not so far apart. The black and purple Porsche Cayman. The 401 from round 3 racing sits in 4th. It's the Hagerty sponsored BMW M4, and then the GTR 99 back in 5th, all within 10 seconds of each other at the restart. A good run for the number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates in 6th at the moment, and right in that lead group, the 511 from Choice Racing in 7th, and the lead lap rounded out by that 89X Camaro. I guess I can say, I don't know if it's a fan favorite because I haven't talked to anybody, but we also haven't had fans before, so this is data collected purely on this weekend.
That's it. They'll be all at the dealership tomorrow buying them.
We were the fans.
Yeah.
However, whichever of us was on site was the fan. So fan favorite was just a personal opinion.
Yeah. But like I said, today I called all my friends and told them not to call me, and she said okay.
Just have them right into the broadcast.
I'm not sure my wife is a fan, but you have them right in there.
2 hours, 44 minutes gone. Just coming up to the end of the third hour of racing. 5 and a bit hours to go. Race 2, our Sunday race from Sebring International Raceway, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Very happy to have your company, whether you're joining us here at Sebring, you've been camping for the weekend and you're headed home tonight, or you're joining us as we have been through all but one race this year, live on YouTube and Facebook.
Despite my best efforts.
Yeah, Facebook was a little bit recalcitrant this morning as well. I haven't I'm not even sure Facebook has figured out the live event setup ahead of time. It wouldn't let me send it live this morning despite me telling it to automatically send it live. So I just reset the page and got it going. But it took a little bit.
Just wait 2 hours from the start, and then you won't have to do the mid-race reset.
No, I did realize that as I was doing it. I was like, you know what? We're gonna get the checkered flag in this one.
Oh, do what NBC does sometimes, and they'll just be like, "Oh, let's join this race 3 hours in. Why not?"
Yeah. We are. Well, we're basically the peacock of the WRL. But
sure. Today my job was to sound like a sick giant.
I'm sorry, I'm going to dash off now, but I certainly appreciate spending a few hours with you guys.
John,
good luck for the rest of the time.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us. John Dean, the voice of the 12 Hours of Sebring for a handful of decades. 21 years.
Thanks John, for your time and your input.
Joining us back in the booth for, I don't know how long it's been since he was up here, but you can tell he was really relishing the opportunity. That's not a joke.
I didn't think that it was.
He and Dorsey got on like a house on fire, man. Loving it this morning. And if you're at all into any type of like racing, reminiscing, or historic aspects of racing, that was your opportunity there. Delved right in. Really cool to hear some of the stories of the years gone by. Dorsey's upstairs in race control. He'll hopefully be with us a little bit later on today.
He got bored. He doesn't want to talk to us anymore.
Yeah, that's fair. RJ needed him for a special assignment. But anyway, you're back with the DriversEye Live crew, the OG.
Yeah. It's a much more straightforward race today, thankfully.
No, and I finally feel like we've actually been able to follow this one. It's not segmented, it's not broken up. We have some semblance of a predictable strategy and a predictable rotation. Okay, yes, the yellow flags are
Look at that dive for the 511 on the inside of the 2.
Nice.
But at least we can kind of predict when it makes sense to pit and when it doesn't, who should take advantage of things, who shouldn't. And we didn't have that at all yesterday. Even after you left, it never really developed in that way.
Okay. I was gonna say I'm glad I missed it, but I'm actually kind of not, because I think you guys got the meat of the race.
We did, but again, that's very, very relative.
Yeah. No, this is a much more understandable race, I think.
Yeah. And it's been a good one. I mean,
Yeah, especially in the sort of the middle of the points paying positions in GTO, it really hasn't ever let up.
No, and so frequently what we have that breaks the GTO field apart, any field apart really, but especially GTO because they aren't as adversely affected by full course yellows as the lower classes are, just by virtue of having the overall leader in that bunch. The unforced errors, right? The pit stop mistakes, the passes under yellow, the aggressive driving, you know, all those little things have the tendency to break up the battles that we get in GTO and thin the field out to really maybe 4 or 5 cars on the lead lap. That really hasn't happened, with the exception of the Ginetta. Everybody's been fairly well behaved today. That 505 just picked up that full course yellow, I'm sorry, the passing under yellow penalty. And that kind of did them in. For the most part, everybody else has played strategy well. They've made, you know, pretty good decisions in terms of both on track, you know, passing and lapping and decision making, and strategy related as well. And it's given us a really good bunch here right at the top, despite being 3 hours into this one. Lead has changed hands, if we hadn't already pointed that out. 696 has gotten past the 172 from KLM Ruckus.
Yeah, let's take that opportunity to talk about championship points a little bit more. So, GTO in the East is between the 696 and the 421 at this point. Everybody else has been mathematically eliminated. Maximum of 13 points on offer today. And JTR has 4 points on Thunder Bunny. And they're in a similar situation to what you described yesterday, Brendan, where their drops are going to be 0-point days. So, and actually, is that still true? Or have... Ooh, felt like we lost a little bit of power here on the 167.
I've been enjoying watching that thing go through turn 1.
I think you're right, Joseph. Sorry, you're right. They're barely accelerating through 70 miles an hour here, and they're going to keep it to drivers right through turn 9. Well,
might be all right. Maybe we just upshifted a little early.
Yeah.
No, something doesn't feel quite right here.
No, even in an MX-5, you'd expect it to have a little bit more pace than this.
Yeah, it's not downshifting, it seems.
You can hear a little bit of rattling, actually, when he goes for a gear change. I wonder if that's a gearbox failure.
It feels like it. If they're not shifting at all, and it's really bogging down coming out of the corners,
not a gear there.
I can't hear it.
Okay, whatever the issue was, JT, I think you had it right. For whatever reason, he was choosing to not shift. I don't know if there was an issue that he was trying to be conscious of, or... Certainly, if it is Connor Zillich in the car, he knows how to shift a gear. So...
Yeah.
Oh, that's stuck. That's not shifting up. Now he's got a gear. Wow, that is really unusual.
Yeah, and it didn't accelerate down the middle part of the back straight. He ticked up towards 90 miles an hour and then it dropped again.
Well, yeah, you can hear it where he's trying to get it in gear and it's just not. He's getting nothing.
Yeah, I can't hear. Yeah. I can't hear things here, like I said, because I'm feeding the PA audio at the moment.
Yeah. Nah, send the car noise over the PA. It'll be fun.
I've already had complaints of hissing this morning, so now that we've got that resolved.
Yeah, it's a fun onboard to watch when the gear shifts take. There's a lot of sawn at the wheel. It's a very active pair of hands.
And we don't always get a lot of buy-in in these onboards from lower class teams. Northloop's been very, very good over the course of the season. It's nice to have one from BSI today. We do get the occasional GP1. Well, Moorhead is always very, very good as well, but they obviously had their failure yesterday and did not return. It's not from the 421, guys. Thunder Bunny Porsche Cayman is in, and I don't believe that is a scheduled stop.
So,
In fact, I'm certain it's not. It's only been since the full course yellow.
It just said PSM fail at the very end, but I didn't see limp mode come on.
All right, turn the key on.
Yeah, we're going full course yellow. There's a reported heavy contact, heavy impact in 17.
Okay, that'll be driver's left again. Let's see. Well, our trackside has a waving flag there at turn 17, which means we jump on board the 469 from Murr.
Might be good news for BSI. They can bring the car in.
Oh, is that behind the barrier?
No, I think it's just moved the... Remember, the barriers here are kind of offset. The first row.
No, but that's what I mean. It looks like it's either missed the end of that barrier or it's pushed it so far back that it appears to be behind where the barrier would have otherwise been placed.
Maybe.
It's hard to tell because the onboard camera is not the best quality, but pausing it shows it looks like a silverish car that's pushed the blue tire barrier.
I'm missing the 362.
Okay. 421, by the way, just a message from I assume it's Mark. Text, but I don't know that for sure. They lost the even gears.
Huh.
It's very NASCAR 2003 of them.
Yeah. It's been done.
It's a very random gearbox failure. But they believe it to be a transmission issue now, which makes a lot of sense. But that's a very specific sort of sequenced issue to have.
Race control also is identifying the car in the wall as the 362 for the moment.
And silver makes sense there. That is a sort of reflective silver, magenta, blue.
BMW.
Yeah, BMW. They're actually pitted right below me here.
Hopefully the driver's okay, because that can be quite high speed there.
Yeah, I think part of the reason it looked a little unusual, Brendan, is because it looks like the car's gone nose first into the tires there.
I wonder if there's a brake failure or something to that extent there, because I can't think of too many reasons you'd go straight off, or maybe suspension failure, but going straight off there at 17 is kind of an odd one.
Yeah,
or
maybe you have a faster car go up the inside and you don't quite clock it in time and you get moved off the line. I don't know.
There's no contact noted there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, sometimes it doesn't even take contact. You're right, Joseph. Sometimes it can just be somebody dives up the inside, you get spooked, it pushes you out wide. Now, it's a forgiving entry despite its unforgiving nature in the middle of the corner and the exit. But that entry is wide enough to facilitate a few cars, but if you're out of position and, more importantly, off timing with braking, shifting, and turning, then you could very easily end up that far off. Nose first is just kind of an odd attitude to end up, in that position. Safety team being dispatched from the pit lane here. Sending a couple of them out, actually. Another one on its way down into turn number 7. Now, assuming that everybody is okay here, and obviously we'll get confirmation of that in due course, but the movement of those barriers is more than likely going to require a forklift.
Which has already been mobilized.
Yeah, this is going to take us a little bit of time here, I think.
Alright, so once again, nail those pit stops, folks. Fire bottle, visor, let's do this.
Yeah, a lot of teams will be on their first warning already. Some of them are picking up lap penalties for pit infractions. It is just it's one of those things. I think, Brendan, you referred to it as having a joker yet to play. When you cop that warning for your first pit stop infraction, well, that cushion kind of goes away for you.
Yeah, ideally you want to save it for your last pit stop where you can do like 47 down pit road and only get a warning for it. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there is there's definitely a point where force majeure will take effect, and they'll pull somebody in for egregious behavior.
Yeah.
Can I? Are we gonna throw to ads here, or would we like to do a guest first?
Well, I think we should throw to ads first. We should knock that out.
Yeah, end of the third hour of racing here at Sebring International Raceway. We'll be joined by a guest on the other side. I'll just tease that now, and when we come back, we'll chat with them, with him, and then another one to follow from Sebring International Raceway, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Back in a moment.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at Sebring International Raceway, World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, Scott Michaels, JT Tammy, and Joseph Mudrock on production this morning. Also joined by Christopher Pies. Back with us again. Had been with us yesterday for a little bit. This time, again, fresh out of a stint in the number 505 Old Fashioned Motorsports Genetta. Yeah, just bring your mic up a little bit closer to your mouth. Hey, there you go. Let's talk. Fastest lap of the race. Clear track for the good majority of the first stint. Find yourself in 13th at the moment. Let's get your perspective on the whole thing.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a up and down roller coaster. Got out of the car and was looking at everything and saying, "Oh, man, felt good." And we're sitting in first, and got the timing board, and we're in 13th, and I think we're fighting the pass under yellow because I don't think I did. I don't recall it happening, but we're going to pull video and take a look at it just to make sure from our perspective if we actually did or not. Yeah, really good stint. The car is. I didn't think it could be any better than it was yesterday, but it definitely is this morning. And we got pace in the car. It looks like we're the car to chase down. So hopefully we can fight our way, get a couple of lucky yellows to get us back on the lead lap, and still a lot of racing to go.
If any car in the field is capable of making up the time, it would be you. It's still tough, right? The level of competition here it makes that really, really challenging. But you guys have been, consistently the quickest car on track. So
yeah, I was a bit surprised, frankly. I actually came on the radio a couple times to my crew chief and but I feel like I'm the only one out here. I was looking at my rearview mirror, I didn't see a car. I looked out my windshield, I didn't see anything. I felt like I had an open track. But obviously, you know, being at the front of the field, starting from pole, and then every time we would get a yellow and the safety car would duck off, you have however long, I mean, basically the entire track in front of you before you catch the tail. So there's no impediments, no traffic to deal with. So it's a big advantage, and a lot of times reflected that.
So every now and then we're introduced to a new name in the World Racing League, right? Old Fashioned Motorsports obviously been around for a while, and we've talked to a couple of the Ginetta teams at various points over the 2 years that we've been following the WRL around. Your name is not one that's come up before. And now all of a sudden, you know, your team and you specifically, kind of the quickest thing out on track. Do you do racing elsewhere? Is this just a hobby? You know, what's the Chris Pye story?
So I've been doing WRL this is my 5th year doing it. Started in GP4 originally.
Oh wow! Rest in peace.
Yeah, in a NA Miata. That thing made a lot of noise, but didn't go very quick. And then with Casey Carden Motorsports, then ran in an NC Miata in GP3 for a couple of years and did really well. We won a bunch. And then made the move over to GTO, ran with WTW a bunch, with the Mark Martin's team, and they have a great outfit over there. So, they're having a lot of success. Ran with back with Casey Carden with the Denton brothers who raced last year, and we were here at the 24 last year.
For like a couple laps.
Yeah, and I was in the car when that happened. 30 minutes in. Yeah, it's a little soft spot, but I wanted to come back this year, and no, it's all good. And I wanted to come back and get revenge, so to speak, and I'm happy with getting the monkey off my back, so to speak. Get back on the horse.
So you're taking out 23 and a half hours of frustration here. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, exactly. I still feel bad about that one. But to come back out here and then now running in the Ginetta, just because I did some testing earlier this year with it over at Barber, and that thing is just it's awesome. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. So I've driven quite a few cars in WRL, but outside of that, iRacing. I do a lot of iRacing. Member of we have there's a PCA sim racing league. I think we're 700 plus members strong now at this point, and across the country. So if you're in the PCA, you should definitely look us up. So there's a little plug, but yeah, I've been doing that for a number of years now, and that's where the racecraft has come from.
Gotcha.
Is doing that, and it just transfers so well into WRL. They match really well at getting in there and dicing the traffic, and as we all know and see these races go on. I mean, it's whoever manages the traffic best keeps their nose clean, but still keeps their pace up is usually going to be on the podium at the end of the day, and so not necessarily the fastest car out there. So pride myself in being able to handle traffic.
We're all sim racers collectively. We've all met through sim racing, and that's how this all kind of got started. Not so much through sim racing broadcasting, but just being sim racing and endurance racing teammates. And I never really thought about it, but obviously you do get a sense of the racecraft and the decision making, and how, especially in a multi-class environment, that there may not really be any substitute for that other than being here in WRL specifically, or doing something at a similar level virtually, right? And on top of that, this being a no-contact league, obviously iRacing has the incentives for not making contact, your safety rating, and all of that. But also, you do have to leave a little margin of error for things like the netcode. And so you're not always nose-to-tail, bumper-to-bumper, push it as close as you can. But I imagine there's some, even if it's just subconscious relevance to having to leave that little margin, virtually to not make contact, and then coming here and seeing, realizing that, okay, maybe I'll just scale things back a little bit,
Oh, for sure. And it's also when you've got a screaming car out your window. I mean, obviously in the virtual world, it's getting pretty darn realistic. But in real life, when you're bouncing around through turn one and you've got a screamer on your inside, and he's drifting out wide, and the end of the track is closing in, the desire to not have an incident comes in. Your self-preservation definitely jumps in there and says, "Wait a second, this is probably not a good idea." So
yeah, it's a little different from a 4X.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny you say that, because I remember coming out of the car. I got in for the last stint yesterday, and I got out and I was like, "Yeah, no X's, 0 X's." That was my bad. Hit drop wheel. And so I still view everything kind of in the iRacing 4X type stuff. But there's And the other thing, that a question I constantly get is, how realistic, I mean, like, how does it transfer? Is it difficult or whatever? Honestly, it's easier probably in real life, I think, than in iRacing. So if you're doing well in iRacing and you're experiencing it and you're having success there, I mean, you probably would come out here and do pretty well too.
Is that because, I don't know if you've thought through it, but do you think that's because of the additional sensory inputs that you're getting from having your physical butt in the seat, or is it just the computer overcomplicates something that
the tire model's
is difficult
bad?
to
Is that
replicate?
what you're saying?
Yeah, no, but maybe.
It's, I mean, at the end of the day, unless you're running in virtual reality, you're trying to replicate a 3D atmosphere on a 2D screen, right? And so that takes a little bit of trickery there, and we can fool our minds a bit. But the big one is the G-forces, the seat of the pants feeling. Out there, I can tell instantly when the rear is starting to go and I'm starting to get oversteer, and it's just a simple correction versus something in iRacing. You don't actually realize you're getting that oversteer situation. All of it has to communicate through your hands, and it doesn't communicate through your hands in real life. It communicates, through the seat of the pants. So it's just a more full body experience. I mean, racing is, at the end of the day, when we get in these seats, we're strapping on the car like a backpack, and we're wearing it, and it becomes an extension of ourselves. And so I think, and you see situations where you have really good sim racers try to do real life racing and they're not as fast, or you see really good real life racers jump into the sim world and they're not as fast either. There is a difference. It is a different discipline at the end of the day. I call it getting your sim legs under you if you've never done it before. But the big similarity and the big practice that I've found that you get is just the racecraft.
Sure.
I mean, you can experience more situations in passing in racecraft in an evening in iRacing than you would in a season in real life, and so that's just a huge advantage
especially at this level, I'm sure. Right.
Absolutely.
I mean, even in you take a different American endurance racing series into account, right? At a club and amateur level, you're not going to get anywhere like the pressure or that level of competition that you have here. Yes, you might be passing cars at a similar rate, but nothing's happening as fast or as rapidly and as intensely around you as it does in a series like this. And like you said, I can imagine that's where sim racing really, plays its role. Rest of the day for you, what's that look like?
Well, cheering on my teammates, see how they do, and I think we're right at the front, I think, of the lap.
Just back to green here. You are, God, I gotta dig through. 16th at the moment, having just made a pit stop under yellow, I believe. Slow North Loop Motorsport BMW down the front straightaway, guys. Didn't really go on the green flag. Pulled off to the left and never really accelerated. Where'd you guys go? Yeah, P16, the full lap down, but you're in a clump of cars separated by like 20 seconds that are all exactly one lap down.
Yeah.
So your target's going to be the 111 with Thunder Bunny BMW.
And it's just one of those things coming back from a lap down. Now we should have the video card, so hopefully we get some good news and we get a lap back. But, if we don't get that lap back, it's kind of a function of try to get to the head of the lap down field. Maybe we get a situation where we can get by the leader when they're pitting under yellow and we stay out, get that lap back, and then just get to the end of the line and somehow do it. There's little strategy plays if you're not leading that you can be the beneficiary of to get that lap back. And so that's the nice thing about endurance racing. One of the things we don't have in iRacing when you do the enduro stuff, you don't have the full course caution, so it just becomes a green flag for 12, 24 hours.
Do you guys have a dedicated strategist?
We do. We have we were running 2 cars, so the CMZ car had technical issues today and had some yesterday too, but we're both under the same tent, so we have a crew chief for both cars, and so there's one person dedicated to working out the strategy and figuring out when things are going. So thankfully we don't have to think too much about it behind the wheel, but occasionally we kind of chime in and give our input here and there.
Nice, man. Well, look forward to seeing you in the car before the end of this one again.
Yeah, I hope so. We'll see. I think if it's close, I'll probably end up getting back in. If it's not, then maybe let some of these other guys get a little more time. So we'll see.
Sounds good. Chris Price, thanks for joining us once again on DriversEye Live. Welcome up here anytime, as always. And we'll keep an eye on that number 505 for the rest of the afternoon.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime. Take it easy. Yep. Christopher Pies steps out. I think somebody's still waiting out there. Oh, we have several people. You're not Glenn. No, and you're going to find out who it is here in a moment. It's very funny. Glenn had joined us very briefly. He wanted Chris to come in first, and we have another guest about to join us that is about as far away from Glenn Concert as you can get. Joined by driver of the number 401. Did I unmute? I did unmute the wrong microphone. Go ahead.
The one and only Sarah Montgomery.
The not Glenn.
Not Glenn. No.
Welcome. Welcome up here, Sarah.
Thanks. Yeah, I know. It's been a couple of races since I've come to hang out, so figured it was past time.
I don't know whether to start with your day, your weekend, or your season. So let's start with today and build out from there.
So I don't want to talk about today because doing well, and I don't want to jinx it.
Fair enough.
But yesterday, we can talk about yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday was nail biting. I don't know if you can tell I'm semi-losing my voice from screaming at the top of my lung for over an hour. What a fun, cool day yesterday was. I have never screamed and cussed so much in my life because I was literally biting my nails off. So we had been consistently in the top 5 all day yesterday in the 401 and GTO, in the Hagerty Round 3 Racing BMW M4. So it was just a lot of hard work. You know, I put in about 3.5 hours in the first stint, and then Brad got in after me. And, you know, we had that incident yesterday morning. And so I was in the, car for over an hour under red flag. And, there are some things as a female driver that aren't easy, and that's just going to the bathroom. And I was completely miserable for about 2 hours about that. And then, we go green again, and all of a sudden Brad, the team owner, comes on. He's like, hey, you think you can do another hour and a half in the car? And I'm like, I was like, fine, yeah, no problem. I'll do whatever you want me to do. But I'm like, I can't wet myself. It's something I've never done before. And we're just getting, up close and personal here in the booth today. But yeah, it was a wild time. And then so Brad got in, did a great stint as well. And then Cole got in, and for the last few hours of the stint, and we were 7 hours in. We were P5, and the top 5 cars were within 30 seconds of each other.
We saw.
Yeah. So, I was on the radio with Cole, which I don't know why they'd have me do that in the first place, because I'm like, very up in arms and like nervous,
You coaching Cole?
I wasn't coaching Cole, but I was giving him all the information I know I would have wanted to know. But yeah, what a cool drive. He drove his butt off and wound up finishing the race in first place, which was the coolest hour of my entire life.
So that the cherry on top there was the 701 and the 605 also coming home with class victories.
Also winning. Yeah, so that was the first time Round 3 Racing has ever won in basically all the cars that we had out there, or ever had 3 wins in the same day, which was a really special thing. And I know Brad and Buzz have been working hard their whole Round 3 Racing career to, I say career, they own the team, but that was the ultimate goal all along. So for them to finally hit that achievement was really special for them. And I know they're trying to do it again today, so knock on wood, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, just a casual class win 3-peat.
Yeah, we'll see. So like I said, not talking about today, we're not going to jinx anything, but
is Cole in the car now?
Cole is in the car.
The only thing I'm going to ask.
Cole has been in the car since the start.
Oh,
so
what?
Yeah, he's grilling out there. He's doing really good.
So what's the strategy? What's the strategy there? Is
so
Brad, then you?
Yeah. So Brad will get in for probably about an hour-ish, and we're gonna pit here if there's another double yellow, but before noon. So you probably know this, but there's only a 4-hour drive limit for the drivers, so we can only keep Cole in for 4 hours. Trust me, Brad would have me or Cole in and do the entire 8 hours. So they probably made that rule because of us, but funny story, that rule was actually made because someone did the full 8-hour race by themselves. They got out, when they had to go to the bathroom and got back in the car, but that's dumb.
Yeah, it's exhausting.
Yeah.
Physically and especially mentally. Right? Driving a car for 8 hours, even on the road, is just...
Yeah.
It's boring, but it's exhausting.
A lot of work.
But having cars... I think it was a lower class driver that did it. Having cars whizzing past you
Yeah.
Trying to make room for them.
At a dangerous track.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whatever. They did their thing, and
4 hours is a long time too.
4 hours is a very long time. I mean, luckily in these cars we have, a cool seat system as well as what we consider air conditioning. Now it's not like your normal air conditioning in your car. It only works under braking. So when you're on straightaways, it's blowing like hot air. Basically, the air that's outside of the car is what's blowing in your face. And whenever you're on the brakes is when it actually kind of gets cold. It's kind of cool how the system works, but it's, even though we've got no windows and no air circulation in the car, it's better than no air, that's for sure. It's still hot in there, don't get me wrong, because we get out sweating, but it's pretty cool.
Sure. So you're driving the BMW M4 GT4 here. Have you driven a Porsche recently?
Ooh, nice bring into that. So yes,
I'm an amateur, but I kind of know what I'm
doing. Exactly. So I was invited by Kelly Moss to do a 911 Porsche Carrera Cup shootout for IMSA, which is really special because I think people are now actually putting in an effort to help women in motorsports. And, Round 3 Racing has been doing this for 3 to 4 years now and had me and, their all-female team win yesterday too. So that was really special. And I think it's really cool to see other teams putting in effort to get women into the sport. So there was a shootout with me, Sabra Cook, and Lonnie Unser at Putnam Park on Monday and Tuesday of this week.
Yep.
And it was, wow, that car is so cool. I definitely give them major kudos because they made it as fair as possible. Me, Lonnie, and Sabra are completely different sizes. I am way taller than them, and they have smaller hips than me, so we all weigh different things, but it was cool because, they put weights in the car to make it as fair as possible.
Oh, wow.
We all got our own sets of tires, and then they put slick tires on the Porsche, the 992 Porsche GT3 Cup car, and it is amazing. I would turn in flat for this kink that they told me I could drive flat, and had my eyes basically squinted and praying to God that it stuck, and sure enough it did, which was really cool. So it was a really fun time and really appreciative of that opportunity, and hopefully we find out soon who actually wins the ride.
I'm going to just come back to that in
For sure.
We've got to stop 111 Thunder Bunny BMW at what appears to be the exit of turn 7, facing the wrong direction.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if we maybe tried to pull into the cut there. It's an interesting spot to end up, but typically, oh no, they're moving again. Maybe a spinning continue there.
Yeah, it was an oversteer situation.
But perhaps more relevant than that is the number 167 from BSI Racing. We were just mentioning Shipped Up Now.
Yep.
That's the Shea Holbrook run team. Had been nursing a gearbox issue of some description, and it looks like now they've brought that car in to the attention of, I say the crew, it's into the paddock, which isn't a great sign, but there's definitely something going on with the gearbox in that car.
Also, 505 has lost another lap.
Oh my goodness.
Because there was a local yellow that was brought out by the 111 spinning there, and the 505 was caught out in that window, basically.
It's a good thing that happened after Chris left.
I know. I'm sorry. I've just been talking this whole time.
No. Normally, when we do interviews, we engage the interview, but every now and then something happens on screen, and you take the opportunity to catch up, and it sounds like a lot of things have been happening.
Oh yeah,
well,
no doubt.
A couple things happened at the same time. That's
within 30 seconds.
Yeah, that BSI car was the class leader. If we didn't make that clear, that 167 car did come in out of the GP2 or second in GP2. Top 2 anyway.
They did well yesterday. They finished second, I think, or won. I don't know.
They took the victory yesterday.
Yeah,
they won yesterday.
Yeah, they chased Northloop down in the final stint.
Yeah,
but, they were much quicker at the end.
Yeah.
So, how did the Porsche test go for Sarah Montgomery?
So for Sarah Montgomery, I did as best as I could.
Okay.
To be honest, I'd never really been in that car, never been at that track, hadn't ever driven a car with a downforce. No.
Interesting.
So, and I hadn't been on sticker tires in 3 years. Slick tires, not stickers, sorry. So it was just, almost a major learning curve, and I think I did really well compared to their pro driver there, and to be honest, I can leave there knowing I gave it my absolute best, and whatever happens, and it sucks because the 2 other girls are my best friends, right? So I'm happy for whoever wins. Obviously, I want it for myself, of course, who wouldn't, but it's a really cool thing, and it'll definitely be talked about for whoever wins, and they're deserving too. So fingers crossed. We'll see.
Was the 992, was it a difficult car to kind of wrap your head around, or was it a pretty easy transition from what you're running here?
It's definitely a lot more power, and you can certainly feel it. I for sure thought, you know, driving GT3 street cars that it would try and snap oversteer on me, meaning like the back end sliding around and spinning on you really easily when you got back to power, but it never did that. It was pretty predictable the whole time, which was really awesome because I didn't expect that. You know, the tires look like they're 15 inches wide in the rear, so there's a lot of rubber on the ground as far as keeping the car in control and things like that. So it was definitely completely different, but it wasn't a super hard transition.
The IMSA cars run with ABS?
They do. Yep, and that's a newer thing. So the ABS wasn't always a thing, and it's got electric power steering, which is good too. And they just recently got traction control as well. So
I didn't know that.
It's like a newer thing within the past few years that they're getting finally the fun technology.
Awesome. So we'll put that to one side as part of 2023 plans. However that winds up going, we're certainly looking forward to hearing the results. It was made an appropriately big deal about in the professional news circles, and I'm excited to see how that goes. For yourself, are you looking at more of the same as far as racing goes? Is there another step here, or are you just kind of enjoying what you got in front of you?
You know, that is such a hard question because, and I know a whole bunch of other drivers in the same boat, I feel like we've either got 4 or 5 things going on at once or literally 0. So I'm in the boat right now where I feel like I've potentially got 2 to 3 things happening, and whether they all fall apart, who knows? Hopefully not. But I certainly would love to be back here next year with these guys in round 3 racing. You know, they're so fun, well put together, and we've got great partners and everything. We just literally are a family, and I've been with these guys for over 3 years now, and they're my friends. You know, it's like a fun party every time we get to the track because you haven't seen your best friends in like a month. So I would love to continue that, and who knows what'll happen, and hopefully I'm back. You never know.
Well, we look forward to seeing you certainly out on track towards the end of this race, and you'll be at Circuit of the Americas, I assume?
I will be at COTA.
Nice.
I will be at COTA. So Brad will get in the car here in just a couple minutes. He'll probably do 1 stint, so probably about an hour, and then I'll be in the car the rest of the race.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, we look forward to that, and thanks for coming up and spending some time with us here.
No problem.
A treat to get to chat, catch up, and everything.
I just opened the door, poked my head, and I was like, "Can I come in? Is that okay?"
I'm not glad.
Yeah, exactly.
No, thanks for coming up, Sarah. Invite your team here as well.
Yeah.
And at the very least, go enjoy your racing this afternoon. See you at COTA.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys. I know, and I can speak for probably everyone listening. You guys keep it interesting and fun, and I know it's helpful for all the family and friends at home who want to watch. So this is really cool that you guys do that too.
We have spectators this weekend as well.
I know, it's so fun. My dad said yesterday he drove out to turn 5, and there was this new couple who had never really been to a race. They just moved to Sebring, and they were offering my dad like beer, and so we sat down and drinking with them and eating their chips, whatever my dad said, whatever, and just explaining the whole thing to them because they had, have heard of IMSA and heard of the other racing series, and just thought that this one was really special because there's such a variety of cars. You have the Miatas to the BMW M4s, which I think they thought was really special. So it's really cool to see fans here. So come on out to the races.
Yeah, they've been wonderful to me as well. I've been offered several beers now down at Turn 7 going to recover cameras. They've been wonderful, and you've been wonderful up here as well. Thank you for joining us, Sarah.
Thank you so much. Yay!
See you soon.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Sarah Montgomery from the number 401 Round 3 Racing joining us on DriversEye Live. Anything we need to catch up on, gents?
We are on board with the 99 last time through. Actually, has that gone through now, Scott? Because I don't see the 696 in front of us anymore. I think Scott's gone off
they would help by unmuting myself. It is there, it's just driven away.
Yeah, okay.
But you can see it in the distance.
Just gradually getting smaller and smaller.
Yes.
I don't believe so. I think we caught everything. The 81, the Isringhausen car, was noted as being slow through turn 13 and has gone missing. So I don't know if we've missed that car stopping on track, or if it's just come through and not trip timing in the pit lane yet. There's also... Okay. It's just been updated, the number in race control. The 712 is being... And that's one of the Pinnacle cars sitting in 13th. So in a striking position for points, is being looked at for the splitter potentially coming loose. I assume the only reason Brendan's not responding to that is because he's talking to Glenn.
Glenn can be distracting in a good way.
But no,
his eyes.
in terms of oh, and the 712 has actually just come in. I don't know if they've been meatballed. I don't think that they have.
It might be just precaution.
Yeah. I don't know that it would have been time for... No, it definitely wouldn't have been time for a regular pit stop. So I think that's entirely self-policed.
Yeah, because if it's starting to come up, it's going to be chattering over, the bumps and the arrow being thrown over it. So it's going to make a lot of noise, and the driver's going to get concerned. And so that's something that could just bring on pit road to check real quick.
Yeah. We do have a new a position change in the top 10 in GTO, in that Kingpin has taken over the 9th position from the 986 for W2W. Still about a 2.5 second gap, but with that overtake having taken place, I think we should expect that gap to expand rather than contract.
Yeah, that 986 yesterday was very quiet. Not a lot to talk about. It was just staying out of trouble, being consistent, and it managed to work its way up to 7th by the end of the race, despite, in terms of fastest lap, it was down in 23rd. So it was pretty impressive result for them.
That was also how they won Daytona, wasn't it? It was the 986, right? Or was it the 983?
I can check. It was a 983.
Yeah.
Okay. If I remember, they came alive when we had the Splash of Rain.
It was, but they didn't feature as
one of the front runners.
Yeah, for a very, very long time, and then took advantage of the opportunity when it presented itself.
And that's usually something we see throughout this season. Is usually you notice them the later the race goes as they start to climb up the order. It's like, oh, hey, look, will the win? They're back in it. All right, sweet.
Absolutely. I guess the bigger point there is they don't take themselves out of contention actively.
Yeah.
Right. They stay consistent, and they make good decisions. And when the opportunity does present itself, they come to the fore. Of course, they won the 24-hour last year. We didn't even mention that. Right. The W2W camp won the 24 hours of Sebring this weekend last year. By doing exactly that, just stretched out over 24 hours of racing instead of 8 or 14. So could still be on for a top 5 here. The longer this race runs. Have we mentioned number 2? Kind of hanging out there in 4th.
Not really.
Yeah. Team ACP Tangerine Associates within 33 seconds of the lead, and shouts to the 89X as well. Lapping in the 226s and still within 40 seconds of the lead since our last restart. I know we had an extra yellow in there since our last round of pit stops, but like we mentioned, even if you're going to play it conservative, stay on the lead lap, right? Make that the number one thing. Don't risk that, and you can play the game later on in the race if you're in contention for something something a little better.
Yeah, that number 2 being looked at, by the way, for possible contact with the 094 into turn 1. It'll be GTO on GTO, I think.
That 094 has been thrown today, Dan.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's in the top 20 in GTO, which is a crazy thing to say. 29 starters, it looks like, by my count.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
So not quite in the top half of the field, but definitely there have been some cars that have had it slightly worse, I suppose. Not that you'd want to make it a competition.
On board the number 421 Thunder Bunny Porsche Cayman. Have they? Okay, no. I was going to ask if they had lost a lap, but they are right there in P8, a minute and 11 seconds off of the class and overall leader, the number 401. Ironman Cole Lofsgaard on board that car. He's going to be doing here shortly. He's only got about 25 minutes to play with before he reaches his stint length.
That 421, I thought that they were going to lose. I thought they were going to be out of the running, basically, trying to diagnose whatever gearbox issue they were dealing with. They're still up in 8th.
I forgot about the gearbox issue. Yep, that explains a lot, actually.
Well, I just thought they were going to be done for.
Yeah. Well, and they were into the pits unexpectedly because of it, but yeah, managed to retain the lead lap there. So if anything, this is kind of a recovery.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't been watching lap time, so I don't know. I mean, clearly they were up and deep into the top 5 earlier, so they should be able to claw some of that back. But I don't have a sense for myself how far up the order I think they'll be able to claw.
Pit stops, at least according to our data here, expected for round 3 racing in 8 laps. JTR Motorsports Engineering in 7. And then a little gap until we see the GTR 99 and the number 909 from... That's not correct. This is yesterday's race. That makes more sense.
Are you looking at the monitor from yesterday?
Where even is automatic? I haven't seen that.
They have not come out today, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense.
I have a question about the other Aston, by the way. Is that a new car or just a new wrap? I feel like...
It's a new wrap, I think.
Okay.
Oh, this is actually the longest round 3's gone today.
I think it's because a lot of people's stints have been curtailed by yellow flags. So we ended up...
No, that's absolutely the case, but 25 laps was our first. So they did 25 laps on their first stint. It included a full course yellow, but also included the pace laps. So we're coming up on...
Yes.
We're about 4 laps shy of that distance for the race leader at the moment. A little bit less than that for the... I'm sorry, a little bit more than that for the 696 because they were in under the most recent full course yellow. GTR, excuse me, was not, nor was the number 2. So 696 will be the farthest, they'll go the farthest out of that top bunch, but 89, the 89X Motorsports Camaro, was in at the same time as most of the other leaders and would be expected to go substantially further, I think.
Fun news in GP1, the 336 has been back out and working its way back up.
Oh, nice. Well, that maybe explains where Glenn has gone. I think I may have upset Glenn. He waited very patiently, and then he said, "I'm just going to wait." Sarah came in after Chris left, and I looked around and I didn't see Glenn out there.
I can't believe
he
you
walked in while
Glenn.
Sarah was interviewing. And he said he was going to go upstairs to race control, but I haven't seen him yet. I figured
he's going to protest you.
Yeah, you're going to get a 1-lap penalty.
We can't afford to be in Glenn's, on Glenn's bad side here.
Yeah.
What's happened here with the 511?
That's not right. He's not at full throttle.
Yeah, no, he's not. You can see that on the. I don't know if that's. Would you call that Motec? But
It's
on the
trace.
telemetry.
I would call it a trace.
Sure. And I wonder if they just had it. I wonder if they just had a mechanical because we just lost their onboard too.
Oh, that could be
30 lap time.
Have they stayed out? They
And we'll skip forward. And I wonder if they've power cycled it around 17.
Yeah, there's a good chance that that's the case.
Full course yellow.
Yeah.
Impact, driver's left, turn 17.
Oh, that's 17B. That'll be the exit of the corner?
Yes.
No, that's 17A.
And 983.
Course that was just ahead of the 511?
Yeah, we literally just went through there on the onboard, but it...
cut out, yeah.
Oh, 17 bridge. B is bridge, not the exit. A is the exit. B, R is the bridge, at least on our map here. Of course it is. So that will have been only slightly further around than the last car that ended up in the barriers at 17. Just so basically up under the bridge. What's that?
They're working their way through the corner?
Gradually, yes.
Brendan,
eventually they'll make it through to the exit.
Brendan, you don't have eyes on that, do you?
No, I can't see that far.
Impact driver's left, so that would obviously be tracking out.
Yeah, we did have a nice camera last year that was set up at the exit of 17 to look underneath the bridge. Yeah. But obviously, being down to 7 cameras at the moment.
It's a car buried under one of the tyre stacks just before the bridge. I would guess it's a will to win.
It is. It's a 983, Scott.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh wow, I'm actually getting good at identifying will to win cars. It's only taken it 2 years. But yeah, it looks like it's gone in nose first to those barriers that are not up against anything, the freestanding ones.
Yeah.
So that's actually not that much further than the other car. That's actually more or less the same spot.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's just maybe a really nasty bump that's occasionally catching drivers out there.
I've always found that on iRacing, that if you push that too far, it's amazing how quickly you can run out of space in a very, very wide corner.
There's a lot of, and it also depends on how you take that corner, because there's a lot of tire loading that goes on there. I mean, it's the fastest part of the track when you're on your way in, and depending on how brave you're feeling in terms of mixing your longitudinal and lateral loads, it can be a lot for the tires, and especially for DOT tires.
GTR 99's already in.
Yes, as are JTR and Team ACP. This has worked out well for the 401.
89X, interestingly, that's the car that the last few yellow flags has come in late. They've come in.
No, they've done it right this time. They followed everybody else in. 401 has come and gone. 421 has stayed out. So either Thunder Bunny has played this well on strategy, or Thunder Bunny wasn't ready. But they're going to cycle through into the lead here. Pit stops also from the 979 and the 43. It's the Pro Sport Aston. Confirming, by the way, it's just a new wrap on that car. They got a new sponsor.
Got it, okay.
And therefore a new wrap. Have also ditched the 1 from the number. They're not just the number 43.
Yes,
also,
that was the thing that made me wonder if it was a new car.
Yeah. Nope. To put a pin in the automatic racing situation, they had to leave to go run the Classic 24 at Daytona next weekend.
Ah, okay. That's next weekend.
Long haul to Daytona Beach.
Yeah, that makes so much sense.
So, who do we think is going to cycle into the lead, Brendan?
I think it's going to be Thunder Bunny.
I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be the 172 that's right in front of us.
Oh, sorry.
GTR 97 beat JTR out of the pits, and Choice are right behind both of them.
I'm going to assume the 401 jumped them all. I mean, they came in first anyway, but
Choice made up a lot of time actually, though. 10 seconds or so.
Timely for them as well, considering they just spent a lap down the back straight at half throttle.
Yeah, which obviously means
associated time loss.
They presumably didn't take a lot of time checking on that, so they're fairly confident that everything's okay.
Yeah. The 111 has made it in.
Almost all the field is in by the looks of things. At least
it's a lot of
top 15
orange on our
four cars that have stayed out.
lot of orange on our timing screens.
So why do we think the 401 has jumped to all those cars?
It's pitted before start finish, so it came in before all of them. It came in, first
from the lead.
Yes, yes. So it had that advantage first and foremost.
Right.
But of the cars that have pitted, I expect that 401 to be the first one out on track.
Yep.
We'll have that confirmed here in a moment because the queue is coming past start finish. In comes the 336. Out of so much consequence just at the moment. 421 is 421 is on track. Then the 401, the 172, I assume is in the pit lane. It is. So they waited the lap. Presumably weren't ready.
Do you say the 401 is right behind the 421?
Yes, 3.17.
Okay, so that would be the 172 deciding they're fine going a lap down. Because they were
They're
right
not.
ahead of 21.
Oh, you're right.
They were before they pulled in the pits.
No, that's not correct. They're on the lead lap.
Maybe right now, but if the 401 is right behind the 421, then they'll have just passed them.
Oh, I see. No, it's not correct, Scott. When they come across, they're pitted before start finish as well. When they come across the line, they'll complete their lap number 84, same as the 2 leaders.
Oh, okay.
When we're talking about the 401 inheriting the lead, I think we're also assuming that the 421 is going to come in, and they haven't done that yet.
No, we're not talking about them inheriting the lead. We're saying that of the cars that pitted, they were going to they were going to come out first out of all of them. Right, so they were going to be third, then the 172 pitted late, so now they're up in second. But of everybody who's now on this established pit strategy of having pitted under this full course yellow, they will be out in front, and that'll be Brad McCall in that car. So now we'll get a slight change of literal pace in that car, away from Cole Lofsgaard and into Brad McCall. That's not a slight against Brad McCall, that is just Cole's quickest driver in the car. Pretty consistently. So it'll be interesting to see now that the field is bunched up as well, although I assume the 99 just hasn't caught the queue yet. But I think there's going to be quite a few cars in between them.
The 99, yeah, they're on the way to the safety pin.
Okay.
So no, they haven't quite. That group hasn't quite caught the train yet.
I don't think I had heard Turn 7 referred to as the safety pin before our locals introduced us to the term this weekend. But it makes sense.
That was new to me.
I feel like we'd be being stubborn if we didn't take on what the locals told us was correct.
To win in Florida. Scott, do you consider yourself a Florida
Don't
local?
finish that question.
I mean,
no.
you're not located there at the moment. I
have spent time living there.
I know you were very excited when your iRacing host region changed away from Florida.
I'm no longer considered Florida man on iRacing. Yeah. But also my new region now includes the word England, which is at least somewhat closer to what I'd prefer.
Sure. Okay, so 99 is up to the queue. 421 is... They pitted about... Can I do my math right? 15 laps ago. I am kind of expecting them to come in. I guess it wouldn't be totally unbelievable that they wouldn't. after this yellow wraps up, it's going to be, yeah, and here they are. It's going to be interesting to see what, if anything, we can gain out of running projections at the end of this race.
We're going to have 4 GTO cars in a row when we restart for second place. GTR 99, JTR, Choice, and 89X Motorsports. That's going to be fun to watch, especially as most of them have onboard cameras. And Kingpin, who I don't think I've mentioned all day, not that far behind.
Yeah, it's good to see Kingpin work their way back up. They during the opening stint, I want to say they were around 5th, but had dropped back after the first round of pit stops.
I think they were one of the teams that pitted at a time that seemed weird and got themselves trapped a lap down. They were actually running 4th for the first stint, according to Race Hero.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
421's leaving the pits, so that was routine and actually pretty quick.
Yeah, I think because they wouldn't have needed a full fill, I think that probably helped a little bit, but they are still going to basically end up in the back of the queue.
Our turn 3 camera has sweat in its eyes by the looks of things.
Yeah.
Classic Florida syndrome.
Good news. It sounds like the BSI Racing MX-5 is back out.
Oh, good. Because I don't think I ever changed that overlay. So we can just go straight back to that one.
Yeah, that's quite good. Because they were definitely having issues with that shifting.
Yeah, gear selection sounds pretty clean at the moment. I'm not sure what they were running into exactly. I don't know if we'll get an update on that, but
now they did lose 9 laps, which is not something they're going to be able to really claw back much on pace, but GP2 has had a bit of attrition, not only yesterday but today as well. So there's still potential for a podium run.
yeah, they are going to be within a few laps of being in contention for P4. I mean, basically straight away. Because the last time they tripped timing, they were 18 seconds behind the 407, and I assume that that's artificially drawn out because of this full course yellow pace. Kingpin, Kingpin might have trip timing inappropriately.
Like,
yeah, I like that wording.
Because I'm not totally sure how it would have been done.
Yeah, it has a 101 lap time.
Yeah. I mean,
green flag.
Sometimes you can see.
All right, Joseph, should we queue up one of these cameras that's in the battle for second, as immediately JTR overtakes GTR 99 on the way into turn 17 before even getting to the line on the restart. And now we've got the 89X car out dragging GTR 99 down the straight, so they'll take third overall.
Yeah, for some good action, check the 511 and the 99 on board. They're 3 wide at start finish.
I might actually be looking. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the 511, not the 89. The 89 is behind that group.
Yeah.
But they were side by side through turn 1 with GTR 99, so really terrible restart for GTR 99 there. And 89X trying to go on the outside at turn 3 as well. There's traffic everywhere, predictably. So we've got round 3 racing 5 seconds in the lead, but behind that is now JTR Motorsports, followed by Choice, although there is at least one lap car between those two. And then there's at least one lapped car back to the GTR 99, which is again getting attacked in the run towards the safety pin by the 89X Camaro. Going around the outside and making the pass. Looks like it. Nope, GTR 99 comes back on the exit. A little bit of a pinch there with the 311.
Yeah, that's
choice. There's choice at half throttle.
Oh, again?
They lost both of those positions. It's the 511, not 311. 311 doesn't exist.
Have they got either a suspension issue or a flat? No. I was gonna say it looked like maybe their steering wheel was not straight, headed down the run to turn 10, but it's kind of tough to tell because I've got a lot of glare in here.
The car looks very, very twitchy.
Right. So that was kind of what tipped me off initially, and then I looked in the upper left-hand corner, and it didn't look like everything was pointed the direction it was meant to be pointed.
No, the driver's making quite a lot of corrections in a straight line.
And looking down.
Yeah. Well, this is really questionable because we identified they had an issue before the safety car. And they've been in the pits since. And then immediately on the restart, they've got another issue, which looks very...
I was going to make the point that, okay, well, they weren't really at speed, for more than that straight away because we went straight to yellow not long after that.
This is a severe problem on maybe the left rear corner.
Oh, yeah.
But you have to question what were they doing during their pit stop under safety car. The driver there was an issue because they were at half throttle.
Is it possible they checked pressures and said, no, everything looks fine, and they sent it?
Yeah.
And there's a tread issue or a suspension issue. Yeah.
It's very possible.
Maybe they took the right rear tire off of my rental car and put it on the left rear tire of their car. Could have told you there was a leak there already.
Thanks for that.
Yep, you're welcome. Just reminding myself I've got to take care of that before I try and get out of here. Glenn's back. You made it.
We found Glenn. Wait, you're not Sarah? Listen to that.
Maybe
grinding.
after a bit more of that infield beer.
Don't mention beer to Joseph.
Yeah, please.
He's just coming around.
Yeah. Speaking of coming around, it's the 511 making its way into the pits. That was my best Brian Till.
I wonder if they're going to stop in the box or go straight to the paddock.
Yeah.
Shall we have a fifth member of the crew join us?
Only if it's Glenn.
Yeah, good news.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Welcome back, Glenn Concert, to DriversEye Live, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, driver of the 336 this weekend. Yeah. And owner of High Plains Raceway, of course.
General manager.
Sorry. Club owned. Glenn manager.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm the head peon. Yeah.
Right. Yep. Nope. Sorry. Yep. So we talked to you a little about this time yesterday, actually.
I had just gotten out of the car.
Right.
I'm still waiting to get in today. We had Bashar Kuda start the race, and Grant Lipsky with Wine Country Motorsports is out there right now. And we were off track for about an hour this morning. We rubbed a hole in one of the AN lines. Brought the car in, had to build a completely new line and tear a bunch of stuff off in order to get it installed. So that took a little while. So we're down, I think, now in 6th, if I remember correctly.
You are 42 laps off the class lead, but with a position
one position that we can gain. I talked to Kelsey, and she was pretty sure that they're done for the day.
Was she in the car?
She was not, but their driver is fine.
Good.
But she said the car's not fixable today. So as long as we can stay on the track, we should be able to make up those laps to that place and take over at least that one, and then just wait and see.
Are you guys of the mindset that any laps on track are laps worth doing, or are you going to get to a point where you're like, yeah, we'll just conserve the car and tie it up for the day?
That's a big thing, actually. The team owner and I and the other two drivers were talking about that quite a bit this morning, especially with, we're second in the points for the national championship. And we were looking at, with WRL's system of, only your first, I think the first 13 finishes count. So you get to drop everything else. So we were looking at it as, well, we've already got at least 13 finishes. So today's points only sort of count if we finish better than our worst finish.
Yeah.
So at some point you've got to look at the field, et cetera, and say, is it is it even possible that we can earn points today? Because if it's not, we should just put the car on the trailer, and it's not worth risking it before you go to COTA. So that's one way to think about it as far as big picture goes. And I think there is a way today that we can legitimately earn some points if we go back out on track and stay on track. So that's one of the reasons we decided to do that. But then also Steve, the team owner, great guy, he's like, well, I've also got to look at it as, from a customer perspective. He's like, these guys, just like I did, they, we're paying money to be here. And so obviously you don't want to tell a paying customer, hey, we're just going to put the car in the trailer because it's, so that's not fair. Because the team, wants the national championship, obviously. But it's not always the same drivers. We got a lot of guys that kind of rotate in and out because not everybody can make every one of these races. So guys who are here maybe just for this event or not for the last event or whatever, you certainly don't want to tell them, hey, we're not going to finish the race even though the car is fine, because it's, you just don't want to do that.
Sure.
So
undecided is the answer there?
Yeah, we're just doing our thing and let these guys get their seat time and enjoy this awesome track here at Sebring International and have a lot of fun. But we all just sort of agreed that, hey, we're not going to do anything to put the car in jeopardy. We're not going out there 10-10s for lap times or anything like that. It's just go out, do laps, keep your nose clean, stay on the concrete, and stay out of the pits and stay out of the penalty box and just turn some laps and have some fun and bring it home in one piece. So
we've had a couple of discussions about that. Stay out of the penalty box today. And
yes, definitely.
Don't make them the unforced errors. And I know Big Mission is not super susceptible to those. You guys are on a pretty tight ship down there. Have you been in the car yet this morning?
I have not today. No.
Okay.
So I was in the car first yesterday and then last yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So Bashar was next in the lineup, so he started the race this morning, and then Grant. So I'll get a single stint today. And then the way the timing works out, I think Bashar will get back in and he'll take the checkered flag.
Gotcha. So you guys just run a literal rotation through the whole weekend?
Pretty much.
Oh, wow.
We generally do that as long as, some drivers don't like to start. Yeah. Might be a little bit too much for them. So unless we run into a problem like that where the guy next in the lineup doesn't want to start, then we'll shuffle things around. Or, if we're in a really tight battle with somebody where it just simply makes sense to put a faster driver back in the car. Yeah. If that driver who's in the lineup is willing to say, hey, yeah, I'll give up my seat if we can go for, and get this podium or get this first or whatever. Yeah. But it's got to be one of those things that everybody agrees on, because ultimately it's still, again, the guys who are paying the bills are the ones that you got to keep happy. And so, yeah, but if everybody agrees to it, then sometimes guys do that and they say, hey, no, let's go for this win and let's put the hot shoe back in and that kind of thing. And it changes the lineup. But for the most part, we just say, nope, here's the order. So gotcha. I am glad that Bashar is getting a second stint later today because he was in the car during the long, hour or whatever it was, yesterday. So he was out in the car for that. So he got, maybe a dozen good laps during that stint. And then this morning he starts the race, and then we have the problem with the oil line, which obviously wasn't his fault. So he lost a lot of time there. We had a car in the pits for an hour. So he went back out and he did finish that time, but then he's going to get another long run this afternoon to make up for that. So he at least hopefully gets one long good run. So yeah.
Are you the hot shoe?
Oh, let's not go there. We're all just having fun.
I got you. Wondered. Anyway, So 199. Things all healthy there with
things are all healthy there. Yeah, it's a new car that we just added to the stable, and it's sort of always the backup car. The intent when they got that car was never to campaign it full time. Sure, it's just one that's sort of there if things go wrong with the other cars and they need something to fill in. Again, just to keep customers in the seats so that people can have something to drive. So that's what it's here for, and it really is a great car to drive. It handles beautifully. As a matter of fact, the team is looking at things that we've learned from the 134 car and things that we're learning from the 199 car to sort of bring the 336 up to spec, if you will. The 336 still is what we call a divorced spring car, where it's not a coil-over car all the way around. And that's one of the things that really, really helps the handling of the cars to do coil-over shots all the way around. So that's one of the next upgrades we're going to make to that 336. So for it to be doing as well, to be as competitive as it is, on a slightly older chassis, without the wide stance setup, without the coilovers all the way around, is really a tribute to the team to have that car out there, because it really shouldn't be that competitive.
Sure. Are they all built roughly to the same spec, other than those?
They have they all do have the same driver.
Okay.
They all have the S54 motor and the same transmission and the same rear end, so that as much as we can have the driveline parts be completely interchangeable. But with just, different chassis, different years, different series, etc., you can't have everything that way. And that's something that the team is eventually working towards, is to have all of the cars be the exact same platform. But the fact is there aren't, millions of them out there. And when you've got a car that runs and works, there's really no reason to financially to replace it just because something else is available. So, but the team is always growing. 5 years ago, the team was 100% Porsche platform.
Right.
And they decided to go ahead and make a change over to the BMW platform, and we're growing that way too. So,
everybody for COTA in December, like the whole Big Mission stable, or is it just the handful of Big Mission?
I'm not sure.
Customers?
I know I'm driving at COTA.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't know who the other paid seats are. Right.
Are they? So I guess my question is: are they the two just like Big Mission specific cars, or do you have the 777? I think
the 777's in the stadium, so we've sort of absorbed some other teams.
That's more what I mean.
So yeah, the 567 car came on as well, and it's still basically where they are. They still, those teams, they still own the car, but they just sort of joined us for support and that kind of stuff. I think you're right. Yes, the 567 car, I believe, is going to be at COTA, and we'll probably we'll definitely have a 336, and then I think the 199 will be there as well, because the 134 is not going to be repaired. We're optimistic it will be repaired in time for NOLA to start next season, but not for COTA.
Gotcha.
And then the 777, I'm not sure, that's Cody Jenkins' car, and he's somebody who just sort of joined the team recently.
Okay.
But I think they're probably just going to focus on the 199.
Okay.
But plans may change. Sure. And I'm not necessarily 100% in the loop on that, because there's no need for me to be. I'm just a customer, and as long as they've got a car for me to drive, I really don't care which one it is. I just want to have fun.
Your off season.
Yes. Yeah. During my off season, exactly right. And that's just it. I'm not able to be there enough full time with the team to where I feel it's right for me to be very demanding about much of anything, because I'm just sort of a part-time guy. But I have to come out and have fun and go fast, and I'm just happy that this team is able to be as competitive as they are, because when you look at what the team is compared to the stables like Hagerty, with all the support that they get and the drivers that they have, which are phenomenal, and the Moorhead guys and the Peter Changs, for us to be in that company, we're very proud of that.
Good battle on screen at the moment. On board the number 421 from Thunder Bunny Racing, up behind the number 99 from Team GTR. This is the battle for 5th, and they've actually fallen off the back of the 89X Camaro a little bit, which kind of surprises me, but it's a good battle nonetheless.
It's a big part of that.
That 89X Camaro is really impressive. As big and heavy as that car is, they are really wheeling that thing around.
So good on fuel.
Is it really? I haven't.
Oh my God! It goes like 8 laps longer than anything else in GTO. Just crazy.
Maybe they're doing a smoky unit thing where they got 80 feet of.
I don't know.
Or something. No, good for them though, because you look at that car, and my first thought was, man, that's a lot of car. Well, like the Mustang that's in GP1 this weekend too. I'm like, that's a lot of car, but they are wheeling it. That's for sure.
They haven't figured out the fuel in that Mustang yet. That's still the stock Mustang tank, but they can build that out for GP1 a little bit more. Which we talked to Michael Moore yesterday. Or remember more, and. That's their plan for next season, to get the car really built out properly for GP1 and to make a run at endurance racing for next season. Nice, kind of excited for them. Yeah, so I know we've talked about the Big Mission, as it were, but you guys are entirely just self-funded, right?
Yes.
By customers, and I hadn't really considered that, but you're absolutely right. Up against the 701, which obviously has the Cooper support through the round 3 stables and the Moorhead guys and PC Racing and all that. You guys are, you do kind of stand alone to some degree.
The team owners, obviously they're committing a lot of their own personal funds to the equipment and everything else that needs to be done. But as far as the money that covers more or less the overhead of each race, it's just the entry fees and all the expenses directly related to that all basically comes from the guys like me who are buying the seats. So,
what do you guys need for COTA for the national championship?
We'll have to see how we end up today.
Okay.
I believe starting the race today, we were 4 points behind the 701. I believe that they were we thought we were tied at the end of the race yesterday, but when we looked at the math about, the one race, the race that we got to drop as a result of that finish and the race that they got to drop, the race that they got to drop was actually a 0 points finish, so it really didn't affect them. But we had to drop a 4-point finish, so we ended up. I think we're at 111 and they're at 115.
Okay.
So, depending on how today works out, we'll see.
Yeah.
And, but I think either way, it's going to be really close.
Yeah.
And I believe Moorhead is at 109 points, even after their luck here. So if they're able to get something put together and come to Coda, which would be awesome, it's going to be a barn burner.
I love GP1, man. GTO gets the numbers, but I think GP1 provides some real fascination beyond just race cars going quickly. There's a lot of variability still in GP1 where you can get any race winner on a random weekend that keeps it exciting.
The cars are really close. The way WRL does it, the cars are really close. As a matter of fact, I was over earlier today. I was over there talking with Michael Peaton, and he was showing me he showed me this huge spreadsheet that he's got of all of the black box data, because WRL, they will randomly, and sometimes not so randomly, grab a car and they'll put an AIM black box in it to where they can then pull the box out of the car and they can look at the data and basically calculate, knowing the weight of the car and looking at the rate of acceleration, they can calculate the horsepower and know whether or not whether or not somebody meet the rules and too much horsepower to weight. And he showed me the spreadsheet of all the cars that they do and how close everything is. I mean, the number, because like the rule for GTO is 9.0 to 1. And it's fascinating the number of cars in the GTO field that are at exactly 9.0 to 1 or 9.1 to 1 based on the math. The guys are getting it right on the money. And the same thing in GP1 where it's 10.5 to 1. I think our 336 car was at like 10.7, but there was a handful of cars that were right at that 10.5 to 1. So the guys are getting it right. WRL's keeping them honest with those black boxes. I wasn't aware of. I knew they were doing it. I wasn't aware of how much they were doing it until he showed me that data. So they're definitely keeping everybody in line.
Do you guys see each other's disclosure sheets in the production classes with all the modifiers and everything, or do you? I kind of speculate.
I don't know.
Okay. Or do you just build your car the best you can?
The team owners, they might.
Okay.
I would have to ask them.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't really get.
Been intrigued.
Yeah, I don't get that quite involved in things. When we go to scales and go to tech, I help push the car, and that's about it. So
we let you touch it. That's exciting.
Yeah. Oh boy, got a good battle going there on screen. Was that the 721 car? The Pinnacle car?
I'm not sure. 712 maybe?
It was one of the Pinnacle cars. There was a good battle going on.
Yeah, and this 511 still. I mean, they had flat tire earlier, so they've lost a little bit of time. But are they still tucked up behind that 421 battle?
Yeah, this is 421 directly in front of us. They're also. That wasn't the Black Forest car that just went around, was it? That might have been for position. I was looking at timing for other things.
No, I'm watching the 421 in your preview monitor here. They're tucked behind one of the other Pinnacle cars, I think.
Yeah, it definitely does look like a Pinnacle car. I agree.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They've dropped the GTR car, though, which is fascinating. Also, they all had some long laps just owing to them having to recover the 986 will-to-win Porsche from turn 5.
I've noticed the drive of the GTR car being, whenever there's a lot of traffic around them, he's very conservative on the brakes, quite often getting passed by 2 or 3 cars into a braking zone.
Yeah, that's just a driver difference, I think.
Yeah,
being smart,
Yeah,
somebody being smart, making good decisions.
Speaking of.
Yes.
Well, we just had this. Is this the Black Forest car that got a little?
Went left there.
Yeah, got a little loose coming through 16, and then it's gonna take the line
straight over this choice car, though.
You're not gonna make it in there. Oh, there
make it here, though.
Oh, that was. There's a big bump right there, though. Yeah, right there. There's a huge bump right there. If you go too far inside, it can really upset the car.
Yeah, we've talked about it a couple times. It's kind of 3 or 4 lines on entry. You can really spread it out on the entry, but it kind of funnels down to like a lane or a lane and a half underneath the bridge.
Right.
You've got to have the car positioned exactly right. Otherwise, you are 4 wheels off the ground and, fighting to hang on to control.
Either that, if you're too far out, then you're just having to wait to get on the gas, and you're not going to be ahead at the end of the straight. You're going to wait an extra second and a half to get on the throttle. Somebody's going to get by you.
This 511, remember, is the car that lost about a lap dealing with a left rear puncture. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like the 43 Pro Sport possibly has broken suspension.
Yeah, that's what's listed here.
GTR 99 is pulled off the track.
Car stop drivers right at turn 3. Is that a drive off? Yeah, definitely a drive off. They've angled the car.
How do you get to there?
No, I don't know. Ooh, now I don't know. I thought maybe he had just pulled straight off and then angled left.
Maybe he pulled straight off and then moved back just to rejoin. Maybe he's doing a cycle on board.
That could be.
Yeah, maybe.
He pulled off to driver's left on the exit of turn 1 and slowed down.
Yeah, there we see it on the turn 3 cam right there.
Oh, that's goofy. He pulled straight at the camera and then turned a hard right to loop back around, like basically a right-hand 270-degree turn to face the same as the race direction.
Interesting.
Yeah, all off in the runoff there. It wasn't like it was on the racing surface or anything. It was just an interesting move. And now he's wide, way wide there at turn 7. Some of that'll be out of rhythm, but I wonder if all is healthy here or what the story might be. Well, this is something we haven't really seen yet today. Other than the penalties for the 505, any of these top, 7 or 8 cars have been fairly consistent throughout the day. No major mistakes. Choice, I guess, with the puncture is probably the closest we've gotten, but...
and the 986.
Now on the 336 car there with Grant Lipsky behind the wheel. Grant left him a lane there.
Oh, he left him a lane.
He's still leaving him plenty of drivers, just not quite able to capitalize on it.
Yeah. This is a tough spot, too, down here in the 14. Too wide through there takes a lot of cooperation.
It definitely does.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things. If you don't think he sees you, you'll just back off and try to work on the exit instead.
Right. And if you're a GTR here, you've already lost time, right? You're already out of position and out of.
I was going to say this driver has other things on his mind.
He'll be able to get him here, though. As long as he gets a good drive out of this corner here on the back straight, then he'll get him with the horsepower.
I don't know. The GP1 car has the legs there, man. It takes till you get up to 115, 120 miles an hour before it really started to pull there.
Well, it really wasn't a good run off of Le Mans corner, so it took a little while to overcome.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, because he looked like he was thinking about going inside.
Yeah.
On the entry, so he probably didn't get a very good run out of there. But got by nice and clean,
and he has decided not to pit.
Yeah, stayed out. Doing a 3:13.5 that lap.
Wow, so he lost almost a full minute.
Down to 8th.
Still on the lead lap. It's 1 minute and 48 seconds up to the race leader at the moment, the number 696, but that doesn't leave a whole lot of margin for error. You're basically looking at 30 to 40 seconds before that GTR Motorsports Engineering BMW is up under your rear wing.
Well, gentlemen, I need to go and start changing my clothes and get ready to get in the car, go have some fun. So it was great to come and see you, and maybe I'll try to swing by after I get out and see if there's anything during that time to chat about. So.
I hope so. We'll keep an eye out for you out there in the 336. Glenn Concert, driver for Big Mission Motorsports and general manager out at High Plains Raceway. Thanks for joining us, Glenn. As always, welcome up here anytime. Best of luck. Be safe, have fun, etc. Take it easy, man.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do. That's bad advice, because there's a lot of things I wouldn't do.
Yeah, don't limit Glenn.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm extremely anxious all the time for no reason.
He's on the edge right now.
Yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat.
And if there's one thing we wouldn't describe Glenn as, it's anxious.
No.
Glenn's gonna come back and be like, "Hey, you know what? Sometimes I get nervous too."
Nope.
All right.
Believe it.
Sorry, having to reset now. We've had like 3 interviews in fairly quick succession there that have taken up something like an hour.
Did you know that there's a race on, Brendan?
No, I know. We're past halfway already, guys.
Yeah.
JTR
is 12:15.
JTR has only pulled away since taking the lead on the restart. Shortly after the restart, we've now got 25 seconds. So really starting to look more like a regular WRL rhythm that we're getting into.
Yes. So I think one of the things that had been holding this together is that many of the cars had faster drivers in, and now as we've started to reintroduce that variability, right? We know Brad McCall got into the 401. The 421 has had the pace drop away a little bit. We've had some of these other issues for GTR and choice racing, and I just wonder, knowing that or I believe, that the 696 having 3 very, very quick, I don't want to say professional drivers, but they are very talented and capable young drivers. This is the period of the race where you would expect them to not suffer the same, variability in lap times and inconsistency. Doesn't mean they haven't found other ways to lose races or haven't had other things happen, but I think if you're going to see margins stretch out and the field start to thin itself out of it, this is probably the period of the race, and that is probably the reason. Good input, guys.
I was just trying to figure out how to display irresponsible math to you all, and it's not working out. So
even via NDI,
I haven't done the explicit, like the additional program. I was trying to do it native.
Meanwhile, the number 2 car has caught the 401, so ACP Tandrews Associates look like they're about second overall.
I'm not going to say anything out loud.
But
I
hate to boast you, Brendan, but it is kind of your job to do so.
I am impressed. Look, I mean, I think Team ACP, they rent seats out. They don't make any, they don't put up any type of facade about that. That's just their business model. And sometimes they end up with okay results, and sometimes they end up further down the order. P3, halfway through a race, that is really good stuff. Really good stuff. And it takes not taking yourself out of contention. That's exactly what they've done thus far, which is it's impressive. Within 30 seconds of the overall race leader, and definitely lapping more rapidly than the 401. Did we not get any of the round 3 onboards this morning, Joseph?
No. Actually,
including the RTMPs?
What? Did we have RTMPs?
They're in the spreadsheet.
I haven't looked at the spreadsheet.
Oh, well, look at the spreadsheet. There are permalinks in there.
I don't know where the spreadsheet is because I wasn't supposed to be doing production this weekend.
No, that's a very good point.
Neither was JT, to his credit.
No. He knows.
Interesting. 15 AOA, 1 lap penalty due to no balaclava on the fire bottle guy. Ooh, in the 986, Will the Wind Porsche comes back out. They're spending about 12-13 minutes pit lane.
That was the one that was that the one in the barriers, or was that the one that was towed in?
No, 983 was. The 986, I believe, was towed in. They had a couple 4-offs in turn 13.
Wow.
And then half hour later, they had a 4-off continued and then stopping at 5.
I'm impressed that the car was dug out from underneath the tires and is now back out on track.
Well, the 93 was the one in the tires.
Oh, sorry, I had it backwards. I'm trying to remember colors because I always get the colors of those 2 cars backwards, and I've done it again. So I thought I had it right, and indeed I did not.
I'm concerned that GTR 99's time on the lead lap is going to be short-lived.
Yep, we kind of touched on that, and I think it's going to, I think you're right, Scott, I think it's going to come to fruition that way.
Yeah, they've got about 4 or 5 laps before they're going to get caught by the leader.
Yeah, Mark points out the 983 is out, 986 was hit from behind, knocking the fuel relay out. That is noted in the log as under investigation. at 10:46. In the hairpin.
7:12. Yeah, okay. Also notice that at 12:08, the splitter fell off at the 7:12.
Well, that's not typical. I'd like to make that clear.
I mean,
front fell off in this case by all
to be fair, it had been flapping for about a half hour by the looks of it.
There's nothing out there. See, invert and splitter.
It's a complete void.
There's actually a trio of cars at the back of the lead lap that are all running enormously off the pace. Kingpin, TLM Rocket, and GTR 99 are all back in the 228 to 230 range, which means they're losing 7 to 9 seconds a lap to the leaders. So all three of those cars are going to end up in trouble with regards to staying on the lead lap in the next 5 laps.
GTRs came in a chunk, right? So,
well, TLM Rocket and Kingpin it's this entire stint they've been in that.
No. But my point is, GTR has ended up that far or that close to the end of the lead lap because it all came in one chunk where they had to pull off and they lost 40, 50 seconds or whatever, right? Whereas TLM Ruckus, Kingpin have been losing that time consistently over the stint. That's getting hotter, right?
GTR
Presumably
time as well. They've been in this lap time range the whole stint.
Agreed.
I know what you mean. They did lose a chunk. That's why they're the furthest back of the three.
Exactly. That is what I get.
But all three of them are very slow.
Yes. It's not been that long since we went back to green either. It's just been time lost. Now it is getting hotter, right?
It's been like a half hour, Brendan.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's been long enough for Joseph to start doing irresponsible maths in the background. So that tells you...
Irresponsibly.
It is irresponsibly early in this group like run to be...
Well, that's why it's irresponsible math.
I listened to some of the 24-hour from last year just to try and conjure up some memories and try and have stuff to talk about. But we could hop on board the 9090.
I was going to say, sorry, I was about to interrupt.
With the other two cars.
These three painfully slow cars have all come together, and now they're having a slow race at the back of the lead lap.
Yeah, GTR it'll be this lap, all things being equal.
That they are lapped, yeah, I think it should be. But all three of these cars are going to get lapped. They're also having a race.
I meant it should be this lap that GTR should overtake them, but yes, you're also right there, Scott.
They're also going to get lapped at the same time. And in fact, they got past Kingpin on the way out of turn 1.
Yeah, I had to reset my monitor.
And there's TLM getting nowhere near the apex at turn 6, turn 5.
Anyway, my point was going to be that Joseph started doing irresponsible math during the 24 last year, like 20 hours from the end of the race.
Yeah, because it's
Which
fun.
I can appreciate is still 4 hours in, which is exactly where we are now, but a different context.
We don't call it irresponsible for no reason.
That's true.
Yeah.
GP1, Glenn's 336 Big Mission Motorsports BMW has taken 5th from the 362. And the 125 MMR Mustang is back out. Just a quick fun fact there. Interesting to note, in GP2, Sebring Motorsport managed to come out today. I don't believe they were able to take the start yesterday for Saturday's race, but they did come out. They had an issue a couple laps into the race. Looks like they've solved it and are back running out in 9th. Hopefully at the end of this lap they will overtake the 721 for 8th and work their way up the order as the day goes on. GP2 still led by Hagerty Motorsports with a nice healthy margin over the 21 of North Loop Motorsport, and the 469 MER rounding out the podium in that class.
TLM driver overshooting turn 17 has given GTR 99 that position down the inside. See if they manage to come back on the start-finish straight. It looked like the GTR driver might be staying to the right a bit. Nope, they've made the pass. So that is 2 positions in 1 lap for GTR 99, and they'll be up to 6th place.
Nice. Good recovery.
They must only be a handful of seconds ahead of the leader at this point. Kingpin, in fact, might have already been lapped on this lap, and they're only 3 seconds behind.
It's close. Trying to pick Kingpin out of the track here.
Well, they should be around this, well, depends how far behind our cameras are, but around the safety pin area. So this is
yeah, I would put them...
turn 10 now.
Yeah. That is out of my line of sight here. Did we mention ACP had taken second from round 3 racing?
I mentioned that they'd caught them.
Yeah, no, they passed them now and put 6.5 seconds on them.
Yeah, you can see that, number 2, the Team ACP car is doing 222s, while that battle we were just looking at the back end of the lead lap, they're in the 28s, 31s, 32s. Sorry, 27s, 28s, and 31s for GTR, TLM, and Kingpin, respectively. So 5 to 9 seconds a lap slower.
Yeah, if I'm in the 401, it's, we've still got a long ways to go. Brad just needs to stay out of trouble, which I'm sure he can manage. And, just get ready towards the final 2 hours or so, as Dorsey was putting it yesterday.
TR99 has just been lapped by the JTR car, so that means that those 3 6th, 7th, and 8th place cars are now off the lead lap, which is going to make things pretty difficult for them from now on. At least as far as getting on the podium is concerned.
I guess they don't really have much in terms of fuel strategy there to play with either.
No, because at this point they've just got to do better than JTR.
Yeah.
Which is really, really hard.
We do have a round of pit stops coming up. So I guess there's a world there where maybe you just count on catching a yellow at the right time. But I agree with you, Scott. By and large, this is, really the first time I think we've seen the contenders be lapped organically anyway now as well.
Yeah, all 4 of those cars, as in the race leader and also the 3 cars we were talking about just dropped off the lead lap, they all pitted on lap 83 or 84. So again, they're on the same strategy as JTR, so they've got to do better than JTR if they're going to get back on the lead lap. The only option they might have is staying out under a yellow and hoping for a quick yellow straight afterwards. But otherwise, they're going to be pretty trapped.
There's a lot of dust kicked up exit of turn 1 there. We could see from turn 3 camera, but doesn't look like it was a big issue, just most likely 1 wheel off.
Yeah, that's always the case here in Florida with it being so sandy. You don't have to... Sometimes you don't even have to go off the track, you just have to blow all the sand, get close enough to it to give it a good blow with your car, and you get a complete smoke screen or dust screen behind you.
Yeah, as we see exiting Tower Corner there, one of the Overnight Motorsports Porsches just putting a wheel off driver's left and just getting a nice line of smoke for the cars behind. Line of dust, I should say.
Hey, I got it working.
Hey!
Oh no, we're gonna lose Scott.
Oh, what? For the day?
That's what it says.
You knew this was coming.
He forgot.
Technically, yes, I did know that. At a time.
Once.
That's fine. Quick, somebody get Dorsey.
Do I take that as a compliment? That's my replacement?
Yes, but we had to find something worthy.
Oh.
Well then. Are you off now?
Yep.
Right.
I'll be taking my leave. Hopefully you guys are in for a good final. How many hours have we got left at this point?
3.5.
3.5 hours. Five competitive cars on the lead lap and within a few seconds lap of each other. So, and I'm particularly intrigued by that 89X Motorsports car. So, if this green flag run lasts much longer, we'll need to be doing some fuel maths to see if they can make it on one less stop, because that could really put them in the running.
Yeah, I think one of the things to watch with that car is we say goodbye to Scott Michaels for the afternoon and leave you with myself, Joseph Woodruck, and JT Tammy. One of the interesting things to watch with that car is going to be to see whether their increase in pace, or at least in consistency, is going to come at a cost in terms of fuel mileage over this stint and the stints to follow here. They haven't been slow to this point, but a lot of the rest of the field has dipped into the 23s and the 24s. It seems like, just based on my sampling here, that they've found a bit of consistency there in the 24s and 25s, which is why they haven't really fallen off the lead lap over the course of this stint. But you wonder if maybe that 6, 7, 8 lap advantage that they had in terms of fuel mileage is going to come due, or is going to be shortened. So compromised by the pace and the consistency that they found over the course of the stint.
Yeah, so I also have pit stop projections, as you'll remember. So if you direct your attention over to your copy of VLC, which the viewer will not be able to see this, but we'll be able to talk to it.
On our monitor here.
Yeah. But to Scott's point, I think there is a reasonable chance that the 89's got one fewer stop to do.
Well, so that ultimately is going to depend on the timing of the last full course yellow. Right?
Sure, yeah.
8 laps is roughly a third of a stint for most cars. So you've got to do it. You basically got to have 3 hours of green flag running or some type of offset from the rest of the field when you get to that point. Now, right now, everybody started from scratch, right? Because we were all in under the last full course yellow on lap 83. So we're coming up to the end of this stint here, and we're going to get an idea of what the adjusted fuel mileage and the non-first stint fuel mileage is going to be like for that 89X. Because now they're going to need some consistent green flag time doing laps on track to be able to use that fuel mileage to an advantage. Does your projection, Joseph, show a potential stop saving? I can't see the bottom of it because it's the scroll cuts it off.
Yes. Well, because the x-axis it goes up.
Sure, but there's a little tiny read thing there down to the bottom left that I just see now.
Yeah.
Very, very hard to see.
So the 89 might be looking at being able to do this on 3 stops. Even that actually seems a little high for the rest of this race. But the 696 and 401 would, with these projections, have to come in for a second. Basically a splash, I think.
Well, I mean, if we get let's say 3 more stints from here to the end of the race, I don't know that it would just be a splash, would it?
Hold on. I'm trying to make this feed.
Oh, no, you're about right. It would end up being something like 20 or 30 minutes worth of fuel.
Yeah, so
it makes some sense to me. A little hiccup there in the round 3 feed.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. So who would we consider to be heavy hitters in GTO then? It would be the 696, the 2, the 401, the 89, maybe 421 with an outside shot at clawing it back.
Yeah, I think that's probably about it. If GTR could find their way onto the lead lap, they may have the pace closer to the end of the race, just not right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing the 89 is the only one with a shot to do this without a splash, if you want to call it a splash.
A good upset.
Yeah, it would be very interesting.
We talked about this briefly yesterday. I believe it was with Dorsey Schrader. Some days, you know, you're not capable of a win, and you need to realize that, but don't let that distract you from maximizing what you do have available in front of you. And saving that pit stop with the pace that they're running might not mean that 89X is capable of a win. Like, it might not get them that far because they haven't had the consistent single lap pace.
We're projecting P2 for them to that point.
Exactly. This is still potentially a podium day for that Camaro. All other things, you know, remaining the same. So let's not get distracted because it doesn't mean that car saving that stop won't get that car a class win or an overall win. It still might get them a darn good result, and that is worth something when you've spent, you know, 16 hours out on track, out in the Florida sun, and you've been fighting and battling, trying to string a result together.
Yeah, we're still projecting the 401 to win, which surprises me a little bit, but also we have made the point that the drivers have changed, and so there's going to be a different pace that's represented at the first half of this race compared to what we're seeing now. A lot of this will obviously be thrown off by the fact that we've had a lot of opportunities for people to shorten their stints through these yellow flag periods. Yeah, so I've got. It's really interesting. I think the takeaway from the projections is basically the top 5 is up for grabs, basically front to back. So the projection is that there's no projection, I think.
So basically we take everybody on the same lap and say, well, I don't know yet.
There you go.
Which is basically what we can do without the computer.
If you're on the lead lap, you have a shot.
No, well, in fairness, we have been saying that literally all day.
Yeah.
Right? As long as you don't take yourself out of contention, you are still in contention. Right? It just takes consistency and running laps. Now,
there are a lot of opportunities to take yourself out of contention.
Absolutely. And this has all been helped by the fact that we've been in and out of full course yellow periods for the first stanza of this race. Right? We've had 6 of them. Yeah, and that does make a difference. And it certainly allowed more cars than we would normally get to be on the lead lap. And it's kept a real importance on being on the lead lap, right? Because you keep expecting the race to be reset at various intervals, right? And every time we do it, maybe 1 or 2 fall away. Somebody falls off the lead lap. And it just repeats this cycle over and over. Sorry, I was putting Scott's message there. And now we don't have that so much anymore. Right now we are getting a long green flag. We're having little smaller issues that maybe wouldn't have been so much of consequence, like with the GTR 99. But because we have a long green flag run, the gaps are going out. Now those 40 or 50 seconds that they lost stopping on track actually do have an impact. Right now they have fallen off the lead lap. And these are things that as the longer the race goes green, the less you are going to be able to afford them. Scott makes a mention in our internal chat here now that he's stepped away of the 421 having lost even gears. We did mention that. I don't believe that that's still the case. I think maybe they had a potential issue where they couldn't engage the even gears, or they couldn't select even gears, but they came into the pits right around the time that happened, stayed on the lead lap, and now it looks like everything is mostly correct.
So I'm also...
number 2 is in, guys. First of the lead lap competitors in GTO to make their green flag pit stops. First time we've seen these in a while.
That might explain why the projections aren't giving the number 2 too much credit.
So some of that is because I think the projection numbers are probably a little bit off. Like it says JTR was doing 2 laps ago. That's not a you thing. That's just a we only have like a stint's worth of data.
Yeah, that was a point I made a few minutes ago. That just, you know, we haven't had a ton of long green flag runs.
Yeah.
Although this is turning into that. So, and we've already established that the curse of the commentator doesn't exist. So, we'll see how much further this one goes. If,
hopefully for some time here.
Yeah, I was gonna say if the stars align and we can get the last like 3 hours into green, that would be a nice little way to round out the weekend, I think.
I got to stick it back to Dorsey. He came in here yesterday to tell me I told you so, that we were gonna have a half-hour run to the checkered flag, and now I got to send it back the other way.
Yeah, it's got to be no cautions for the last 4 hours.
Ever since I was a young boy, I wanted to tell Dorsey Schrader I told you so.
Well, we'll see if today's the day.
It might be. JTR is in the pits, guys. Overall race leader, the number 696. MWM4. His camo colors you've seen rocketing around the Sebring International Raceway this weekend. It makes its pit stop on lap 108. From the race lead, this should promote, unless the 401 also comes in this lap, should promote them to the race lead here. It also just kind of verifies that there isn't a whole lot of variety in terms of the fuel mileage you're going to get out of these BMWs. You know, same data in, you're going to get the same result at the end, and that is really where the only variety is the driver's right foot and the driving style and how you can affect fuel mileage that way. Otherwise, you'd expect all these similar chassis to be in at roughly the same time. 401 is not rated. Come through start finish over a minute now behind the 696. They will temporarily inherit the lead until they have to make a pit stop of their own.
Well, what we really need is just a long enough green flag run that everyone has to make green flag pit stops, really. And then we'll have a much better feeling of the state of play. By the way,
that's where we're headed with this green flag run.
Yeah,
I guess we'll see.
Yeah. Projections are looking at maybe a final lap count upper limit of about 188. And there's
underscores how much time we lost yesterday. We only did 140.
Yeah, there's some projection there. You know, this includes the possibility of yellow flags based off of what we've seen so far. So that actually might end up being a slight undershoot, but it's at the very end of the long tail. So that should be basically what we would get if we had green flag running.
Right. Well, let's make that happen, guys.
Or else.
I don't have any control over that, but you know who does.
Let's talk championships while we have a relative lull in the action. So GTO East, I think we've talked about this a reasonable amount. So JTR and Thunder Bunny are both they're both full season, so they're getting into drops, pretty deep into drops actually in GTO for the East Championship. JTR is up by 4 points. The next result that they'll drop should be a 6-point result from Road Atlanta.
Do they not have any more zeros to drop?
Not that I see. They're all blanked out now with their 4 drops, all being either DQs or DNFs. Thunder Bunny is also into their drops, but they've actually started dropping points already. So their next drop will be a 7-point result. So there's probably about the same amount of upside for both of these teams. If they can basically what that will mean is that JTR is going to, or sorry, Thunder Bunny, the 421, would need JTR to finish, I think it's probably 5th or lower, and Thunder Bunny, that 421, would have to take at least 2nd, and I think, actually, no, they would have to win on count back. They would have to win in order to pick up GTO East. So the way things are going right now, that seems fairly well taken care of. Actually, the 696 is just pitted and elevated the 401 into the lead. That's your GTO East. GTO on the national stage. Your top 2 contenders there are still JTR and Thunder Bunny. Still that same 421, with the 111 basically out of contention for the national. The gap there is 23 points. JTR actually has more points that they're dropping there. So the way things are looking now, it's going to be very difficult for Thunder Bunny to overhaul them in Austin. If JTR were a DNF for this race, it might change things up, but it's still going to be a tough haul. There's going to be 26 points on offer in Austin. They're not going to be able to use all 26 of those because of their drops. Yeah. So as things stand, JTR would provisionally, I'm going to say, both because I have messed up points before and because all results are provisional, pending post-race tech, that would put JTR in a position to lock up the GTO National Championship, leaving Sebring.
Sorry, Joseph, we've got the 511 stop on track down at turn number 17. Driver's right, it says, which is a little bit spicy.
They're not in the wall or anything, but it is a...
No, they've just pulled into that cut there.
Yeah.
It's kind of an overlap in the wall to driver's right, just on the inside, so they're really not in the racing, like you said, in the racing line. Still not a great place, but if they can pull it back into the false grid, they can just basically get it into the paddock. I wonder if they've run that car out of fuel.
Well, I didn't think that they had pitted all that long ago because they needed to repair that left rear.
It was only 20 laps. You're right. Yeah, I thought the left rear pit stop was longer ago than that. It's only been 20 laps, unless they didn't put fuel in it.
Yeah, but why would you not? I mean, it's still going to be cheaper.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, you got to run down the lane at pit lane speed anyway. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. But it would be suspicious timing.
I'll switch us off to a different feed while I try to back that up a little bit. See if we can identify what happened there. If there's any telltale sounds or anything that might give us a little more information.
401 is in. 172 is in. It's the TLM Ruckus car. And Kingpin is in as well. So,
yeah,
our erstwhile leader as well as 7th and 8th place both into the pits.
And remember that there's no benefit here to pitting under green. There's no, it's not like a NASCAR thing where you would cycle to the front. You know, if you pitted now. This is, if someone's pitting now, it's because they absolutely need it.
Safety vehicle pulling up in front of the Choice Racing 511.
Yeah, Joseph's just working on queuing up that effective replay now. Oh, tire change. They're doing it on round 3 as well.
So 401 and Kingpin are doing tires?
Yes. So the 401, this is not surprising. They almost always do tires right around halfway. And I can appreciate that we've rocketed through almost 5 full hours now, but this is normally the time they do tires. Now, JTR ended up doing tires yesterday anyway. right? But it took them until the last hour and a half of the race for them to commit to that stop. It did take them some time. They obviously haven't done the tires yet on the 696 by virtue of them having already cycled back through to the lead, crucially ahead of the 89X, who has not yet pitted. So that's an interesting little development there. So what we'll need to find out is whether or not the 696 is likely to change tires before the end of the race. If they are, the smart play would just be to wait for a full course yellow and do it then, because now you've established that advantage over the 401.
So this is going to be the onboard of the last lap for the choice entry. Coming out of 10 on our way to 14 now.
Is this the last half lap?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So on the brakes into tower turn 13.
Sounds fine if
it's
a
right
little
there.
Yeah. A little hesitation on the throttle on the way out.
Yeah, but that was reflected in the trace. That little bump in the camera is exactly where our turn 14 camera was. Interesting, the LT drops away there too.
It
looks okay here.
No, it's bad. There's no, you can't hear it, but there's no engine note. I mean, there's a little bit of one, but it's extremely weak.
He's full throttle and there's no revs. It's idling at 3,600.
So drive shaft or?
No, because that would still be spinning the engine up. It would either be something like a throttle linkage. I don't know. Is that probably not a thing?
I was thinking that too, but it was obviously registering in telemetry. Not that those are necessarily, the same.
Yeah, but I don't
input.
know if that takes its position. That takes its reading off the throttle position sensor or what. And now the car's just off. Right, 0 revs.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, obviously to a point of relative safety there. It is going to bring out a local yellow at that point, and it's already caught out at least one car in the number 83.
I was going to say, 17, you've got to be really careful because you commit to those passes very, very early, and then you arrive on scene, and all of a sudden there's a yellow flag at your apex.
Yeah, and it depends on... Now, we're off the racing surface, so I don't know if we're going to get a waving yellow and then a standing yellow at the flag station before, but that would basically clog up the entire back straightaway.
Well, so there is a station at 16A, which is halfway down the back straightaway, and it was staffed as of yesterday anyway. So it would make sense. It's also not a place you would ever expect to see a yellow flag, right? If you're hurtling down the back straightaway and looking around, you are looking for stop cars off to driver's right. If you don't see any, why would you expect to see a yellow flag? All right, that's not excusing a pass under yellow because you should be looking directly at the flag station, but I can appreciate that at speed you're taking your cues off of certain things, and that may not always be the first thing you're looking at, especially in a long straight where you can see everything.
Now we should be back to a full green flag condition because that car has been towed back behind the wall.
Yeah. That was kind of my point there. They were right at one of the cuts in the false grid, and it's an easy recovery back into the paddock from where they were. Nice to see such a tame race control log at the moment.
Yeah, I was gonna note the lap penalty that's just been given to the 63. That'll be open throttle, but they're just outside the top 20, so not relevant to the points paying positions.
Yeah, that's a second pit lane violation.
And
BSI Racing, I think, has just been passed by the 701 there and had to take 2 separate stabs at turning in. I don't know if it was oversteer or they got caught out by the 701 going up the inside, but definitely had to reset their input coming up to the mid-corner.
I mean, to be fair, if you watch a full lap of them, they do quite a bit of sawing.
It's a lot of that.
It's an MX-5. I mean, you're pushing it. The good thing is it's quite responsive, so it's you get used to it.
Fuel going into number 979 from Black Forest, who's just left in front of me here. So
so this
will delay. Still no pit stops, by the way, from either the 89X or the 421 of Thunder Bunny. Now, this happened with Thunder Bunny yesterday as well. Because they weren't going so rapidly out on track, they were conserving fuel and going substantially longer than anybody really around them, and now they are in. One of the other things we're going to want here is...
Oh, MMR is back out on track.
Sorry?
MMR is back out on track.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Having lost 2 hours and 52 minutes.
Isn't that a glorious little tool?
This is the best thing you've ever done.
Wow.
No, that single piece of information, I want this for every endurance race I watch. Every single one. I want that the lap, sorry, not just the lap count once a car is over a lap behind. I want the time, right? When did they each complete lap 112 or whatever, the number is. How you get a time differential between two cars not on the same lap, because that number does matter on several occasions. And in particular, the reason I went to that page, that number right now is between the 696 and the 401, the gap between JTR Motorsports Engineering and Round 3 Racing. Round 3 having changed tires under the green flag pit stop in this most recent cycle, 2 minutes 48.8 seconds. That is how much time they are, or that is how far behind they are the number 696 race leader. Now, in effect, that means they're about 25 seconds away from being on the lead lap. And they need to catch or pick up 25 seconds on the race leader and then unlap themselves in order to be, not caught off guard by a full course yellow or something to that effect. Does feel a little bit unlikely. Oh, Choice is moving again.
Yes.
Maybe. Oh, yeah, looks like they're coming back out.
So let's see what happens here. Do they go straight out onto track, or do they come into their pit stall?
I think they're probably going to add fuel, I would assume.
Right. So you are allowed to add 1 can of fuel. If you run out of fuel on track, you can add 1 can of fuel in the pit lane under the supervision of a pit marshal. I'm sorry, in the paddock, under the supervision of a marshal. And then you have to add the rest of the fuel in the pit lane.
Yeah, coming in right here.
And I wonder if that's what's happening here.
Was that a white flag they were waving?
They're big Dido fans. But then again,
they are removing a car on a flatbed with a blue tarp covering it from the midway here. I wonder if that is one of our incident cars from yesterday.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, it's a difficult situation. Different types of damage for different cars.
Oh, sure. Yeah. And we addressed it yesterday when it happened, but it's been clean so far today. So everybody's behaving themselves thus far out on track. It's really only been single car incidents, right? I think the only times we've gone yellow for incidents are single car mistakes down at 17. We had the one up at turn 3 that was compounded by some other things happening on track at the same time. But by and large, a much cleaner day today than we had yesterday, despite us having a couple of more full course yellows.
Yeah, I would take a couple of full course yellows if it means that we have a cleaner sort of back half of the race, which is what we've had so far.
Well, look, from a strategy perspective and an investment perspective, for those of us that pay attention to 8 hours of this stuff at a time, full course yellows aren't irrelevant. right? They still provide opportunities for people to try something different on strategy, or it resets the field, changes who's on the lead lap. Maybe it changes a class battle or something like that. Red flags are they're lost time, right? And they are necessary.
They are podcast mode.
Yeah, but in this particular case, those yellow flags don't mean nothing. And to that point, we've gone an entire fuel run now under green flag conditions, and it almost feels like we're waiting for the next action, like the next unusual thing to happen, right? And that's all it took was an hour and a half or so of green flag running. We're like, well, when's something going to change? Because it's all been pretty predictable to this point. We have just had a slight change. The number 89X Motorsports Camaro into and out of the pit lane from what had been second overall. Cycles back out. I think it's going to be in third. And actually, we're going to get a good little battle here, Joseph, between the 89, the 421, and the 401. They're all separated by about 2 seconds each. So covered under a 4 or 5 second blanket. We have the 421 on board still. Yeah, there we go. So they'll be looking towards the back of a black Chevy Camaro, which I think will be the next car up the road. Perhaps. And in a rear view mirror, you would be looking for a white, black, and blue BMW M4 GT4.
Yeah, that back end looks distinctly Camaro-esque.
That's exactly what it is. So go... Ooh, nicely done. Split one of the Big Mission BMWs there on the way through turn 14. Now, if you're in the Porsche Cayman here from Thunder Bunny, you're looking at the back of this Camaro and catching it quite rapidly through the corners. That Camaro's pretty quick down the straight line. That's not in a American muscle car meme thing. It's just that's how that car makes its time. And we'll see what happens.
Sometimes it's a meme because it's real.
Yeah, it's very true. Porsche's got legs though. 142 miles an hour down the back straightaway. Oh dear, the Black Forest car has turned its wipers on and now it's figured out how to turn them off. It's tough. When you're on board a car through turn 17 there, you don't always get a sense of just how much movement there is and just how bumpy it is through turn 17. The onboard shot from this 421 up behind the back of the Camaro, all the way through that corner, just the rear end of that car constantly moving around.
Of
that Camaro.
Yeah, the thing about Sebring is it's a rhythm section, but vertically.
Yes. A rhythm of great amplitude.
Yeah, it's just whoops. It's whoops-a-doos everywhere.
This has come together now, this battle for third. It is off the lead lap, but the 401 has caught the back of the 421 because the 421's been held up by the Camaro. Ooh, the old Pruitt fading the braking zone.
Yeah. And he's going to get a great launch out of the hairpin, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can make the case he was trying to offset from the Camaro. He's got the run now.
He's got acceleration, but he doesn't have the top end.
Yeah, the Camaro really wiggled out of that.
The Porsches are not the strongest through the intermediate gears. That 401 yesterday was really pulling in third and fourth gear, especially between 7 and 10. Yeah. Ooh, he's off! The back of that car slid under acceleration around turn 11. It broke traction, and it just slid wide to driver's right, clipped the grass at the club course pit out, and that was all it took.
That is super easy to do. That's one of my least favorite corners, just because of how tight that radius is and the bumps right there.
The Camaro's wide.
The 401 has not earned this in the slightest.
Sure, they've been driving well.
So basically all they've done is let the 401 go, and now the 89X and the 421 have picked up right where they left off. Right? Because this margin started 2 seconds apart. It closed up. It allowed the 401 to catch, and, well, are they going to pick back up? I don't know. Camaro's really pulling away.
So, well, I think the driver of the 421's probably collecting his bearings a bit after that kind of that moment in the back half of the circuit. I want to make a point really quickly that if the 89 can somehow, through traffic or just from the 401 getting bulk somewhere and being able to straight line it, remember that they're on slightly different fuel strategies in terms of their stint length. So if the 89 can keep the 401 behind it, that'll pay huge dividends toward the end of the race. You know, we know that the 401 has pace. We know that the 89 has the fuel economy. Where it's gonna sort of intersect is, the 89's left side tires are off the track, back on.
Passing the grass. A couple of them.
That's gonna get, I mean, it worked, but that's gonna make race control pretty unhappy.
It will be interesting to see if that makes the race control longer or not. Two-offs generally don't.
That's another one of those things where I think it seems very track or marshal dependent.
It is. Well, I think we've had this discussion before.
Yeah, we absolutely have. Yeah.
Yeah, it is region dependent as to how the marshals are trained and what is expected of them. Now, I think most of our marshals this weekend are Sebring track crew, so I don't know what the standard there exactly is, but when I did marshal here, it was 4 offs over.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's hard to communicate, necessarily what the driver ahead's doing based on car placement. Like approaching the hairpin is, if the car's driving in the middle of the track, it's like, okay, are you staying right? Are you gonna take the racing line? What's going on here?
Yeah. Remember, there's a little extra not pressure, but that 89 is making its speed under acceleration and down the longer straight. So that run from turn 5 to turn 7 is one of the few places it's going to have an advantage over anybody else in GTO. Right, so getting bulked behind traffic there is, if you can avoid it.
Getting a good run here. Oh, that's a Porsche in front. Never mind.
You can avoid getting balked in one of those long, flat-out stretches. You're going to do yourself some favors in terms of lap time. So I get the urgency in that regard to try and make as many passes as you can without sacrificing the momentum. Sometimes you have no choice. Other times your choice is to put 2 tires in the dirt, apparently.
It's deja vu all over again for the 99.
Yeah, stopped again, turn 3?
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned that. I was just looking out at the bridge over at turn 6 and saw the 99 accelerating and realized we hadn't really checked in on them in a little while. And then I saw JT's message.
Oh, I didn't see JT's message.
Yeah.
That's not a list or a link, JT.
Also, JT, you can just say these things out loud.
There's conversation going on that I didn't want to interject through.
Always interject.
That's all we do is interject.
There's clearly enough of it.
You know what I really enjoy? When 6 people try and talk over each other on the broadcast.
It's not even cross-talk at that point. It's just woven talk.
Yes. Verbal basketry.
Yeah. Hey, I have a question. Is the joke about like a joke class, like it was underwater basket weaving where I went to school? Is that what it is? Like everywhere? Is that always the default like joke class?
No, where I went to school they called it air traffic control.
Haha.
No.
You are cleared for departure.
You are not cleared for takeoff. The sky is swollen with airplanes. No, I think that's just a cultural, like an American cultural thing. Majored in underwater basket weaving.
Right.
There's probably layers there that include being a football-centric school. Heavily athletic school.
This was engineering orientation, but thank you.
Oh, sure. Well, yeah. I don't know. I think that's just an American cultural thing. And then, I'm sure every place has their joke majors, rather than just joke classes.
Oh, we have. Okay, so this is to me insane that it exists. But it's a real major, or at least was. They had a major in turf grass science.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I believe that.
That was always crazy to me.
So while you guys are going on about jokes, I'm pretty sure I saw an MP01 code through 3 with a cone attached to the front right bumper, but it looks like it's... Oh, no, it's still going there at the tower corner. Either that or it's very bright orange fluorescent tape just in the front right corner.
Would we catch that? Yeah, I was going to say we might catch this at 15, 16.
That might be the 100 because that was the 58 that has gone through coneless.
Yeah.
Man, these cameras look good today.
Yeah, much better.
I don't really understand what happened.
Except 3. 3, for whatever reason, decided to change its focus.
It's
it's because I set it up in the dark. I don't think it was ever really there. Either that or it's because the 99 pulled up in front of it one too many times. It focused on the 99, then it pulled away and never reset.
Yeah, I could have sworn it was more in focus earlier.
99 is on pit lane now with the hood up, it looks like.
You know what I did notice this morning? The cameras were absolutely fine until the sun started coming up, and then as soon as the sun went above their horizon for about 30 minutes, they were in absolute chaos before they settled down again. Now, I don't know if that was coincidental with the onboards also connecting to towers around the same time, or what exactly the issue was. But
they got to spool up the towers in the morning, you know.
Sure, yeah. Crank it up.
Alright, turn 3 camera, bam, goes right through right there. So I guess keep an eye on the turn 7 cam in the next moment. We should see it pop in. There it is.
Just come through. Yeah, I missed it.
Yeah, we'll hang on this one for a little bit.
Yeah. You think it's taped, JT?
It's hard to tell, but just judging from the position of the turn 7 cam.
I'm sure it would appear in a race control log if somebody were carrying a cone.
Yeah,
probably.
I think so too. I would hope.
We'll see. I'll be the judge of this.
Latency says, "Will you now?"
Yeah, it's not looking great. Oh yeah, the cameras look so good today. Idiot.
Listen, we've gotten 4 good hours out of them. It's from here on out is fine.
There it is. Yeah, I think that's tape.
It just looks very bulky.
Yeah, it is weird. Yeah, it's strange, but it's also over a huge area.
Yeah, but specifically just the corner though.
I was trying to think if anybody might have come through with one of the NPO1s that didn't take the start of today's race. Maybe it's a spare nose piece or something. I don't know.
Oh, that could be.
Yeah.
696 has relaxed the pace here in the last little while. Came out of the pits and did a quick 219. And then ever since then, it's been right in the 22s, 21s and 22s with the odd 23. So I can't imagine they're just not capable of doing those times anymore. Obviously, they did the 19 right out of the box, but it means that they're really not extending the margin over second. The gap is currently 1 minute and 10. Round 3 racing the first car, 1 lap down. That margin is still 2 minutes and 50 seconds, so it's only gone out by about 2 seconds, and for all intents and purposes, just flat line there at 250. 89X and Thunder Bunny still doing battle on that same lap. I guess that battle stuck around. If anything, I think it's kind of favored the 89X, at least in terms of consistency, since that initial little scrap we got.
It looks like one of the ACP cars is not quite taking the racing line around the 469. Brendan.
Are we? You giving me a hint?
Yeah. I'm a good producer.
This is a great way to do this, by the way.
Yeah, it is. We should have been doing this multi-view thing forever ago.
I know. This is so much better. I bought a TV this weekend to travel around the series trailer as well. So I got it all in 36-inch glory. Yep.
All right.
Yeah, it's gone quite well. Well, look, I figured if we were going to start having guests up here, like Dorsey and John, that we should have something for them to follow along.
I think that's fair.
Now, the table in here isn't very big, so I went the smallest I could find, but it's still very, very useful to us. So, with that all been said, Joseph has queued us up for some ads. We're going to go ahead and take that break here on DriversEye Live, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Happy to have everybody's company from Sebring International Raceway inside the final 3 hours of racing this weekend. Appreciate you joining us. A little bit of patience, and we'll be back on the other side of this commercial break.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things. Like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
And welcome back to the Sunday race at Sebring for the World Racing League. Second of 2 8 hours. I don't think that's a cone. I think that's another. I think that's just a wrap from a different car. I think. JT.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what I've decided. But anyway, your leaders at the moment, PC Racing in GP1 with about a lap lead over the 701 for round 3 racing. In GP2, it's Harrison Motorsports, also with a lap, maybe pretty close to 2 laps actually. They're about to put the 21 a second lap down, it looks like. GP3 is being led by the 605, who have just taken to the pits for what will probably be their second to last, yeah. Stop overnight, and I don't know if overnight is going to temporarily overhaul them on pit stop rotation, but the 605 has had the measure of that class for most of the day. GTO is being led by JTR with about a minute and change lead over the 2 for ACP and Tangerine Associates. Round 3 racing in the 401 is putting in some quick laps to try to close that gap down a little bit. Time will tell if that'll be enough. Then there's the 89X, that Camaro, who is adding to the intrigue partially on the basis of their fuel economy, partially on the basis of their straight line speed over the 421 for Thunder Bunny, who is competing and gunning for the GTO East Championship and trying to stay in contention for the GTO National Championship. GTU is a 2-horse race today. It'll be the 58 for Stratus on lap 118, about 5 laps behind the overall lead, and then the 100 for L2 Motorsports, which has been in and out of the paddock area for most of the day. So they, I think, are probably just going to be trying to score points, trying to make it to 50% distance compared to their class leader, which is gonna be the 58. That gap is insurmountable, so the 58 cannot be caught. It'll just be a matter of whether or not they put in enough laps to keep the 100 from also scoring points. JT, are you seeing anything in particular that you wanted to call out?
No, I mean, you basically just covered it. Just Thunder Bunny directly behind the 89 Camaro right now, fighting for position. Last time across the line, within a half second.
That's a good call. I should go to that. We have a Janetta behind us in this shot, looks like.
A Cayman.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, white Cayman. Maybe one of the Pinnacle cars, not
Could
sure.
be Kingpin, actually. It'd be a lap gap there. So Kingpin is going to... That looks racy, so I'm wondering if that Kingpin car is actually trying to get around the two of them so that they can keep making inroads on the 172 for TLM and Ruckus Racing.
Go for an over-under here, try to get a better exit. Not much.
You really need to... It's a tricky situation here when you've got a car that's got the track advantage and also has a huge straight line advantage, although they've kind of sailed it into turn 1 here. So what the 421 needs to do is try to make a move early here in the twisty bit so that they can build a little bit of a gap when it comes time to open up the throttle. They're not going to get it done through 5, which means they're definitely not going to get it done into 7. You can tell just how much that car closes in. Yeah, and it looks like it'll be competitive coming out of the hairpin, but just watch it pull away once you get into the upper register. Not a third gear, and that Camaro is gapping us.
Yeah, but it looks like it's having to break around the 400 mark, whereas the Thunder Bunny Porsche can get closer to the 3.
Yeah. And some of that may be down to the driver in each car, but remember the GTO being a power to weight class. If the Camaro has that much power, that means it also probably has an awful lot of weight.
You know what it also has? Fuel capacity.
Yeah,
that's true. Oh, that's close. That's close.
Power, but yeah. Ooh! Let the Kingpin car through at the same time.
That was close.
Yeah, it's well saved. That absolutely could have ended up in the right-hand side wall if it...
Yeah, that is exactly how you end up in the inside tires at 16. Doing exactly that. Pinching the exit, but coming back to the throttle like you're going to track out. It looks exactly like that. But this isn't the first time that's happened to the 421. They were off track at 11 in almost exactly the same scenario. Too aggressive on the throttle, trying to hold take advantage of a good run out of a slow corner. And just getting a little bit too aggressive with it.
We should probably shout out the AOA cars that are running 3rd and 4th in GP3.
Yeah, kind of out there on an island at the moment, but
yeah, a little bit.
Not in bad shape.
That overnight, that 195 is still hanging around in GP3, so we'll keep an eye out for. I mean, they effectively need something to happen to the 605 here, because as things stand, the 605 will take GP3 East. The best way to ensure that you can win a championship is by leading it and winning the final race.
Yeah.
The tables are a little turned in the national, because that 605 hasn't done a lot of the races on the western side of the schedule. So the 197, which is the car that had to be pulled in with an issue with their hood, that's the car that's leading the GP3 in the national championship, and leading that by a pretty stout margin. So the 195 will cut into that a little bit, and obviously so will the 605. But 197 comes into this race with a 13-point lead over the 195. That's the maximum that you can achieve. And actually, I'm not sure if we had enough starters for bonus points. I don't think we did today.
In every class except GP3.
Yeah, GP3 is what is. I'm trying to remember if the cutoff is 7 or 8.
No, we started 7 yesterday. That's why I'm thrown off a little bit.
You're wondering where the 8th one came from?
No, yesterday was a definite no. Well, also that, yes. Yesterday was a definite no.
So let's see. If a bonus point is not on offer, then let me think through this real quick, because the other element here is that we're into drops in the national championship also for both cars. So the 197, their next drop is going to be a 9-point result, or sorry, an 8-point result. The most they can come out of this is going to be basically plus 4 points. Well, that's the 197, isn't it? So actually, the 197 probably will just drop this race.
Sorry.
What's that?
7 or more.
Yes. Okay.
I thought it was 8 or more. My mistake. So that's 7 or more cars in a class. So they will earn bonus points. Also, remember we get a bonus point because this is a regional championship round.
Okay. Yeah. Good call.
So it'd be 12 plus 1 plus 1 for a win.
Yes. Right.
Which is how we get to 14 for the 401 yesterday.
Sure. Okay. I'm with you. So the 197, I think, because they're going to finish probably. We'll see. It's kind of a question mark depending on how close, whether or not they can overhaul the 15. But the way it's looking like right now, I think they're going to end up dropping this result from the national championship. 195 will obviously take it if they hold second here, and would end up in basically the same. You know, you have a repeat of last night where you've got overnight picking up 12 points and round 3 picking up 14. Overnight dropping 5 in that scenario, so they can pick up. They can max out at 125. I think they'll end up with 123 if they hold second. Round 3, I don't think is actually in the drops yet in the national championship. So this is all pure points, and I think. Let's see, plus 14. They wouldn't quite overhaul overnight, but it would make it basically neck and neck for second place going into COTA. And GP2 as things stand, looking at the We discussed it earlier that the regional championship is sewn up. That'll be the 146 for Harrison.
Yes.
Even though none of the... Are any of the top 3 entries in GP2 East? The 407 is running. So
yeah, currently 4th.
Yeah, so they have a shot at overhauling the 348 for 2nd, but they're out of it mathematically for the championship. I think the 111's had an issue. 111's had an issue through turn 17.
Contact. Yep, contact with the number 58 Stratus Racing and PO1.
And now,
immediately a surface flag follows, which suggests that maybe some debris was dropped as a result, if not some contact.
Yeah, they actually came across the track coming out of turn 17. I mean, right across the track.
Did we catch the contact as it happened?
I can come back and try to catch it. We didn't catch it live, so I didn't quite see what happened.
I think it was the same time the 421 was putting a wheel off. And so.
But the 313, has just copped a penalty for a fueling infraction. I don't know if they had a warning before, but they had visor up and a fire bottle not ready at the same stop.
They did it at 12:30.
Did have
no balaclava for the fire guy.
Yeah. Anyway, it was 2 infractions at the same time. So on our monitor here, excuse me, we've got the onboard with the 111 passing a slow 99, I think?
Yeah.
In replay?
I didn't realize they were back out, but they're
rapidly catching the GTU car on the brakes.
Oh, wow. Okay. Where's the 58 gone?
Oh, right there on the inside.
No. I mean, like, where is it on track? Is it still out? Do we have a local yellow at 17? Because...
No, unless the debris is the 58 car.
Maybe it just cut off through the contact and continue.
Yeah, but I would have expected it to pass the 111.
Let's cut to this. This will be the collision between the 58 and the 111, which we were talking about in the second monitor. Now, you're going to be looking to your right here at the second apex.
So right in here.
Oof. Yeah.
And you
absolutely fired it down the inside.
Yeah, you can hear it.
You could hear tire squealing. I think you could hear the tires squealing off the 58. I don't think that was tire squeal from the 111.
The 58. I wonder if it spun the 58 to driver's right and he carried on. Now, there was no reports of a spinning continue from the 58, but if you're going to dissect that, my guess is that's where how that panned out.
Yeah, there is obviously a call for contact between those two, and I feel like we can pretty demonstrably affirm that.
Yeah, and to some degree, call the 58, if not at fault, certainly the aggressor in that case, right? It looked like the 111 was pretty well established, headed back to the racing line, and the 58 took advantage or tried to take advantage of a questionably open door up the inside at a part of the track that's really only about 1.5 or exactly 2 car widths wide.
Yeah,
as it turns out, there's not a whole lot of consequence there for the 58 just by virtue of the GTU class situation today, and them in the number 100, who is out there circulating, but nope. It shut the stream off in the 111.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that may end up being the day for the 111. We'll have to wait and see on that. But full course yellow.
Yeah, so that explains.
The 58 is slow at turn 15.
I assume this is then to clean up turn 17 from the debris that's there, rather than to pick up a car.
Assuming the 58 has made it around, yes.
Yeah.
We have the onboard from, I believe, North Loop in our monitor here, so try and see if that 58 has come to grief anywhere. Not according to race control, but look like a lot of debris down there. 58's made it back.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's
It is in the pits just in front of the race leader, actually.
I do wonder if that's something just drop fluid. It could be.
It could be a radiator done in on the 111, you know, something like that. I don't see any fluid.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that was my thought. Is it could have been water.
It could also just be, you know, a chunk of debris. We didn't see much from the 979 on board down at turn number 17, but nothing listed in the race control log just as yet. It has been a pit stop from your overall race leader, the 696, a pit stop from the number 2. Now, if you're the 696 here, I think this is your opportunity to do tires. If you think you're going to need them, I think you do them now because you know you've caught the 401 having done them under green.
Yeah, but it's so late in the game that I feel like you probably would have done tires.
Nah, they did this yesterday. They ran a full 4.5, 5-hour run on tires and then did them an hour and a half before the checkered. Now, it's possible that that was a forced tire change by something else happening, but if you're going to do them, I think you would do them here. Fuel still going in. Fuel is done. Drip tray is pulled away. Ah, nope, car is sent. So, where has the 401's pitted. Ah, they're still a lap down.
Well, okay, let me hit you with this, Brendan. Would you maybe, if your JTR, elect to not take tires because you know it'll keep the 401 pinned a lap back?
Perhaps, but is that better than doing them under green?
I just think you wouldn't do it because you have that control now over the field where you can make it so that it's you and the number 2 on the lead lap and nobody else.
As long as they will physically last.
Yeah, that's true. If they're
I agree.
If they're gonna cord and destroy themselves, then yeah, that's
well. And I know of one
that's
GTO car
counterproductive.
that was very, very close on that yesterday, and they only did 6 hours running, 6.5 hours running.
Okay.
99's been back in. Tires on the... No, it's not the number 100. Who's doing tires? Oh, no. It's just playing with the air gun.
Sounds fun.
By the way, I see why JT thought the number 100 was carrying a cone. The entire right front corner of that car is half-inch strips of bright orange duct tape. Eraser tape.
It's like very fluorescent orange. It looks
It's very bright. It is very bright. 701 has come and gone out of the second place spot, I believe, in GP1. Joseph, is your monitor? Oh, there it is.
Can I help you?
Yeah, it went away briefly, but now it's back.
Oh.
And when I tried to reload it, it took eons to reload.
This will be the 979 into the pits, obviously. Right behind the number 100, and then so right under Brendan's nose, I think.
Yes, it is. 421 is into the pit lane. Looks like the 2 has been in as well.
89's coming in.
Interesting. I was wondering if the 89 was going to be in here. I think...
This, and then one more to go.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas I think everybody else is going to need one more and a splash. Now, saving a splash isn't going to get you a lap.
Yeah, and it depends how quickly... Well, it looks like we're actually going to go to green very quickly here.
Ooh. That'd be interesting. So the pace car is at turn 7, so I think the 89 will be able to get out here.
Yeah.
Now these cars are at speed just because they haven't caught up to the pace car.
Tires on the 979.
89 slow coming out of the box.
Long stop for the 401. No, it was a good stop for the 401. Wait a minute.
Come on, get it fired. Come on.
401's been in 2 laps in a row. They're pushing it.
Oh, maybe just needed a bump start.
Yeah,
oh, that doesn't sound good.
No, they got it.
Okay.
Be careful about the speed here.
Yeah, we're...
The sweeper's out, or the blower's out.
Yeah, I think they're coming in. There were an additional 2 more of those trucks that already peeled off at turn 2.
Yeah, the silver lining of some of our onboard carrying cars falling by the wayside is it helps give me an excuse to pull in onboards like this, where the connection quality isn't the strongest, but the audio is pretty fun.
Yeah, it is. Traffic.
Yeah, one of those... Is it the crowd control Mustang? It looks like a Mustang, but it's not the MMR Mustang.
Then it would be the core one if it's the black Mustang.
Yes,
I believe.
Okay.
Or
okay.
The number 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is having a better day than it did yesterday. It's hanging on, running 6th in class.
Double yellows are down at start-finish. The green flag waves over the number 336 this time around. There's a car that was left standing out in front.
A mere 35 laps behind 4th place in GP1. Still out there, still turning laps.
I was out for the number 696 here. Buried probably 15 cars deep in the queue. 421 is not that far behind. Neither is the 401, but they are both off the lead lap now. Nope, the 100's back in. There's the 89. So they come through in 5th, about 17 seconds behind the 401. Never did catch the back of the pacing line after the pit stop. Didn't quite have enough time, so it's a really strung out field on the restart here, especially behind the first 25 cars or so. Wonder if they've installed Sarah Montgomery to the end here in the 401.
I believe so.
And I wonder if that's why they came in a second time. Intrigued by that, but probably not much of a price to pay for doing so. Now the 89X is going to have to kind of hang on here for a while. We think it's got an advantage in terms of fuel mileage and that it won't have to make a splash or have to pit again for a splash before the end of the race.
But also, all it's going to take here is a really well-timed yellow flag, and that advantage kind of goes away. If we get a yellow flag outside of the next 15 to 20 minutes, you make one more stop as anybody who's not the 89, top off, and then you're one stop to the end. And that kind of takes care of your splash. So if you're the 89, you want this to go green for a while here. And to some extent, I guess the 421, although I'm not entirely convinced the 421's going to be able to do it without a stop. Back across the start-finish line to complete lap 132. Oh, you know what, guys? I didn't realize this. The number 2 is on the tail end of the lead lap.
Yes.
I didn't realize it had gone that way. I thought they were going to loop around. But I suppose the way the pit stops worked out, they ended up in front of the 696. Now that's interesting. And I suppose the way that that would have happened is that they pitted as soon as the yellow flag came out. Before the 696 came in, the pace car would have been meant to pick up the 696 or whoever was next in line directly behind them. And by the virtue of the number 2 having already been in the pit lane, by the time the 696 was meant to be picked up, they came out basically second and first in that order, but a lap apart, which is an interesting little quirk there, just based on the timing of the full course yellow and when the number 2 decided to pit. Now, that's a really challenging thing to work through in real time if you're a strategist, but I think that one's going to bite the number 2, because they had the opportunity here to be at the tail end of the line, or at least the tail end of the, you know, the running order out on track, but on the lead lap, and now they are barely on that lead lap. Good on board here with the number 89X. Did they add graphics to that onboard since yesterday?
Yes.
I think they did, yeah. I don't recognize either of those things, AP Racing or Essex.
There's your advertisement for Sentinel. Add graphics in between days of your weekend.
Day to day. Sell your Saturday slot and your Sunday slot.
Interesting rejoin in front of the BSI Miata there by, I think, an M2, black and red M2 in the hairpin.
Yeah, it's a 991, which is very convenient.
We kind of lose that onboard around the back straight, so switch away from that. I think this onboard's fun for a different reason, because it is very lively.
Yes. I also like the sound.
Yeah, you would.
Very high pitch. It reminds me a lot of the Janetta onboard we had yesterday.
We had a Janetta onboard yesterday.
Yeah, we had the old fashioned.
Oh, that's right. It had that weird purple tint to the windshield, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Passed by the number 421 down the back straightaway. GP2 car doing everything it can in a straight line.
We've gotten
going to the inside.
We've gotten to the point of our weekend where we're getting scent-based marshalling. So there's a report of a gear oil smell on the Big Mission 199. Hopefully not something that they'll have to pull in and fix, because they are running in a podium position in GP1 with about a 5-minute advantage over the Hunter Racing number 74.
Yeah, that one just seems to go real deep into the hairpin there.
I think it's time for some more irresponsible math, because I am struggling a little bit to make too many strong predictions here, in GTO at least. The other classes are basically, as long as you keep it on the island and don't break anything, you should be in good shape. I don't think there's a ton of pit stop intrigue going on there. GTO obviously is a little more up in the excuse me, up in the air.
Yeah, the 401 directly behind the Thunder Bunny car. Fortunately, no onboard for that.
We can see it in our rearview mirror here, though, so that we have a little bit of awareness.
That is true.
Oh, that's so close to contact. I was so ready to hear a thud. And is that the 2 or the 52 that's behind us, that's going side by side with the 401?
I think that's the 52.
Oh, wow. Bumper to bumper at this point. Doing well to keep it off of each other. Now that ACP car is going to have a little bit of a run here. 2 BMWs up against 2 Caymans. I'm not totally sure. I haven't identified the Cayman that's in front of us.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell. It's been throwing the driver in the 421 off our loop here. Hasn't been able to get any good exits to really pounce.
Oh, we're going to dive.
52 backs up.
That worked out way better than I thought it would.
987 of FSR Racing, currently in 11th.
So that'll unleash the 421 a little bit and see if they've got any kind of pace.
Could be a little bit frightening in the 9.4 Lexus heading into turn 1 with 3 GTOs screaming by nose to tail.
Yeah, this is going to be... Oh, have we lost... The 2 is now in the pits, I think.
Or is it back out?
No, it's actually gone missing. It was not due for a stop.
That timing shows it in 7th right now.
Yeah, it was 2nd. answers our question of which ACP car this is, but now raises another question of what's happened to the number 2. No notes on race control.
Maybe it has a box before start-finish line.
It still shouldn't. It shouldn't be ready to pit. It pitted during the yellow flag, so it should be, unless they're back timing. That's the only explanation I could come up with.
Yeah, but that'd be risky with 2 hours to go, and there's still potential for yellows.
Yeah, there's no real reason to back time this. So I agree. That doesn't feel that way to me either.
The 421 and the 52 side by side through 14 there.
Still side by side, and it's gonna push the 421 into the gray. Oh, and the 52 is gonna go around. Is that what's happened? Is that the 2?
Oh, maybe.
We're gonna get a call from race control here. Apologies to I think that's Catesby and Co. That I can never remember which one of them. If it, the yellow car or the black car is the 52 or the 2. No, it was the 52. We had it right. So both of the ACP cars have run into problems at the same time, and race control is calling that in as an impact. So they did make it all the way to those inside tire barriers. Looking at the Black Forest Racing on board, we've just gone past the 52, so they have continued. 52 doesn't feature into... Actually, have I missed them on timing? It doesn't feature into this battle for the lead, but they were still running in the top 10 at that point. So I don't have any clue where the 2's gone.
You know, I think that was the 2 and not the 52. It's... Well, the 52 has a lot of green on it.
511 in the pits, you see the rear wing askew on the ACP BMW.
Yeah, so that should be the 52 directly in front.
And that'll be... That
was the one that spun.
Yeah, that'll be an indication of where that car is going into the wall. Basically, at least has clipped the back side of the car. Choice Racing back into the fray, now sitting in 12th in GTO. .58 we haven't seen come back out yet. As we look at the number 100 who are trying to register enough laps to score second place points here.
Gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
What do you want?
Yeah, I disappeared for the reason I always disappear. Just to welcome a couple of guests up here.
Yeah.
Mike, you're on. There we go. Happy to say, I've been brought sandwiches before. Number 2, Alexander Almonte has joined us of Almonte Motorsports fame, the number 9 BMW.
Yes.
Welcome to DriversEye Live.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Yeah. Thanks for coming up. We'll start with today, and then go a broader perspective here. The number 9 BMW, GP1, some mechanical issues.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think we're gonna take a DNF today, which I have a pretty firm team policy to not have any DNFs if possible. Unfortunately, we also took one in Atlanta for the same reason that we're taking one today, which is the splitter getting ripped off the car in a little off-track excursion there. We run the car pretty low. there's a lot of ground effects that are on the car, and you take it off into an area where there's a rumble strip or a dip, and that thing just catches and it just departs the car. And in the process of doing that, it takes other things with it, like radiators and water pumps and oil coolers and other things. So we're gonna go back to the drawing board on trying to figure out how we make that piece more resilient. Maybe put some jab rock underneath it so that it just kind of doesn't catch. I mean, in Atlanta, we had I would call it a brake failure. Would you guys agree? Like a brake failure going into 10A. Really sketchy situation. Thankfully, did not collect the 701 round 3 racing car. It was, I mean, if you watch the video, it's one of those things that you're like, did you hit that car? Like,
did you bail out to driver's right?
I bailed out to driver's right.
Yeah,
I was willing to take the wall over putting my car into somebody else. I mean, because I was way far back and there was just nothing. I was a passenger, and even when I tried to correct to the right, the track was really wet at that point. The car just plowed. It was staying on the trajectory it was staying on, and there wasn't anything that I could do about it. Thankfully, I believe Mo was in the car at the time. Thankfully, he, and I know he didn't see me because I've talked with him about it, but he turned in just at the absolute right moment, and I went through the same piece of real estate that he was occupying, and just, it hit the rocks and took the splitter and turned it underneath the car. And, I mean, it is what it is. It's a byproduct of racing and trying to push your equipment. I mean, this year was really a development year for us. I bought the car in January. We ran the June Daytona. We did really well at Daytona. We got a second place position there for our first race out. We were really happy with that. And I think, going into Atlanta, we were probably on a high horse, and we got humbled really, really quickly. I mean, just to be fully transparent, it was a humbling experience in Atlanta. We went there and we were just riddled with problems. And, racing is 95% disappointment, right? I mean, you're not gonna win every weekend. You can try. I mean, obviously we don't come out here to lose, right? Sure. But making sure that we have fun as a team is really important. I mean, my crew guys, they're volunteers. These guys come from all over the country. They leave their families for multiple days. We were here last night working until 2:30 in the morning trying to get that car back together, myself included, and then we go back to the house and we were like, all right, let's try to get some sleep. And we get sleep. We're back up at 6 a.m. We're here at the track. These guys are trying to catch naps in the pit stall. I mean, I know there's a lot of people in the paddock, so this is a bold statement, but I have the hardest working crew. Hands down, the hardest working and one of the most talented crews in the paddock here. The ability to diagnose issues and troubleshoot things and get the car back out on the track is pretty impressive.
It's a silly thing, racing, in some ways. Like you say, it is a lot of disappointment. It's a ton of hard work, a lot of late nights, early mornings, and almost everybody involved at this level is volunteer. Right? So you're putting in a lot of time and a lot of effort and energy for not a lot of return, either emotionally or monetarily, until things start going really well, and then it all seems like it's worth it.
Right. You get that one little taste. Yeah. It's like you get that, and then you're trying to chase that. I mean, for lack of a better term, you're chasing that high of like, hey, we want to get back up on there. And like yesterday when we moved up into third place, and we were like looking at having a podium spot. I mean, the energy level. I mean, so our strategy, the way that we run, you're always going to see us in the back for qualifying, and we always tick up the order as the race goes on. Both attrition and pit stop strategies are the two things that really help us move up the order. We can go really, really far on fuel. Okay. Not to give away any real strategies, and I'm not going to say how many laps we can do, but I can say that it's a lot more than most teams can do. But for that reason, we're down on power, right? We don't make as much power as these other cars, but we've calculated out that it actually is beneficial to be a little bit down on power and be able to go the more laps that we can go over a course of a race. We can literally make 2 less pit stops.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Which is a huge deal. Also, we only run 3 drivers in the car. There's a lot of teams that run 4, which means that you're going to do 4 driver changes, or you're going to do 3 driver changes instead of 2 during a race. And then on top of that, like the guys that drive with me, Kenny and Stan, we're all on the same page as far as strategy goes and doing what it takes to win. At Daytona, I was supposed to get in at the end and finish the race. We were running in second. We looked at the strategy. I'm the slower driver than Stanton, and we knew that if we took the time to do a driver change and put a slower driver in, that we would have lost our podium spot. I would have loved to finish Daytona under the lights. That was like, a dream goal there. But watching me and my team get a second place podium was, I wouldn't have substituted that for the world, honestly. So, racing's about sacrifices. It's about, the passion that we have for this stuff. I mean, honestly, even if I had a paid crew, they wouldn't work as hard as these guys do. Yeah. You just you can't buy passion, and I'm just really thankful that I have the group around us that we have. Thankful for the partners and sponsors that we have on board the car that make it possible for us to be out here. We had quite a group this weekend that were out here, mostly from the aviation industry, which is good. We were talking, we had just had the car at that big trade show. Yep. That was really well received. I think we got some really good exposure for the series, for the team, and for all the other partners that are on board the car, which is really, bringing those guys value is the most important thing for the team, really, because without their funding, it becomes really difficult to be able to be out there. So, I'm not independently wealthy. I'm a 37-year-old, guy that has a passion to go racing, and I'm determined to do it by any means necessary. So, I mean, sometimes you got to get really creative with how you make things happen.
So what does that look like in the longer, let's say the medium term for you guys, right? We're coming to the end of the 2022 season. One more race at COTA, you guys will be there?
It's gonna depend on what we diagnose with this motor situation. We keep pumping water out. We're not able to get the water to stay in there. We tried thermostat, water pump. We don't believe that we have a head gasket issue. We're still making good compression, so I got to get the car back to a place where I can do some real diagnosing on it. I think I need to pull the head off and actually check the head gasket and make sure it's good. There's going to be some time spent in trying to figure out what's going on there. Okay. And then, we also have a policy with my team too that if we change something significant, that we don't come to a race here without testing it. So we're going to either have to rent a track somewhere or find an HPDE or one of those things. We've been basing, so the team's out of Boise, Idaho originally. After Daytona, we moved to Huntersville, North Carolina to Kenny Hendricks' shop up there. So we're pretty close to Charlotte Motor Speedway. They do a lot of open HPDEs and stuff there. Sure. And there's a lot of opportunities to be able to do tests at the track. Previously, we were using UMC out in Utah. Yeah. It's a fantastic facility. So we won't ever show up at the track without testing our equipment first. I mean, there's just too much that goes into one of these weekends to just show up and be like, we're out early.
So is there a development plan for the car over, let's say, the next couple of months going into 2023, or is this just hey, let's get the car in its current form, stable, predictable, and reliable, and maximize what we can with that package?
Yeah, so everything depends on cubic dollars, right? I mean, that's always the racing deal. Without giving away what we're working on, because we can't officially make announcements yet. I can say that we do have some pretty exciting things for 2023. Yeah. I can't officially say that it's a new car, but this car will continue to be run. Okay. So right now, Kenny and Stanton and myself, a lot of the teams have arrive and drive deals where they have paid drivers that pay to be in the car, and that's how it works with those teams. Well, when I built my team, I looked at it and I said, I'm going to bring some really good partners and sponsors on board, and I'm going to bring enough money to the team that I can pay my drivers to drive with me, and I'm going to go out and I'm going to get some good pros to get in the car with me so that we can be successful, because having a race team is fun, but having a race team that wins is even more fun, right? So, and then on top of that, we can put on a fantastic show for the sponsors, and we have the ultimate control over when we do driver changes. So when you have a rental program and you have 4 drivers in an 8-hour race, every person is paid for their 2 hours in the seat. Yep. Whereas I can go, okay, Stanton, you're going to stay in for 3. Kenny, you're going to stay in for 3, and I'm just going to run 2, or whatever the process, whatever we need to do to get to the win.
Yeah.
Right. Hopefully, some of the other team owners don't hear this and go, we're going to do that too. Or maybe they do, and then the series just continues to elevate, on the trajectory that it's on. But I mean, that was just the business model that we went with for my team. I don't really want to put rental drivers in the car either, because they do have a tendency to tear up equipment. And I get it; it's amateur sports car racing. We're not out here. This isn't IMSA. It's not, WEC.
Yeah.
But if you walk around the paddock, man, every single one of us feel like we're in that, and we're all trying to be that.
Same here. These races are our little Le Mans.
Right.
We're as invested in these races as we are anything watching TV or attending.
Right. I mean, these races cost my team $25,000 to $40,000 a weekend. It's not a cheap adventure, and I'm running a 1993 BMW. I can't imagine what the budget is for some of these other guys.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be. Well, I can imagine it's big dollars.
Oh,
yeah, it's big dollars.
So I hear if you want to go racing, you want to own a race team and operate a race team with the flexibility to go get results, right? Whatever that means. Doing 2 8-hour races in a weekend seems like an awfully complicated and expensive way to do it, and yet, this is what you've committed to.
Right.
Why WRL?
So I've been around the series for quite 4 years, 5 years. Originally as a arrive and drive driver. I've watched the series over the last few years just really transform itself. I always like to believe that I'm good at finding the diamond in the rough and finding things like before they're really, really popular.
Yeah.
And there's a sense around this paddock. You walk around this paddock, and this is a family here. You can. Yesterday, when we finished the race, we had a lower control arm that was dragging on the bottom of the car. We ran. Well, I won't say how long we ran like that.
Long enough.
It happened on the last lap. But that was what caused us to lose the podium too yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
So I mean, we had it there, and then the car broke, and then we were 5 to 8 seconds a lap slower, and we did the math, and we're like, in 5 more laps. We're like, with 5 laps to go, we're going to lose the lead, or not the lead, but we're going to lose the podium.
Yeah.
We saw it coming. These guys are incredible with strategy. They're incredible with fuel mileage calculations. I mean, we literally, yesterday when we ended the race, we packed our car back full of fuel, and we estimated that we had a half a gallon, or like half gallon of fuel left in the car. I mean, we were like perfect with our strategy. And that really, strategy is what really pays off on these races. Strategy, being penalty free, clean driver changes, and staying mistake free out on the track. If you can just stay out there and consistently run laps, run your own race. If you ask a lot of these other drivers out there that have been out there while I'm out there driving, somebody comes up and gets in my mirror, you're getting a point by.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll open the door for you too. Go ahead. You're welcome to go on through, because if you're fast enough to get to my bumper, if I try to hold you up, I'm pulling both of us up.
Sure.
Just open the door, let me go through, and we're on our way back into the race.
Yeah.
And honestly, if you're faster than me, I kind of want to follow you and see where you were faster anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
It
makes perfect sense.
Right? So we're totally racing ourselves out here. In fact, we do things a little different because we come from the aviation industry. Safety is extremely paramount with our team. We have a morning safety meeting. We have different team policies in place. Like a perfect example is, WRL will allow you to put your car on a jack and on a jack stand on pit road. My team policy is the car does not go up in the air and someone underneath the car on pit road. If somebody needs to go underneath the car and needs to go on a jack stand, it goes back to the garage. This is amateur sports car racing, and these guys are my friends, and I would never want to see somebody get hurt. I've seen too many times where a car can be on pit road and a driver makes a mistake and hits that car on pit road. If somebody's underneath a car on a jack stand and somebody hits that car, the car's going to fall on the guys. They're going to die. It's not even a game, you know? So we have a policy for that stuff. We have, you know, larger fire bottle in the car than required. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody that could walk around and be like, oh, that's unsafe.
Sure.
You know, and if somebody pointed something out to me that was unsafe, I can guarantee it'd be changed immediately.
Yeah.
You know, we previously didn't have communications for our guys that were over the wall.
Oh, wow.
Our guys didn't have ears and they didn't have the ability to talk when they were over the wall. We got a 1 lap visor penalty at Daytona because one of them came over to me and I was shouting at them to say what you couldn't hear. I leaned over the wall and I opened the guy's visor to yell inside of his helmet.
What's the visor out?
1 lap penalty.
Yeah.
So from that point we were like, okay, those guys are getting into body harnesses and they're going to have all the things to be able to talk and on pit road. Because I mean, if there's a situation where and our safety policy of nobody going under the car on pit road comes from experience. In Atlanta, the pit road has a slight downhill. If you put that car on a jack stand, on pit road, the car starts to roll because you can't keep your foot on the brake when you come into the pits when your brakes are hot, because you're going to weld your pads to the rotors. So the driver's not sitting there with his foot on the brake. The car can just totally roll, and you just can't have it. There's just no room for that kind of stuff, you know. At the same time, you know, there's things that I would say that maybe could be a little bit unsafe. Like we were at it till 2:30 in the morning this morning. You know, that fatigue, that's when mistakes happen. Yeah. You know, and really trying to figure out. I think for the longer races, I may have to use 2 crews. I'm doing a little bit of looking at that to figure out that way the guys can stay rested.
Sure.
Staying rested and staying sharp is super paramount. It's really key. Not making mistakes, you know.
Yeah, I feel that one personally.
Right.
The fatigue word is that's a big one. But it matters not just in safety, but in execution as well.
Right.
Safety is number one. But you know, you talk about pit lane penalties and the situation you guys have found yourselves in, sort of unexpectedly. We see it all the time. The race control log populates with 1 lap penalty, and it seems like it's for silly things. And yet, the teams that win are the ones that have found ways to avoid doing that, whatever the means are, right? Whether it's radios, you know, using a well-rested crew or separate crews or whatever the case might be. So if you're going to chase the results, you want success, you want that taste of victory and podiums and points and championships and all those things. Whatever it takes to execute predictably and reliably that's what you have to go after, right? That is the way. It's not always having the faster car, pouring dollars and thousands of dollars into your race car, but doing the little things right all of the time.
Right.
We talked yesterday, it was with Dorsey Schrader up here. The big teams, the really successful teams, the Penske's, the Audi sports car team for years and years, they all had their way of doing things. And they always talk about the Penske way, and the Yost way, and the Hendrick way, and the whatever.
Yep.
You may not have a major car race corporation, but you still want your way. Do it the same way every time. And you're never going to fall or slip up.
Yep. You know? A lot of checklists all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Lots of checklists and much carryover. You know, I mean,
basically it's just aviation on the ground.
It's aviation on the ground. It's aviation
competitive.
Yeah, I mean, you look underneath my car, everything's torque vised. There's torque viz on every bolt, so I know that everything's tight and that it hasn't moved. I mean, we spend a lot of time preparing this car. Like, we're very meticulous with things that we do to it. I mean, yeah, it's a 1993 shell.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much the only thing that's 93 on that car. It is the only thing that's 93. And people usually laugh when I open my hood because it's my car looks like it's a 325i. It doesn't look like it's an M3 as far as the motor goes. But it's like a Frankenstein-built motor in there, a combination of M50, M52, S52, a whole bunch of different parts in there that have culminated together to make a pretty decent endurance racing motor, which is what I would call it, because it's not a high horsepower, big power motor. In fact, we're down on power compared to the other cars. I mean, I'll have GP2 cars that are passing me out here.
Yeah.
So, we're really light though. that's where we're really fast in the corners. Like the GTU cars, we're just as fast as they are through the corners.
Yep.
Which I feel like that's pretty good considering those guys are super light. I think we're like right around 2,600 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Holy cow, yeah, you're not far off GTU at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Look at the Ginetta in GTL, right? The fastest car on track this morning. The lightest car, one of the lightest cars in GTL. One of the lowest power. They're great on fuel, great through the corners. Braking zones and mid-quarter speed is really, really high. And if you can have that, have the pace, and also execute, that's your recipe for success, right?
Right.
You know?
Right.
And you see that on display elsewhere on track. So
right. We're also running a different setup than if you look at the other E36s that are out here. We have pretty wide spacers, and we're running 10-inch wide wheels.
Okay.
I had to modify the body a lot to be able to get that size wheel to fit underneath the car.
Yeah.
But because we're running such a wide tire, the Continentals that we're running, like we ran one set all weekend.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
Like we started on stickers yesterday.
Yep.
And when we ran them today, they were faster today than they were yesterday.
That's impressive. And it's definitely not the case up and down the paddock.
Right.
That's impressive.
I mean, I don't want to tell everybody that Continental tires are the best tire, you know, until Continental gives me a sponsorship. But you know, Continental tires are doing pretty. They're impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, they do not wear, and the grip is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, and they get better the longer you run them.
Interesting. And I am intrigued by the tire situation we have in WRL. It's obviously the open formula. Everybody chases their own solution. Some is sponsorship based, some is availability, and you know, some is outright performance. But all these little things, certainly from our perspective, make the races really, really exciting and really, really interesting. And you know, happy to have you guys as part of this. And the more we get to interview and chat with you guys, the more we get to learn about your personal backstories and the team's backstories and what you guys have invested. This weekend has been a really good weekend for that. We talked about MMR briefly, Mike Moore Racing.
Yeah.
We have them on the screen at the moment. They were up here yesterday. Get to know those guys a little bit. And it's
a good group of guys, man.
Yeah, the paddock is filled with that. You know, up and down WRL, the people we've gotten to know through doing this has made this very, very worthwhile for us. Not just because we get to call races and share our passion for motorsports, but because we get to meet people who are like-minded and really good, you know, good, upstanding people who are like-minded and supportive of not just what we do, what the series is doing, and what each other are doing.
Right.
Good stuff.
I want to give a big shout out and a thank you to Steve Smith over at Big Mission.
Mm-hmm.
So last night when we came in and we were dragging our lower control arm under the car, you know, these are adjustable lower control arm. It's not like you could just go down to AutoZone and get this part. Right? Like it has to come from Dimmerworld or Turner or some of these specialty BMW shops. And Steve came over and he's looking. He's like, oh man. He's like, I think I have one of those. He's like, if I have it, you're welcome to it. You know, just replace it for me. I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah.
That's incredible because like I'm a competitor that you know if you take me out of the field, that's one less person that you have to pass.
Yeah.
And that's not the mentality around here. The mentality around here is that we want to see everybody on the track. We want to see everybody out there running. We don't want to see incidents.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just, I mean, Steve's incredible. Like that was awesome, you know? So
we like to make
you know, yeah. So Steve, if you're listening, man, thank you. We appreciated that yesterday, man. And then honestly, just everybody around the paddock is incredible. I mean, even though Robertson Aviation, the guys that are next to us with the Ginettas, Mike from Robertson.
Okay.
Incredible. He sees us working at midnight last night. He comes over, he brings us these big, huge lights. Nice. He's like, hey man, you try these will help. And they lit our whole pit stall up. I mean, probably saved us over an hour of trying to look with flashlights and stuff. I mean, awesome. Nobody asked him to help us. He just came over and was like, hey, these guys look like they need some help. I mean, I guess we looked like we needed help, you know? But I mean, honestly, Brandon, the biggest thing is having fun out here.
Sure.
You know, I mean, yeah, it takes a lot of preparation and a lot of time to get to one of these events and do this thing. And that's, I think, the most important reason why we got to have fun.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard for me to convince my crew guys to come back if it's a miserable weekend.
Yeah, for sure.
You know?
For sure.
I'm really glad that you guys are still here after Atlanta. You know? What? Yeah, all right, through thick and thin. In fact, after Atlanta, these clowns, they went over, they took so after we went through the P-Rocks, there was just, we had more rocks inside of our car than a dump truck, right? And so John grabs like a sock and he puts a bunch of rocks in the sock and he comes over to me at the end of the day and he's like, hey man, here's your souvenir. He gives me like a big thing of rocks. I'm like, oh, that's a $4,000 bag of rocks, man. Thank you. All right.
Well, so I hope we see it, Cody. I hope that is the next step for you guys. If not, I hope you'll be back in 23.
We will definitely be back in 23. I'm excited for what we're going to be back with. I'm really excited to see where the series goes. You know, this is our first spectated event. I think it went very well. The trunk or treat.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I loved it. I haven't been home in 6 weeks, and I'm going to miss Halloween because of this race and being on the roads for work and other things. I got to feel like I get to enjoy Halloween. And we were giving out autograph stickers to the kids.
Oh, that's cool.
Let them sit in the race car and we gave them candy out the helmet, and it was awesome, man. And there had to have been 1,500 kids out there.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's phenomenal.
Very well attended.
Yeah.
You know, and every time we give a kid a sticker and sign it, you coming to the race tomorrow? Yeah. Like, just it's fun. You know? So cool. I feel like every time you do something like that, you're building the next generation of motorsports, either enthusiasts or participants.
Yep.
And if we're going to keep this sport going, I mean, I feel like there's not really a ton of young entrepreneurial team owners. No offense to the other team owners that are in the paddock. I'm not calling you guys old. I promise I'm not. You know, but I think I'm kind of like the young blood that's trying to figure out how to do it a little bit differently.
Yep.
And honestly, like in my experience, if you're ever going to be successful with things, you can't be doing the same thing that everybody else is doing. You have to do at least something different to stand alone. So, I mean, that's kind of just what we're all about. And, you know, we're really happy to have Stanton and Kenny driving with us. Kenny was a 1988 SCCA national champion. He's run a bunch of NASCAR stuff. He hasn't raced for over 10 years. So we took old Kenny Hendrick out of retirement there, and he's been driving phenomenally well. He put freaking three and a half hour stint in yesterday.
Nice. Just
consistently clicking off really clean laps. And then, you know, Stanton, I mean, he goes without being said. I mean, that guy, so I say this a lot, but I know aliens exist because I met Stanton Barrett. I mean, the guy...
You can tell he's an alien because he likes Hawaiian pizza. Not of this earth.
But like just the things that he's able to do in our car. I mean, I drive the car and then he gets in the car and I watch his lap times. I watch his onboards and his feet and just the way his style of driving. And I think it's just he's got a lot of years of experience behind the wheel, and he's a Hollywood stunt driver, and you know he knows how to get a vehicle to its like absolute limit. Which is awesome. And then today, Johann Schwartz was going to jump in with us. Unfortunately, the car had, you know, an issue.
Yeah.
I was really excited to have the BMW God bless my car. You know, like that's basically like having the Pope bless your child.
Yeah.
You know, so we were pretty excited about that. And big shout out to Johann for saying that he was willing to drive with us, and we hope to maybe have him in for some future races. I also have some other celebrity drivers that I plan to bring in 23. And we just want to bring the drivers that bring the fans.
Sure.
You know, I mean, that's really kind of what our focus is to put on a good show. First and foremost, have fun and be safe about doing it, as safe as we possibly can be. You know, like yesterday, that unfortunate accident with the Sentinel and Chattanooga touring wagon car, that happened directly in front of me.
Yeah.
I was literally stopped and watching that whole situation, and I have to say, like, I don't want to ever see that ever again.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, and thankfully we know now that both those drivers are okay. But I have to say, at that time, it didn't look like they were going to be.
Yeah.
You know, and that's not to go from that and then have to go and continue my stint. I mean, this is a very mental sport. Yeah. It really is a very mental sport. You have to just compartmentalize, and it's amazing how much just all the things go into everything. You know, from the logistics of finding Airbnbs, you know, to buying plane tickets, to making sure that you have all your checklists squared away. I mean, the variety of things that you have to do to be able to be successful out here is wild. I mean, and you look at teams like Big Mission in round 3. I mean, yes, this is amateur sports car racing. Those guys are pro teams. Yeah. They're a pro team. They're run professionally. They have really high quality, talented drivers that drive with them. They're out here winning most weekends. That's where I see, you know, you asked where I see my team going, and that's where I see us going. In my mind, we're already there, right? Now we're just working backwards from being there to get to the goal, right? So, I mean, sometimes you just have to believe that you can be there in order to get there. I mean, maybe I'm crazy, but well, actually I am crazy, but you know, I have big hopes and aspirations for this team, and I won't stop until we meet those. Yeah. So, I mean, everybody, the other teams that are in the paddock, I mean, guys better be ready for 23 because we're coming for you guys, man. I mean, we came out of the box pretty hot, like I said, and we've learned some lessons along the way. Yeah. And you know, I'm not going to make any kind of bold statement like we're going to win a championship in 23, but I'm going to say that we're going to definitely be a contender for it. You know, and we plan to be at every race next year. Nice. That's awesome. We've already signed with most of the sponsors. Okay. We're waiting on the 2 big ones for that, and once we have those, we'll make a huge fanfare announcement that we'll make sure everybody knows. Yeah. You know what I mean? But you know, one of our partners on the car is the Patriot Sentinel newspaper. Mm-hmm. So we have a media outlet that's involved with the team. Okay. That media outlet helps us push out a lot of this stuff, which also helps us bring on more sponsors and partners, etc. Real quick, I do want to give, you know, since I'm mentioning sponsors, I do want to just mention, you know, all the people that make this thing happen for Almonte Motorsports. So we have Mag Aviation Group, which is the company that I'm the CEO of, and they were the original, you know, OG sponsor of the team. We have Ionic Air Care. Eric from Ionic has been phenomenal. He was one of the first people on board. He has a cabin air ionizer for private jets, and basically it removes everything that's in the air and makes you in a safe breathing space. And then we have JP Aerotechnics. JP runs a bunch of AOG trucks in Georgia, and he's expanding into Florida. He's also one of the people that won that Top 40 Under 40 award for the people that are faces around the car. So Ionic, JP. We have Artcraft Paint and Interiors in Santa Maria, California. Mm-hmm. They do aircraft painting. We have Stanton Barrett Family Wines, the Patriot Sentinel, Yonder West. They're an aircraft management company. AC Shares Aviation Group. They're a new ad this weekend. They're out of Apopka, Florida. They also part out Gulfstreams, Hawkers, Learjets. Sure. And they're a phenomenal group. Daniel and his family are just, I'm really happy to have them on board. I don't think I'm forgetting anybody. We do also race for Bit of Luck Horse Rescue, which is an equine horse rescue based out of Huntersville, North Carolina. Okay. They do really good work for retired thoroughbred racehorses, which is near and dear to my heart. My fiance and I have a horse in Idaho that we love. We actually, right before I went on this road show, we went and did engagement photos. Oh, cool. And we had our 3 German Shepherds and the horse in the engagement photos, which was a disaster nightmare trying to coordinate. But ultimately, the pictures came out great. I'm looking forward to tying the knot with her. She puts up with me, which is incredible. You know, she's a saint for that, and she never complains ever about me racing. Yeah. You know, and no, guys, you can't steal her, because I know a lot of people would like to have a partner that doesn't complain about them going racing.
Look, I think we're all three of us are, all four of us are in our 30s in DriversEye Live, and I think that the perfect woman is one that puts up with a racing hobby. It is aviation added into that. It's a challenging, but especially the racing hobby. It's time consuming. It is all consuming. I mean, emotionally, your time, frequently your money, right? It is. It's a challenging but extremely rewarding lifestyle to live. Being young and in the sport, you mentioned like what the next generation of people who help guide racing are going to look like, and I think it's cool to be a part of that, and cool to be doing it with the World Racing League and we've got going here. So, I appreciate you coming up, Alex.
Awesome,
great chat.
Yeah.
Great to have you. You're welcome up here anytime. I hope we see you in Austin, and if not, definitely see you in 2023.
Are you only saying that because I brought you sandwiches?
That is not the only reason I'm saying. Although I really appreciate the sandwiches. We do have an occasional food provider up here, but they're not in participation this weekend.
All right,
so I've been snacking on trail mix up, but sandwiches are way better.
If you guys are ever hungry, you just shoot me a text. We'll bring you some food up here. We always have more than enough food in our pit. So I'm definitely a fat kid at heart. I try not to actually be a fat kid, but I do love food, and the partners that come out and the VIP hospitality that we run, we gotta always have some really good food and always drinks and stuff. So we always have a lot of catering. So if you guys are hungry, man, always just shoot me a message and I'll send a runner up here with some sandwiches for you guys. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Alex.
Hey, we love your broadcast too, by the way. Thank you very much for doing this. Yeah. I know my parents, they tune in, they watch. We actually ran a Sentinel camera this weekend, which was fun.
Yeah.
I do think we're going to make the investment in that system. It's great for the partners. It's great for us for strategy on top of the war wagon, because there was a point yesterday where we lost comm, and previous to going in the car, we told the drivers that if you lose comm, we had hand signals to do in front of the mirror or in front of the camera, the facing camera. So we just run hand signals, and we were able to communicate with the driver that way until he came in for the pit stop. So again, it goes back to that safety thing. You got to always have redundant systems in place, because what's the saying? Having two of something is having none of something. Yeah. So you got to have three of something to have one of it. So two is one, none is not. One is none. Yeah, that's the saying. Yeah. But we super appreciate it, Brandon.
Yeah,
this has been fun.
Like I said, you're welcome up here anytime. Thanks for taking the time to come up and chat with us and kind of introduce yourself to the paddock at large. It's a great way to do it, and thanks for the kind words.
Awesome.
Really
thanks,
appreciate
man.
it.
Cool.
Anytime. Joseph, JT, some things have happened. Well, you want to start with the 89 in and out of the pits?
Yeah, 89 in the pits. We're trying to figure out if it's too early for them. I mean, we know that they can go pretty long in a tank. An hour and 25 seems like it's going to be a stretch, but we'll find out, I guess.
We know for sure their opening stint was an hour 20. And
including pace laps.
Pace lap, and so I mean it's
it's in play.
So it should have been an early stop, so I guess they feel comfortable enough, maybe.
Yeah, it does. It's one of those things we were talking about, back timing. It's like, well, does it really make sense to back time if you know the possibility of a full course yellow's out there, and pitting now potentially puts you back a lap that it wouldn't otherwise, and obviously it's a significantly cheaper pit stop in terms of gap to the leader if you pit under caution. So we'll see. Maybe it's just a matter of 85 minutes to go, we know we can get home from here and we can start packing up. I've been doing a little bit of digging through some of the lap time data and the gap data while we were having our conversation, and by we I mean while Brendan was
the group.
Yes, yeah, the royal we. Yeah. But also, so the thing that's been interesting, the reason why GTO feel like it hasn't livened up is because the 696 is just gapping the field. They're actually into the pits now, which I think is going to be early for that. I don't think they can make it home from there, so they are going to need at least a splash, I think. But they've been gapping the field considerably. The other 4 cars that we're looking at in contention here, the 421, the 401, the 89, and at one point the 2, although they've kind of fallen away. Just lap after lap continuing to build that gap. I don't think there's been a lap since really in this stint that they've actually given up time on. It's pretty remarkable. And then some of the other data that we were looking at, similar sort of thing for the 44 and the 701. That, I think, is going to turn into a little bit of a race because the 701 seems to have just a little bit of pace. And so if PC Racing has a slow pit stop for this last, which I think they are, let's see, they're running long at the moment, or long for today anyway. 701 is due in about 5 laps, so I think we're looking at basically 1 stop to go for both of those cars, and a lot will come down to the performance of their pit crews. It's going to be interesting. That 701, which I believe is the round 3 car that's helmed by all women, right? So that's that's I'm not sure what the order of. Do we know who's closing that out?
Oh, I don't know who's in the car when. No.
Okay.
I think Sarah she told us who the driver lineup was, but I don't remember exactly what the rotation was.
Yeah.
If she told me at all.
Yeah, I know she said she was going to close out the 401 question mark?
401, yep.
Yeah. Okay. So, but the 701 we're keeping an eye on. I think that's probably at this point going to be our closest class battle. I think is going to be seeing whether the 701 can claw back this now 28-second gap on the PC Racing number 44. GP2 is, I would say,
settled.
Yeah, I mean, barring a mistake or some sort of mechanical issue, which is, the caveat we always have to make, there's not a whole lot in it in terms of pace, and I would say probably the same for GP3. GTU, I think we've got both of the NPO ones are sitting on pit lane or in the paddock right now.
Nobody wants to win that one.
No, but the gap is such that I don't think, let's see, 74 lap gap between the 58 and the 100, that would be insurmountable anyway, yeah.
Brendan.
Sorry, I've just received another guest. Give me a second here.
Oh my god. No, he's not good.
He has to get that sandwich in his mouth.
The man's got priorities.
Go, let's go.
Yeah. What kind of sandwich was it? I could go for an Italian sub right now, if I'm honest. Yeah. 21 North Loop in for their last stop of the day. We see them here on their way out.
A Sebring sandwich would have to have something spicy on it for the bumps.
You could do sesame seed bun. Yeah. just jalapeno seeds. Just bumps that you need some kind of bumps that need to be respected, for sure.
Yeah, you can't have too many bumps in one bite, otherwise you're gonna be in for some hurt.
So as soon as I sat down, I heard the door open behind me. Somebody heard his name over the PA and decided he should come answer for himself.
I want to correct all the wrongs.
Yeah, he said you were a nice guy, so let's tackle. No.
That's wrong.
Steve Smith joins us from Big Mission Motorsports. Steve, we're in the middle of a little catch-up here. Our last interview was... some things happened while we were discussing. Anything in particular you guys want to note at the moment? Okay, we'll put that to one side. Let's start with the 199, Steve. I asked you if that car was out on track at the moment, and your answer was
My answer was no.
And then you explained to me
Well, gentlemen and ladies, you've all heard a 992 Cup car and how glorious and whiny and turbine-y it sounds. I climbed in the car, it's like total crap. I ignored the fact that it smelled horrible, and I took off with no throttle pedal, mind you, and was heel towing and was on my quest to further the embarrassment and shame of my teammates who could not best my lap from this morning. And the car sounded like a 992 Cup, and at first I thought, this is really awesome. And then I remembered I was in a 1996 M3 with a 5-speed transmission and a limited slip. And I realized this is a terrible sound. We've got to stop. So the pinion's smoked, the diff is smoked, and she's parked for the day.
So let's tackle one other item there. You said no throttle pedal?
Nope.
So what's this? What?
Well, the E36 is a drive-by wire, a drive-by cable.
Oh, okay.
So it's got sort of this weird articulating arm that it hooks to. And it sits in a post behind the pedal. The pedal sheared off, but it's a little post and block. So I could still heel toe. I mean, we drove
heel toe on the block.
Yeah. The last two full stints had no pedal.
Oh, fascinating. So what do you do for fun anyway?
Not this.
No. So the reason I asked about the 199 is because I was reviewing GP1 in your situation, the team situation at large. Having spent some time on both days now talking to Glenn.
Yep.
It's a discussion about the national championship and how points are points for the national championship. And I noticed that if the 199 doesn't make it back out, the 336...
It's very beneficial. But, you know, I wanted to beat them too.
Sure,
yeah, it's what's... I'll make 2 points about this, which I think are maybe unique to our team. I don't know. There are others like that for sure. There's nothing unique about us. We put guys in a car, they drive. It's a big, giant team, whether we have 2 cars or 5 cars, but there is definitely a desire for serious competition, and each of those individual cars wants to beat the others. And if we all didn't have that in our genes, we wouldn't be out here to begin with. So, you know, pound sand. I know you were in the seat, but we're going to go out there and kick your ass, and that's our objective every single weekend, but it doesn't always work out that way.
So you guys literally structure it to pit basically rental drivers or participating drivers against each other within the same team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like you are going to be in this car, this is how we're going to divide it up, and you're going to go out there, we're going to try and beat each other up.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, and it works
out like a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun. We get together and break bread in the evening and curse each other out the next morning and flip each other off as we pass one another. But yeah, there's no machinations. We're not trying to game the system and put one car ahead of the other.
Oh, sure.
And part of it that I think is really interesting is we are in a very good chance at the GP1 National Championship, and that was a goal coming into this year.
Nice.
And I'm not casting any aspersions. Teams do their own things. We don't have a huge budget, right? It's supported by our rental drivers, our gentleman drivers, and we don't have a single person in any one of our cars this year that's ever turned a lap in anything beyond club racing.
Oh, wow.
Or WRL. No pros. We're not giving away seats to anybody, and we're old, so it's kind of nice to be in this hunt and go, you know, we haven't shoved a hot shoe in there. It's just a bunch of old dudes we're consistent. The equipment is maintained. Our staff at the shop in Palmer Lake is outstanding, and they spend a lot of time and energy giving us great cars. And we just hope to go out and not do anything stupid and put down good laps and be consistent, and it's paying off for us.
It certainly seems like it. I'm excited for your prospects reference the championship with that the 336. That would be very, very fun. You guys have had, I think the first time we talked to you was at Mid-Ohio. You've had an interesting season. Mid-Ohio was its own adventure at the time. I think you were taking half of your crew out from the track early to go visit a penitentiary.
We went to Shawshank.
Yeah. And it just seems like you guys have fun, but at the end of the day, you're also chasing results. The results have been there.
Yeah.
Right? And it just seems like maybe nobody else in the paddock is having as much fun as you guys are, just across the board.
I hope
by the results.
Or I hope they are. I hope everybody is having as much fun. It's the results are a goal that we set forth, or not the results, but we had goals at the beginning of the season, and you want to hit them. But you come to a realization at some point, anybody that participates in this sport, that there's so many things that are out of your control.
Yeah.
And so you execute where you can execute, you prepare, and the rest of it, you just got to roll off your back. We were 4 points at Ozarks for the Western Championship. We just had to finish in the 134 car.
Yeah.
Chad Moorhead chose not to go to that event, probably smartly so. And an incredible driver that's driven with us since 2017. He's never had an incident. Things went wrong, and he ended up in a tire wall. We had a DNF, and we missed Western Championship by 4 points. And so you can either sulk and cry about it, or go,
yeah,
big deal. Let's go. Get another car out of the shop. Let's go to Sebring and go race. We'll get this thing fixed. We'll be back with more cars soon.
That's awesome, man. What do you guys have planned for COTA?
Right now we've got 3 cars. That includes the former LMR team. So we've got 3 in. We have a 4th car that's on the wait list.
Okay.
Feel comfortable about that. The guys are back at the shop. Last week, kind of doing some finishing touch-up on an new engine platform for one of our E46 M3s. Obviously, I guess we're going to go back and build a diff and do some things for 199. It's getting closer and closer. It's a competitive car in the right hands.
Yeah.
And hopefully we're taking 4 cars. So that's at least 2, dedicated blockers and pit maneuver cars to ensure 336.
Yep. Clear the pathway. The old Red Sea.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm happy to hear that, man. I'm excited for you guys for COTA 2023. Be back in.
Yeah, of course.
You made a face at me like, why would you even ask? I get it.
Hey, look, I'm like Carter. Quit my job, my professional career in April, and just spend all the money here. And there's probably 3 or 4 more steps and then profit.
Did you really do that? You left your job and now you're doing this?
Yeah, 27 years in finance. April 1st was my last day. So
did you quit?
There was a parting of ways.
And now it was a race car driver.
Well, we have a retail shop too, so we have a German automotive shop.
Oh, nice. Out in Denver area?
Yeah, Palmer Lake. Yeah. So I'm in their service writing and official mascot, customer talker tour, all that stuff.
Do you dress up as a mascot?
I can.
Yeah. Can you dress up as Glenn? Pretend to be
being Thanos.
You guys are fantastic, and I think we just love Glenn now. Glenn was so good to our team at High Plains, and he's such a good guy every time he comes up. We love talking to him.
So my favorite thing about Glenn is he can be hard to get to know, right? Because of the track at High Plains, he's the absolute most serious guy in the world, which he has to be, right? For safety, it's his responsibility, it's his track, and they're like, it's been nice running with Glenn. And I never really got a chance to know him, and now I feel like we're kind of more buddies. And I said, understand your boundaries here, pal.
Yeah.
Because he's raced with us off and on for years, and we'll go out to the track, and we're practicing, or we're with the Porsche Club doing something. We'll loop the car 3 or 4 times off track. Here comes his ATV at like Mach 7. You guys do that again, you're out of here. I'm like, you rode himself again. Get on my track.
Holy cow.
No, you see.
He likes that.
He's a man of principle.
Sure.
So he does not let friendships get in the way of what his responsibilities are. Yeah, Glenn's awesome. Love him. And a hell of a wheelman.
You guys all are. I mean, I think Dan came up with...
Yeah, Dan's been up. We were at High Plains chatting with the others. In Ohio. Actually, I think it was maybe Brian Leary that came with me.
Brian, yeah, we did meet Brian. And then we spoke with you guys at COTA last year. Oh, thanks for coming up and keeping us company and being a part of this. Just with Alex, we were talking about it. Part of the real joy of getting to do this is getting to know the people, right? And
absolutely.
Finding out what's down in the paddock. And like I said, it seems like you guys have more fun than anybody else, and getting to kind of share in your passion and your joy for what we're doing here is awesome.
Well, we appreciate you. We appreciate what you've done to help elevate the profile of WRL.
We haven't heard it, which is really our only goal.
Believe me, there's a 78-year-old woman in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina that watches every single race. If you weren't doing it, my mom would be texting me all race long. What's going on? What's going on?
I'm glad to hear that.
You're saving me. No, appreciate it. The series is awesome. I think it just continues to grow, and we look forward to next year.
Yeah, man.
Thanks. Appreciate your time.
COTA. Steve,
good to see you.
Welcome anytime. Thanks for coming up. We, see you guys next month, or 2 months, I guess, and then we'll see you again in 2023. Steve Smith from Big Mission Motorsports up in the DriverSeye live booth, and now we've got an hour to go, guys. Just like that.
Yeah, 63 minutes remaining in the race. God, God, it's
PC Racing Pit.
That'll be the last one, I think, for a GP1 leader.
I left the broadcast yesterday as we were taking the field in for Black Flag All. This has been it's been so good to just see cars circulating for 8 hours.
Yeah. So I'm gonna, obviously you were a part of High Plains, Joseph, and VIR. I was not a part of VIR. I was barely a part of High Plains, and my last race was, so Road Atlanta, we had the weather delay, we had the red flag. Road America, we had the red flag on Saturday. I think Sunday race at Road America might have been the last time we just, I personally was just able to sit and sink into a full 8 hours of WRL.
Yeah.
Right, nothing crazy, no major interruptions, no race shattering or race changing, things outside of our control, right? No weather. It's just been endurance racing. Cars going around, clicking off laps where they can click off laps. It's been largely clean, especially today. It's been actually a lot less attrition than I think I was expecting.
Yeah. I mean,
a lot less chaotic
to be
in the
fair,
midfield of everything.
To be fair, a good number of teams elected to not start today, having broken down on Saturday. So,
oh, of course, we're not participating, right? Automatic.
Yeah.
We got confirmation from Automatic that they were never planning to run Sunday, so that makes sense. But it's been a really nice just return to what WRL is really all about, and we've done it still with a full field, right? We've done it in the Florida sunshine, or mostly full field anyway, and all really positive things. And like you said, it's really nice to just sit down and enjoy the race for the race.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of danger in that for me, because sometimes I'll catch myself just watching, and I'm supposed to be talking. So
I'll also say this: I am rarely not here. If I am commentating, I'm almost always in person, right? So I have the added benefit of
the ambiance.
What I have, and what I have in front of me, and race control information, and people poking their heads in, and whatever, right? View of the pit lane. Watching remotely from High Plains, I didn't feel like I was really missing a lot. I was just sunk into the broadcast. That we had a different producer at the time, but it was really nice to just you could follow the race just like I could if I were sitting here.
Yeah, I do think. I don't think we missed too much. If I'm gonna toot our collective horn.
No, toot away.
Anyway, no, I think we generally do a good job, and we've built out a suite of tools for ourselves that allow us to, watch the entire race. Basically, we've got our video feeds here, thanks to the people who, now we're back to a situation that we were in 10 years ago with, was it Racecast?
Yeah.
With, we've got more and more teams that are putting feeds up online that you can just watch now. It's, you don't have to have like a satellite feed or something. There's the barriers to entry are so much lower than they used to be. So we've got the video feeds from so many different vantage points, and then we've got also, all the data collection that we're doing to make sure that we're on top of the racing. I think that's one of the things that we tend to do pretty well, even if we don't necessarily have all the technical things hammered out all the time. He says, understating.
Sure. But if you'd like to hire us, no, it's been a rewarding development curve for us, and also for the series. Steve was very kind in saying that we contribute to the series in a positive way, and I try not to think about it too much and just do the thing that we do. But
I appreciate all the kind words. Everybody that's said things from around the circuit. A couple of spectators said hi and said they appreciate it. And everybody down in the paddock as well. It's been really, really nice.
Yeah, it's the thing is anytime you have an audience, you necessarily have an influence. So, obviously we become de facto ambassadors for this thing that we spend way too much of our mental energy on. So it's,
You sound like you're basically out at this point. Of mental energy.
Yeah.
Is that true?
No, just today. I made some bad choices.
Yesterday or today?
Yesterday.
Yeah, we know.
Into today.
Yeah.
You were so upset over having to watch Virginia and Miami.
I didn't see a snap of college football last night.
14-12 in 4 overtimes.
What?
And a front to sport. Yep.
Now, if you don't love that, you don't love Big Ten football.
No, indeed. Big East football. Anyway, it's not even Saturday.
Got a note from North Loop. Chris Davis just got out of the number 21 after a 3.5-hour double stint.
Nice. There's a lot of that going on.
A lot of 3.5-hour stints, yeah. And there's no red flag break there. That is straight through.
Yeah. I have some theories as to why this keeps happening. Anyway, finish your note.
Yeah, CJ Hereda in to finish. Got caught out, bad luck with the yellows and how they fell today, but giving all the props to Harrison for running a clean race. And also pointing out that we think that number 146 is actually their spare car. After having broken down yesterday. So the number of plate is all the same. And actually, that would explain why I've got two 146s on my timing sheet, because it's probably a different transponder.
Anyway, spare car. North Loop rode off their original car in a single car incident back at Road America.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good point.
And showed up with the Specky 46 on Sunday.
Yeah.
Race on Saturday. Race on Sunday.
Okay.
Anyway, so these 3.5-hour stints, they keep happening, right? And I'm not sure if it's some possible options.
Yeah.
Do people hate themselves?
Well,
do their co-drivers not want to come to Sebring, Florida? Those are the only two reasons I can think of.
I think there might be something to that. I mean, I know it's always a little difficult because, so many of these teams are coming from very far-flung places, relatively speaking. We talked about Big Mission being from Colorado, North Loop obviously making the trip down from Minnesota. So coming down to Central Florida is going to be probably the longest drive of the year for any of these teams, I would have thought, other than some of the ones who are maybe East Coast based.
It was about the destination. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Did I not make that clear? Yeah.
Oh.
I would make the trip.
I know you have several times. No, look, there is a part of me that was really disappointed to lose the 24-hour that we ran here last year. I thought it was a really well done event. I wished it were a full field, something approaching 70 cars. I think basically having the density that we had yesterday, maybe without the events of yesterday, but definitely the density. Watch it whittle down and let all those kind of little random experiences accumulate over the course of 24 hours would have been a really neat thing. But returning to the 8 and 8 format this year, it still produced a really good end to the race yesterday, and a really solid day today of just cars and racing. And so whatever happens next year, once the formats are decided on, I don't know that there is an announcement or anything that's been
alluded to over the last week or so since the 2023 schedule was released. But whatever happens with this event next year, it's good in either guise, as a 24-hour or as an 8-and-8.
Yeah, I mean, do we want to talk schedule?
Yeah, we did a little bit at the end of the day yesterday, but today's a new day, and I think it's an appropriate time as we are inside the last hour here. With I think most of our classes in fairly good shape at the moment. I think the only thing we've really got to keep an eye on at the moment in GTO certainly is the battle for third, depending on what happens with the 421's last pit stop here.
And GP1.
Oh, you're right, GP1. Yeah, good call. What happened there? I missed that.
I believe PC had a green flag pit stop, and then a lap later we had a full course yellow.
But yeah, also the 701 has been a bit quicker.
Interesting. Yeah, let's keep an eye on those two things. Top of GP1, podium in GTO, and kind of waiting on pit stops, at least on the GTO side. Also potentially a battle for fifth. That might be a slow burn, but keep an eye on it at the moment. Also, if the old-fashioned car decides to go much, much quicker, if Chris Pies gets back in the car, there's a chance of a battle for eighth there. But we'll keep an eye on these numbers over the next couple laps and talk some schedule stuff. Obviously, we had Dakota, Circuit of the Americas, down in Austin, beginning of December to round out this year. But then it's less than a month off before we kick off 2023. Before we do that, Joseph, do you want to do this thing? For the final time?
You're playing host, man. I'm suggesting that you do the throw. Do the throw.
Let's do the thing, and then we'll come back. We'll do some schedule talk, and then we'll wrap up our Sebring experience here from World Racing League, Sebring International Raceway on DriversEye Live. Happy to have you all along with us, and we'll see you all in just a couple of moments' time.
All right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh man, I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back to Sebring International Raceway, Sebring, Florida, for the final hour of competition for our World Racing League powered by Hagerty weekend, the East Region Championship, reaching its conclusion here in just a
under 1 hour remaining. Fresh out of a race car, and looks every bit of it, is Glenn Concert. Joins us once again for a quick stint review before we jump into some schedule talk here.
We do have a couple things that need to be covered. Stock car, and it's the 195 for Overnight Motorsport. That has implications, as it were.
Championship implications, I assume.
Yeah, championship implications. This stoppage will effectively hand GB3 East to the 605.
Yeah.
That's the most immediate one. Secondarily,
that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Those guys, the 195 is a bunch of good guys. I know they brought in a buddy of mine, Jason Ott, who was driving the 195 this weekend, and he is fresh off of an SCCA national championship.
Oh wow.
Oh geez, T. I hope I don't misstate. I think it's T2, but yeah, national champion Jason Ott was in that car and said he was just having a ball. So I feel bad for that team that they've having a problem there. But
the second one is a little more relevant to your interests, Glenn. Joseph, did you want to throw the second one in there?
There's still the point of the national championship in GP3 because that 195 was trying to track down their stablemate in the 197. That's obviously going to get a lot more difficult if they fall out of... I'm not sure how far they can actually fall if they can't get this car restarted.
I think it's going to be third.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm looking at the wrong class. My mistake.
Fourth in the race.
Fourth, yeah.
So there's that. That'll make things it'll ease up some of the pressure on the 197 when we go to Austin. The second thing, Brendan, that I think you were going to mention is that it sounds like the 44 has run into some trouble.
Yeah, involving a fire.
Wow, what?
Yeah, it says turn 6, fire driver's right. Now, I assume that would have meant the car had stopped at turn 6 to driver's right, but it's now just come to the pits. So...
Yeah.
Yeah, or it shows in the pits. Maybe that was No, it would have been on the in-lap. So that's your class leader.
So, and I'm not sure, that's kind of funny that you mentioned that because when I was out in my stint, maybe halfway through, it's kind of hard to remember, I know the 44 car caught up to me, and I was out there just kind of cruising, just making laps, and the 44 caught up to me, fairly quickly. It was like all of a sudden he was there, and I just gave him a point by and left him a nice lane to go by, and he went by, and he took off, and I didn't see him for 4 or 5 laps, and then all of a sudden the car was backing up to me. And so I'm not sure what that was all about, and they backed up a little bit, and then was basically 3-4 seconds ahead of me for quite a bit of that stint. So I'm not sure why they left where their pace went essentially. I was a little surprised. I thought, well, maybe they're just backing off, and maybe they've realized strategy-wise what they need to do, and now they're out. But I'm wondering if that wasn't maybe the beginning of whatever this problem is manifesting itself there early on.
Yeah, they just picked up a fueling infraction as well. It's still a warning.
So even if they're good to go for the rest of the race, this is an unscheduled stop. They should have been good to go, and so that'll hand GP1 over to the 701 as the 21 runs deep.
That'll happen. That will have already happened. Yeah.
And that was yesterday's winners as well.
Oh my gosh, it's all happening right now.
North of a long weekend.
Oh, that's just an off and on though. He's accelerating away. Huh. Anyway, Glenn, how was the stint as a whole? You guys obviously are on track for a couple of extra points here as a result of what happened with the sister car, but...
Yeah, it was just mainly, go out. That's kind of what we were hoping, is just go out and turn laps. And we figured we had 5th place kind of locked up unless something happened, and we thought, something else happens to one of these other teams, maybe we can catch them. And obviously we didn't hope it would be our sister car, but points are points, and, we'll take them if we can get them. Luckily, the sister car didn't make it far enough into the race before it failed, such that we couldn't at least catch it. So we are going to benefit from that as long as we can stay on track and keep going. But yeah, the front pinion bearing and the differential went out on that car, so it's toast.
He said it sounded great until he realized what it was.
Yeah, right. I think the quote I heard was "screaming like a banshee." So yeah. So that's unfortunate, but we should be able to pick up that spot and get a couple more points to keep it a little bit closer going into the Austin race, which is just going to be a ball.
Yeah, man. That's kind of where we're headed with this strat there. It's the end of the 2022 season. Obviously, it's a national championship weekend, right? Culmination of the points chase that you guys have been a part of in GP1 for the national title. That's part, I don't want to say participation trophy, but the trophy is based on participation, right?
Yes.
Score as many points as you can score over the course of the season. It's no drops. It's just points are points. Get what you can, and they award the title at the end of the year. Kind of a big off for the number 5 here. I'm sorry, the number 125 at 5. It's the bright orange Mustang, off and on again. But anyway, we round out the season as we always do down there, and then we started all again like a month and a half later down at Nolan Motorsports Park. So, and that is the off for the 125 there.
Yeah,
kind of
lost the rear, then lost the front, then lost the rear again, and now we're back.
Yeah, I wonder if they're on the same tires as they started on, or whether they've changed. I'm sure the tires have gone away a bit.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a big heavy car to do 8 hours, 7 tires, but maybe. Man, that might be why they're having trouble keeping.
Well, that's kind of my thought. Yeah.
But yeah, next season, you guys were thinking about the schedule for next year.
Yeah.
Things changed up. VIR kind of threw a monkey wrench into everything by switching some things up. And, me at High Plains, I saw there was kind of a ripple effect that went through the whole community when a big track like that makes a couple of changes. And, then this club has to change, which means these clubs have to change. And this. So, fortunately, it worked out fairly well. At least between High Plains and WRL, because they said, hey, they basically said that the date that they did have at High Plains was essentially all that VIR could give them.
Yeah.
And so they more or less said, if we can't figure something else out, we're sorry, but we can't come back, because their preference is VIR. And I completely get that. Completely
you didn't take that one personally?
But what really worked out well is due to another change that happened within our schedule, the weekend that WRL traditionally had at VIR was available on our schedule. So we essentially just swapped them.
Oh, perfect.
So now WRL is coming to High Plains a month later, which will be over Labor Day weekend. So a month later, which will be a month cooler, which will be nicer out there. So, yeah, hopefully we'll get some people to come out there and see High Plains Raceway.
I hope so. I think we were talking about it yesterday, that if we want WRL to continue its push westward and find some additional venues on the West Coast, that High Plains is the right place to start. Yeah. Right, come support what you guys do there at High Plains, and let's sell that race out and support the series growth.
There's a decent number of Colorado-based teams out there. That's an area and a market that seems like it probably has some potential if it's allowed to grow and have attention, and the rest of the community kind of help that along, I think.
Yeah, we just got to get some of the, a lot of the teams obviously are based a lot farther east, and it's a long drive.
Yeah.
So we got to give them the incentive to come out, because they can, with the fact that the WRL's point system is where you are allowed to drop some, they can sort of afford to not do the race that's very, very far away. I think that's just a lot of what's happening. But if we can, get them to come out and give it a shot, and maybe a little bit later in the year might help that, because the teams that then, if they've had some bad luck up until then and they just can't afford to keep dropping races, maybe they'll almost be forced to come participate. So
sure, it's a good opportunity for points, right? If you're 40 in the region of 40 or 50 cars on track, going out there, you much better chance of a good result.
Exactly.
More points, better opportunities for your championship chase.
And it is nice too. They don't generally tend to be high carnage events, again, just because the car count is relatively lower. So and the track is good as far as there's tons of runoff. There's not a lot to hit. So if you have a single car accident, the chances of your car getting damaged are pretty low, because there's plenty of room. You just go off, you gather the car back up, and you keep running. So
it's a good races here too.
Yeah.
2 races that we ran out there where they were engaging to watch and follow, even for afar from me. We definitely enjoyed it.
I haven't really been paying that much attention to the other timing and scoring. Have we got any battles going on in any of the classes for this last hour here? Anything interesting?
Yeah, kind of.
Yesterday, obviously the top million were all covered by a second.
I know. Yeah, it's awesome. Conveniently timed yellows right there at the end. I don't know, guys. I think the one we're probably watching
most closely at the moment, it was that GP1 battle with round 3 in PC Racing. Obviously, that's kind of gone by the wayside with the issue that the 44 had up in GTO. So this battle for third is an interesting one. The fuel mileage on the Camaro, against all the odds, is astounding. They are by far the longest running car in GTO, and we think there's a chance they back timed their final stop. So they've already had that last pit stop. Now 421, I think, owes us at least a splash. Is that right, guys?
I have pit expected in 14 laps.
That's like half a tank, a third of a tank.
Well,
right?
Half is closer to right, yeah.
Okay.
They've been doing about
so
26, 27 lap stints.
Okay. Well, so it's 37 minutes to go. I mean, it's going to be close, but I think they're going to owe us a splash. So that is a question mark, right? If the 8.9 can stay out, can they catch the 421? Right, by virtue of not having to make the extra pit stop. Now they're catching on track actively. That last lap was 2.5 seconds. So if they can keep doing that,
well, I wonder if that means that 421 has backed off here to try to save some fuel.
I mean, they've got a good margin there. It's upwards of a minute at the moment, right? He says checking his other timing.
Yeah, I was waiting for it to roll by here.
It's we have it permanent here. 5 minute and 13 seconds is that margin. Now they're probably not going to catch the 401 because that 401 car is really quick. So if you roll out of the throttle and start trying to save some fuel, you can see that working in your favor.
Projections have the 421 favored there. So,
okay,
I think they might have. I think they might be all right in terms of fuel to the end.
Yep. So
minute 18-second gap.
Yeah. So we're watching that. We're also watching 8th. It's the 172 from TLM Ruckus and the old-fashioned Motorsports Ginetta, who is 10 seconds a lap quicker than the car. So that's not much of a battle. It'll be just more of a position change, a wave as you go by and carry on. But we've had the driver of the 505 up with us twice this weekend now.
And they were leading early.
Yes, they were.
They went into some issues there?
Well, they created some issues for themselves.
Okay, then.
Yeah, some passenger yellows.
Jeez. Yeah.
They'll be self-inflicted, unforced errors, you know. It'll get you. Not that old-fashioned motorsports hasn't been around WRL for a while, but you guys, Big Mission, and I'm sure yourself have been around WRL for quite some time. You know how important that execution is.
Absolutely.
You know, none of the silly mistakes. Because it'll do that. It'll take the fastest car in the race by a margin out of contention.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know. Anything else, really, guys, at the moment? I think that's kind of it.
In terms of on track?
Yeah, maybe the 2 and the 280. The ACP car trying to catch the Kingpin Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, it's about 45, 47 seconds there, so that might be a bit of a battle.
Yeah, GTU's a barn burner at the moment, separated by 74 laps, so.
Kingpin and ACP both. ACP definitely owes us a stop. Kingpin's another one that's kind of on the margins.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's going to kind of remain to be seen. I am intrigued to see what's going to happen, and do any of them pull the trigger early, come in and do their splash, you know, 20 minutes ago instead of 5 minutes ago or something like that.
Or are they, you know, going to hold out as long as possible, praying for that yellow, where they can come in and do it that way and not lose as much time?
Yeah. So do you get involved in the strategy down there? I mean, you're a driver, but you play?
It depends.
Okay.
It depends really a lot. Sometimes the drivers can see and think of things out there on the track, but it's more of a collaborative effort.
Okay.
Ultimately, there is always one person who has the say, but as far as putting out ideas and things like that, you know, we try to do that as a team, and then there ultimately is one person, though, who needs to make the decision, and that's just what everybody has to do.
Is that a strategist and engineer, or is that somebody who's...
Crew chief typically is going to be the person who's going to do that, and typically before each race, we will all, you know, we have a little meeting and we talk about, you know, this is how things are going to go, and if it comes down to a decision needs to be made, it's this person who makes the decision. So ahead of time, we all know how it's going to go. So we're not sitting there bickering about during the race. It's like, no, we decided this, it's done. And so,
but that's what they do in Formula One.
Yeah.
Somebody makes a decision and then they argue about it for 5 or 10 minutes afterwards.
Right.
It's the way. No, that's
Ferrari.
What's that?
It works for Ferrari.
Kind of. Except it doesn't.
Yes.
We got check-in.
It's kind of fun. I don't know if you've ever read any of the books by Steve Matchett, who was an engineer, I believe. He was on the crew for Michael Schumacher in the mid-90s.
Yep.
He's got one story that he told. Actually, was at an event where he was speaking, and he told this story. It's in one of his books as well. It's mid-90s. Schumacher's out. He's leading a race. I don't know where it was. Leading the race. The second place car is on the lead lap. Third place car is a lap down, and then Michael's teammate is in fourth place. Michael's out on the track. There's like 10 laps to go. He starts asking the crew, "Hey, where is this person, and how many seconds is this, and all this?" And these are unusual questions, things that usually the team is dealing with. And they're giving him this information, but they're kind of like, "Michael, just concentrate on your race. Just you're leading. You're fine. You don't need to do anything. Just finish the race." But he keeps asking for this information, and finally they're like, "Okay, what's going on?" And he basically says, "Well, I was thinking that if I slow down, then the third place car who's lapped down will catch me, and he will then either have to unlap himself, which means he has to do another lap, or if he slows down, then maybe my teammate can catch him again on the podium."
Yeah.
So eventually he decides that he's going to do this. So he does slow down, and the third place car decides to pass him rather than let the teammate catch up, which means the third place car has to do one more lap. On the white flag lap, that third place car had an electrical failure, stopped, and his teammate ended up on the podium. And the point of the story was, he's like, here we are, all these highly paid engineers in the paddock, and we didn't think of it. He's out there going 150 miles an hour, and he thought, and he was just like, he was basically saying the level on which those guys operate, the bandwidth they have is just phenomenal.
Yeah. One of my favorite stories about like data processing as a racing driver, we did a study on rally drivers. And they found that the amount of
they're all incredibly mentally deranged.
That is also correct. A death wish. They found that the amount of energy, or the amount of data that they process, and the amount of energy they consume to do it, is something akin to a fighter pilot in the middle of a dogfight. Right. That information in decision made, or data process, decision made, action taken. The amount of that fluid, repeated motion through a 7 or 8 minute rally stage is as intense as what you would get if you were a fighter pilot. That was crazy. WRL is not that. Not quite.
We're not quite that.
But it is impressive. Endurance racing brings its own challenges, and from a strategic perspective, like you said, having one guy to make those decisions is important. But you can, as a driver, you can contribute with observations and things of your own.
If nothing else, sometimes it comes down to, hey driver, here's what we need to accomplish. Do you think it's doable? Can you do it? Can it be done? Kind of thing. And obviously the driver's got to have some input on that too. Just like the whole thing about, can you finish? Can you double stint? And he might say, no, it's too freaking hot. I can't double stint. Something like that. So. Obviously, they're going to have some input that way.
Sure. Yeah. So, anything else you'd like to chat about while you're up here?
Just want to say thanks to everybody for coming down to the race, and we had a great time. It was hot, but man, it was great to be here at Sebring. I love this facility. First time here, but it's fantastic. It's everything that that I thought it would be, and all the history and everything else. And just seeing it and being able to drive it is awesome. And I can't wait to go to COTA.
Have you had a chance to interact with any of the spectators while you're here?
I have, a little bit, yeah. The grid walk thing that we had yesterday morning before the race started was awesome. The trunk retreat event we had on Friday night, everybody was blown away by the number of people that showed up.
I heard between 1,500 and 2,000.
I would put it at more than 2,000, actually.
Amazing.
Because there was a lot of people, there was people leaving and still people arriving.
Wow.
So I think at any given time, there might have been about 1,500 people here, but as they cycled through, and, nobody knew what to expect. We definitely didn't expect that. And so, the team went over there and we had, a couple big bags of candy. And when we saw all the people, that's one of the first things Steve said. He's like, I think we're going to need more candy. And the next thing we know, WRL had sent people out to Walmart or whatever. And
because they saw
a ton of candy and brought it back and started giving it out to the drivers, and the drivers get handed out to the people. So that was a fantastic event. There was a lot of people there at the trunk or treat that basically said that they were coming back and they were going to come back and watch the races and everything. So
it's
to see the local
right way to
get
do
involved.
things. High Plains going to be spectator ready?
Well, it always is. There's no restriction on not having.
Do you guys get people to come out?
Not very much.
Okay.
No, honestly, we're quite a ways out from the community.
That's why I asked.
And I mean, to be perfectly blunt, there's so much else to do in Colorado. It's so hard to get people to come out. I mean, motorsports isn't real big, certainly not especially in that part of the country.
Mm-hmm.
And then just to get people to come out and drive all the way out there. All of our events are essentially open to the public.
Oh, cool.
No charge for spectators. Come in.
Yeah.
And not very many people show up, but we're trying. We'll see.
Maybe WRL start a trend.
We'll see.
Hopefully.
All right. Well, we'll get packed up and start to get ready for the long trip home and watch the rest of the race and see how it goes.
I appreciate it, man. Welcome up here anytime. As always, thanks for stopping by.
Appreciate it. Take care.
And go enjoy your last half hour. Gentlemen.
There goes Glenn.
Anyway.
Also, there went the 505.
Yes, the Janetta has gone through on the 172 for TLM and Ruckus Racing. That 172 is dropping a lot of time each lap, so I wonder if they've got something they're nursing also. They're at risk. Really, at this point, I mean, I can't imagine it's a fuel thing, because at this point they could pit and top off and still come out in front of 10th place FSR Racing in the 987. So I'm inclined to think that it's something a little more substantial that they're trying to nurse home.
Yeah, I'd say keep in mind, 45 minutes ago they got a 1-lap penalty because they had 6 people over the wall. And you're not going to really have 6 people over the wall unless something's going wrong. You're checking something or...
Yeah, I just don't know what that... I mean, maybe just something on one of the corners. Interesting. Maybe something on one of the corners, because if it's... I don't know. I feel like if it was a leak, that wouldn't be something that would necessarily be costing you time. Maybe they've also run into some sort of gearbox problem. I could see that costing a lot of time and also being something that you might feel like you have a shot to diagnose over the pit wall.
Topping off fluid, who knows?
Yeah, I guess you could be topping off fluid in the hopes that it would fix whatever was ailing you, I guess. It's obviously not for position. Choice Racing, 3 minutes and change behind the 987 for FSR. That would be a fight for 10th if it materialized. That Choice 511 definitely has the pace over the 987, but the gap is such that I just don't think they have enough time to do anything. Not sure what the mechanical was that really hurt their chances. We kind of thought it might be just something as simple as running out of fuel, and we've seen that happen several times with that M4. It's also an M4, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Yeah, that's something that we've seen a few times this season is when those M4s get low on fuel pressure, they go to zero fuel pressure real quick. Yeah, so in terms of battles that we're going to be tracking, although a few people aren't putting in fast laps of the race, the Supreme Motorsport 313 in GP2 is just putting in its fastest lap of the race at a 232.0. We were looking at data earlier for lap times, and really, I mean, I don't know if it was John Dean or Dorsey that mentioned this, but the the track absolutely was at its best in the first hour or so. So if you were going to set a fast time, that was basically the time to do it. Ever since then, really the times have fallen off for 90% of the cars out here.
Do you see the top two in GTO in the pits?
I do now. Yeah, 401 has just ticked over,
Yeah,
so that will be
just
that'll be the last stops for both of them, obviously.
Porsche has officially moved into third in GP3.
Is that at the expense of its teammate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a shame. I was kind of looking forward to how that GP3 championship scenario was going to play out, both for the East region and for the national title.
Well, there'll still be a little bit of intrigue, and the 605 is going to pull back some gap in the national championship. But yeah, it's going to be a really tough road.
I was going to say, is there a world here where the 421 can take the fight to the 401 for second? But my assumption there is no.
Well,
because the 401 is pitted before start finish. So basically, the only time loss on top of that 35-second margin is however long or however much time the 401 loses down the pit lane. And obviously, that also requires the 421 to not pit again.
Yeah, they'll lose about half that, I think, in the outlap. Half of this 35-second margin.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Even if they could overhaul them, I'm seeing the 421 is pitting in 7 laps. We've seen this before, where cars will stretch longer than what we've seen during the race to that point. But they may be a few laps short, and it may be short enough that as someone's gone off at turn 7 in front of the number 89 at the hairpin, basically taking the older out. They're a couple laps short of what they've done so far today, so I'm not totally sure that they're going to be safe to the end. They may still need a splash, which in the other direction could put them into the clutches of the 89, and we're not even sure if the 89 is good to go to the end. That's also pretty marginal.
That car that went off there was the 918, who was also slow down the front straightaway here this last time by. I saw it on the monitor we have here, sort of in replay, because of how far behind that camera is, and went straight off there at turn 7 into the old hairpin. It's not listed as stopped, which is very interesting, but it also wasn't, didn't have brakes locked or anything like that. So question mark there.
Yeah, it seemed like a pretty tame journey off track.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a way, just maybe the driver's way of trying to just give up that space for the GTO behind it. Seems a little excessive, but it did work in that way.
Warning sent to the number 2 team for a visor up during refueling. The shame that number 2's dropped away a little bit. I assume it was largely on pace, given all the green flag running really bad. But
no, they had an unscheduled stop. Or no, was it unscheduled stop, or was it a time loss that we could never really explain?
So my understanding is the 2 lost 2 laps earlier.
But from time loss or
contact?
Oh, contact. Okay.
the good news is, this is the first time they've had a fueling infraction, so no penalty for that.
You're right. It was contact with the 094. Yeah, way earlier this morning.
Yeah, you were talking about that Ginetta being in the wars, and that would be one of those battles.
Yeah. Although that one likely not quite their fault.
No. I mean, clearly not based off of the race control decision.
407 fueling infraction.
That's Craftsman Auto Care, third place car in GP2. They have a noticeable gap both in front and behind, so it's not really going to affect them much.
Can't let your guard down here. I know we're in the final pit stop rotation, and 17 minutes to go, and everybody's kind of starting to pack up, get the easy ups down, and, you know, wheel the tire carts away or whatever the case might be. And as I said, can't let your guard down. You still got to execute on these pit stops, especially if you're in a battle or you've already picked up a warning in an earlier part of the race.
Yeah, you can only mess up your last pit stop if you haven't done anything before.
Right.
So
but even that,
the 2 is good.
From a safety perspective, I certainly wouldn't be letting your guard down, and even from a penalty perspective, yeah, you gotta stay a little bit sharper than that. 511's in. What ought to be the final time? Still on the verge of a top 10. I don't think they're going to get there. Who is?
89.
Ah!
Bummer.
Yeah, I wonder why they pitted early then. I wonder what the story was there. It would have been a really long way to go. Ah, they've already been sent. So that's quick. Quick stop. Are they in danger of losing a spot at all? Oh, wait. Eh?
Yeah, potentially the Kingpin, but it would have had to have been a much longer stop than that.
Oh, yeah. No, they're okay.
Yeah, very, very quick stop. I'm not sure what it was for. Something out of the passenger door, I think?
No, that would have been, I think, just fuel.
Okay.
For that car, because they were marginal. But I I wonder why they pitted early last time. That's the one we haven't gotten to the bottom of.
Mm-hmm.
Right. 20 laps in.
Occam's razor tells us it's probably a problem that they needed to solve. That you wouldn't,
yeah, of course.
You wouldn't choose to
but they didn't lose that much time, you know? I don't know. It was just one of those, when somebody suggested back timing, it seemed plausible at the time.
Yeah, but I mean, our motto for these races is almost like don't back time.
No, because listen, I agree. 100% agree. Trying to break this race down, just looking back at, you know, how we got to where we are. You know, JTR out in front, fastest car on track for a large portion of the race, Ginetta notwithstanding, after all of their problems throughout the day. If we're going to pick a place where this race was won and lost, if it wasn't the pace of the 696, the green flag pit stop for tires for the 401 that took it off of the lead lap feels like maybe the most significant event inside the top 3 or 4.
I don't know. The 401. Well, I wouldn't even put it on the 401. The 696, the pace that they've maintained has been so strong.
Outside of the on-track pace for the 696, right? Like, I don't know if you would have been able to catch them, but maybe put a little pressure on them. And honestly, you know, if everybody's out there turning 22s and 23s, that 401 could have hung with the 22s. Regardless of who was in the car, especially with Sarah finishing it out. I think they'd have been okay and could have at least fought. But the race really started to unravel, even from a strategy perspective. Like, once that happened, they held no cards. And I know I reduced the race to, or trying to project the race to that very often, but you know, if you're a little bit better with strategy, then that's a card. If you have a better on-track pace, that's a card. You know, at that point, once they came off the lead lap, they had nothing left to play. except fresh tires, but that doesn't seem to have helped them really at all.
I mean, that's what I was kind of gonna get at, is I really don't think there was a thing that they could have done here, to be perfectly honest. If you look at the gap history on our internal tools, Brendan, and you just compare the gap from the 696 and the 401, the 696 has such immense pace. I don't think there were cards that you could have played, frankly.
No,
unless one of those cards was goad the 696 into a lap penalty. I think that's probably the only thing that you could have possibly done.
No, that is fair. That is fair. Maybe something for Sarah to go chase at the end of the race if they had been on the same lap or within a minute, or something like that. But I think in general you're probably right. And some of this is wishful thinking. We also hope the races are exciting, and you want to see the types of finishes that we saw yesterday, even though yesterday was subject to a lot of different external factors. Slow 918 down the front straightaway again. Not white flag worthy slow, but definitely not up to race pace.
Chris Davis, or is it Chris Davis? Well, I'm not sure who's texted us from North Loop, but it is North Loop. Suggesting that there may be changes made to the scoring from yesterday based off of the discussion that we've had about it being a spare car. In the regulations, of course, it's points are linked to a car in particular. So if this is a spare car, I think we all agree on the state of the GP2 East Championship. The GP2 National Championship might get a little more. It might change a little bit. The complexion of that might change a bit.
Yes.
So watch this space for, and by this space I mean Speed Hive, for updated points.
By all accounts, they seem pretty excited about the opportunity, anyway, to have the fight go down to Coda for the national championship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Obviously, it will there, and there's that one bonus point on offer again at Circuit of the Americas for that national championship. So there is still a lot to play for, and I obviously can't speak for everybody here, but as we wrap up our final 10 to 12 minutes or so here, I'm really excited for Austin.
Yeah, I want to go.
We'll talk. I think, that race every year is exciting. On track last year, obviously, it was dominated by the NASCAR interlopers. At least in terms of the very, very front of the field. But we had class battles, we had championship intrigue, the national championship. We had a full grid of cars going around Circuit of the Americas. It's a great venue, super people, and has really turned into a great celebration of what WRL has on offer. The very, very best of the World Racing League powered by Hagerty product. And to go down there, celebrate again, our first year with the World Racing League, our first event with the World Racing League was kind of a happy accident, but we selected it because it was a 90-car field in an endurance race at a great venue. And it has remained that, and if anything, only gotten better over the years since we started working with the World Racing League here at DriversEye Live. So, and Endurance Radio for a time.
It helps that we don't have to change batteries mid-race now.
No, that is very true. Although even that, last year at Sebring, I had figured out. We got that down to a science. Now, if only we could get the trackside cell reception to play ball here a little bit better, I think we'd be in business. But even that is great at Circuit of the Americas. Those cameras are within a second or two of what's on track, reliable, some really good vantage points there at Coda. So, yeah, like I said, really, really looking forward to closing out the 22 season strong, and with the great friends that we've made along the way here in the WRL paddock. Joseph's looking forward to not having to do production in Circuit of the Americas.
Oh, As ever.
Thanks for filling in. Zach will have a new ISP by the time we get to Tony.
That feels plausible.
It does.
We have a note in race control of the 44 for PC Racing. A little bit of a lub tap against the outside wall of turn 17.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. That spot, I need to see how far back the... yeah, their second place is secure. The only thing that they're really fighting for is a shot at the win in GP1 if something happens to the 701 at this point, and also to finish the race, obviously.
I wonder if that was a spin and light impact or a graze the wall.
It doesn't look like it. Yeah, it looked like a graze either mid corner or exit, because the last lap was a 233 and then it just came across the line 10 seconds ago doing another 233. So a 234 and a 233. So
yeah, that could be a spin. Oh well, it's GP. Yeah,
it should be one. Yeah, it's been consistently running 230, 231. So it's
that's all right.
A light brush didn't cost them a lot of time.
Very often you get away with something like that.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, a lot of cars today have not gotten away with that.
No, indeed. No, that is... we saw our chaos yesterday, but it seems like turn 17 has been the one that bit a couple times today.
Yeah.
More than a couple times, really. Also, drivers left at 16, but mostly 17.
I mean, that is the most treacherous corner on the track in terms of bumps and the speed.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think anyone's going to be particularly surprised by that.
Oh, I mean, I forget if it was John or Dorsey that mentioned it earlier this morning. That is one of the most challenging corners in North America. Right. Just the amount of speed that you carry in there, the bumpiness, the changing lines, the changing campers.
Yeah, that in turn 1 exit.
Mm-hmm.
It's turn 17 is so funny because it's so challenging, and yet there's no. Not only is there no right line, there's also almost no wrong line. As long as you don't set it in
from the bridge on, but on the way in, agreed.
Yeah. But there's so many different approaches that you can take into it, and yet somehow it manages to, because it forces you to push and to maintain speed for basically as long as you can stand it.
In some ways, this whole track has no right to be as interesting as it is. Right, on paper, okay, you have some big sweeping corners at turn 1. 15-16 complex is a little interesting on paper just because of how the corners flow into one another. And then 17 is just a long 180-degree right-hander. And yeah, the radius changes a little bit, but it's not, anything massive. Also, the track is dead flat. I mean, there is literally no elevation change anywhere here other than, the concrete blocks that make up the majority of the southern half of the track. And yet, it is world-renowned for being, mechanically challenging on the drivers. You have the Florida heat that plays into things. It's just, I'm always not caught off guard because I get it. But I always feel like, hey, this race and this track are way more interesting than I think they probably have the right to be.
One of the things I wanted to bring up to our guest historians this weekend is that this is really the most stable version of the Sebring layout that I think maybe we've ever had, as a matter of fact. It went through some pretty substantial changes in the 70s and 80s, I think is, if I've got my timeline right. This layout, other than, changing up the sort of temporary part of turn 17, I don't think that's really changed in 20 years or so, 20, 25 years. I don't think Sebring's ever had a layout.
Was the last major change, and that would have been around 98, 99.
Yeah, somewhere
in there, right?
Yeah, so basically a 25-year-old layout. I don't think Sebring has had a 25-year-old layout before.
I don't think so. I will say the only other thing that's changed is the turn 1 radius changed by them extending the pit wall along the same plane as the rest of the wall. Whereas it used to be able to swing out wide and then left. So it changed the radius and therefore the speed carried at turn 1. But that was never a historical layout change. Like none of the record books show pre-2010 records and post-2010 or 2011 records.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, so the only things that change really are the topographical features. You build new bumps, or you finally decide that the bumps are too severe at a certain part of the track, and so you have to lay down some blacktop. That's really it.
Suddenly gets an additional 3 inches of elevation change.
Yeah, the tire wall midway through turn 17.
Yeah, exactly.
Bring it closer.
No, that's a good point. I think it's been a net positive. I don't think I like little layout tweaks and changes. I think they can be fun and interesting and add new elements to racetracks. But Sebring is iconic, and for that reason, I am on
stability
team to repave.
Yeah, and stability of a layout helps that. I think it helps build, the image of a racetrack, and it helps cement it, no pun intended, in the eyes of the viewing public.
Also, I think a dead flat, super smooth Sebring would be tremendously helpful. That's just my opinion. Not tremendously helpful, but
a banking 17.
No, I'm out. I am out. It'd be the highest point in Florida if they did that.
Yeah, the last thing we need is a car to have brake fails, go into turn 17, and go over.
You're hauling it there, as you see it. So the 696 has gone by the start-finish line here just a bit ago, and no white flag was waved.
Interesting.
Yes. I would have thought it was close, but I suppose not. So I assume it's going to be next time around here. Aha! Now we reach down in the starter stand.
Yeah.
I assume we're going to pick up the white flag. Pick up the checker arm. No. Yeah, so on delay there, we kind of see it in preview with a minute left unofficially. The car at turn 7. In reality, it's a bit further along than that, but it's going to be close as to whether this is the last lap actively, or we're coming to pick up the white flag.
Yes.
Eyes on the starter stand in this case. RJ Till is certainly ready down in the middle of the pit lane to go receive the Parc Fermé finishers. Five seconds left here on Race Hero. Aha! It is a checkered flag.
Hey, there we go. All right.
Yeah. The final lap is completed, unbeknownst to us all. The checkered flag waves over the number 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering. 187 laps complete in our Sunday 8-hour race at Sebring International Raceway. Second place to yesterday's winner, your number 401 from Round 3 Racing, and the number 421 from Thunder Bunny Racing. The purple and black Porsche Cayman, able to hang on to the podium spot there in P3. 89X Motorsports will round out the top 4, and your 5th place finisher, the number 280 from Kingpin Racing. A solid top 5 result there from Kingpin, actually. Down in GP1, first of our production classes, Round 3 Racing, the number 701, hangs on by just over a minute from the number 44 from PC Racing with a challenging last hour and a half or so, I would think.
Yes.
And 74 from Hunter Racing, the maybe most quiet run to a podium I've ever seen. Don't know that we mentioned them more than once or twice all day.
You know, I mean, we really didn't even mention JTR all that much. They were extremely drama-free.
No, indeed. I think the Black Forest car
don't know if it's run out of fuel, but it has not made it round to turn 7.
Oh, no.
And I do not believe it took the checkered flag.
Oh, no. It was going to be close on fuel for that 979.
Yeah. I think they pushed it a bit too far. I don't know that they took the checkered flag.
You heard that over the radio, out of fuel.
Yep. So they're going to lose a spot. That 505 was on the same lap, and well...
Or are they?
As long as the leader wasn't between them.
Yeah.
And now I don't know, because... Do we get the checkered flag marker on Race Hero?
Yeah, we have it.
We do. Well, but for each individual car.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So now I don't know. I think there is a chance that maybe that Black Forest car is going to hang on to P7. We'll have to wait for the results for this one.
I didn't realize Max Mob was using the 979.
Thunder Bunny rounds out the GTO podium. So in the end, they were able to stretch it. They had about the same pit cadence as the 979, but the difference being that they managed to squeeze those extra 2 laps out of it.
Back in GP2, just to continue our finishing rundown, Harrison Motorsports in the number 146 with class win by about 2 laps over the number 21 from North Loop Motorsport. We just heard the update on points there. Keep an eye on that. The East Region Championship will go to them, to Harrison Motorsports, but the National Championship is not at all yet decided. That will carry on to Circuit of the Americas. 407, Craftsman Auto Care, some ways behind, 12 laps off of the class lead, but nonetheless a class podium and a finish for the number 407, the guys at Craftsman Auto Care. Down in GP3, round 3 racing, the number 605 by 8 laps over the number 75, AOA Racing MX5, and then the number 197 from Overnight Motorsports, rounding out the podium in GP3. GTU, not much of a battle, and indeed I don't believe the Stratus number 58 ever actually finished.
No, they did not, but the 100 didn't complete enough laps to be classified, so there will only be a winner in GTU.
Yes. I'm not sure if that Stratus car had... Well, let's take a look. I was going to say, I'm not sure if that Stratus car had fully wrapped up the championship in GTU. But it was leading over the sister number 59 car. And this will only further its case. Yeah, it was a 4-point margin after yesterday for the 58 over the 59. So keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, I don't think that certainly will not be locked up before COTA, but it will give the 58 a big advantage.
So you know what, Joseph? Stand by 1.
Well, there's 2 races at COTA.
GTU is not participating at COTA.
Is that true?
Yeah, this is the GTU finale.
Wow, excuse me. I didn't realize that was the case.
Yeah, I thought that might have been the case. I just reviewed it here on the WRL website. So that is...
Well,
it actually would have been sewn up this morning.
Yeah,
when the 59 failed to take the start.
Correct. Yep. So that was all done and dusted.
Yep.
GTO, I think, is going to go national. GTO national, I think, is going to go to COTA, but by a margin of 1 or 2 points. It's going to be near impossible for that Thunder Bunny 421 squad to overtake JTR. I don't think they're mathematically eliminated, but practically speaking, it's going to be a tough road to hoe.
Yeah, and that 696 obviously also coming off the heels of winning the East Region Championship in GTO as they have done today.
Yep.
A big thank you to Jared Thomas for joining us this morning. Haven't had the chance to talk to Jared yet, but 2022 MX5 Cup champion, also now the East Region champion for GTO in the World Racing League, along with his teammates, and potentially the national champion as well. So congratulations to all involved. Also done and dusted is our race weekend from Circuit of the Americas. We wrapped things up rather quickly yesterday with Dorsey Schrader
and JT, and kind of got things on the road. Joseph, you joined us today. If you have closing thoughts, you're welcome to share them. Let things wrap up for our campers and spectators that may or may not still be out there. There's only a handful of you left, but we'll get things wrapped up and on our way here from Sebring.
Yeah, it was after some of the difficulties that we ran into yesterday. It was nice to have a race that was just kind of straightforward, if I'm honest. We didn't get the normal sort of last-minute thrillers like we might have gotten at the end of Saturday's race, but it seemed, at least from our perspective, to be a pretty clean race. I mean, it was the kind of race that isn't necessarily the most exciting to watch, but it's definitely the kind of race that you'd want to show prospective entrants and show them that you can have a race around a place like Sebring and keep a lot of cars running at the end of 16 hours. That's the other thing. It's a real testament to the builds of a lot of these cars, and also to the levels of focus of these drivers. There really wasn't a ton of really at least not that I noticed, not a ton of mistakes and not a ton of mechanical failures, which I was surprised by. I'm sure a lot of the crews and drivers will have different opinions.
JT?
Yeah, I mean, it was another good day at Sebring. Like Joseph said, it was great to see a lot of on-track racing. We did have, 7 full course yellows, but they were all relatively short, so majority of the race was sped under green flag. We got to see a lot of close racing on track. The main thing was just, not losing time in the pits. Other than that, I mean, consistency was king. We saw a lot of really good results for some teams. Black Forest and ACP with the number 2 Kingpin, they had great results today. FSR, and in GP1 we had the Hunter Racing, Craftsman Auto Care, North Loop, just not necessarily having the top pace, but having a relatively trouble-free run and, getting that great result from that.
On a rare occasion, I don't really have very much to add. Yeah, trying day yesterday. Well, you'll have those. Today was a prime showing, I think, of what WRL is all about. If you're a competitor, if you're, the tail end in the seat, or you're the one at risk out there, this is as good as WRL gets, I think.
2 sweeps, am I right?
Maybe the finish wasn't there, but we certainly had the nose-to-tail stuff yesterday. The on-track action this weekend has been very, very good. And if you want to take something away from the off-track experience, I think the addition of spectators and the community involvement that we had with the trunk or treat and everything that's gone with it has been a net massive positive for everybody involved. Just a really, really nice weekend of racing, a really nice weekend to be at the racetrack. And to interact and be a part of something like the World Racing League at a place like Sebring, such an iconic venue, and just a really nice place to go spend a weekend watching race cars do their thing and to meet people who love the same. So I've been thrilled to be here and be a part of it. We've got plenty more to come this season, and obviously the excitement around 2023 continues to build for the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. We will be back with you at Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, the first weekend in December. We will be live from the track for the Saturday and Sunday races, as we always are, the 3rd and 4th of December for those 2 8-hour races. The national championships to be awarded for the season in 2022, all live on DriversEye Live. For myself, Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Joseph Mudrock, Scott Michaels joined us earlier today, and of course, John Dean and the inimitable Dorsey Schrader, who was a part of our coverage this weekend as well. Thank you all for joining us. Thanks for all your kind words and your support of what we do here at DriversEye Live, and for your patience with us as always. We greatly appreciate everything you guys have done and said on our behalf. And we will see you all again in just a couple more weeks for the National Championships at Circuit of the Americas on DriversEye Live. Bye for now.